Oh shit.
Guest is here. It's Playday 4. I'm Jonas Rillinger. He's Laxing, and joining us on the NAL desk for the first time, player, coach, co-streamer, major champion. It's Mint. Welcome, dude. These last 5 days, they cannot have been easy on you. You get the notice to, hey, fly out to Copenhagen for a month and do the NAL. How has it been for you?
First off, you skipped over my mini major win as a player, but
I'm so sorry.
I'd like to take credit for that. No, it's chaos. Chaos is the word I would use. Yeah, literally got the phone call, and I'm here, 2 days ago, and then guys didn't even prep me. They just threw a microphone on, said get in the studio and start talking, so here I am.
I mean, he's got the knowledge. I mean, I know you guys have crossed paths before as players, but now you're here on the desk. Is it a good history together? Is there a rivalry here?
I was smoking them.
Yeah, I was going to say, I typically remember my losses more than I remember my wins. And I mean, especially with Dark Zero, is one of the most annoying teams that I had to play against in my career. Definitely was never a fun day for scrims whenever I had to hear, oh, we got Dark Zero. So never looked forward to that. But now we're on the same team, same field here. We're going to be doing it differently.
Amazing, amazing. Well, last week,
That's
I'm sure you
awesome,
caught
man.
up
I'm
on
so
the
happy
action
for
at this
that.
point.
That's so
We
cool.
saw the Super Week here to kick things off in the NAL Stage 1.
That is so
A good
cool.
opportunity to see 3 days of action as our first taste here this event. Now, Dark Zero, Shopify Rebellion, and M80 Laxing, they quickly solidified themselves at the top of the leaderboard. Outlast there on the bottom, and then you've got that middle group where everyone else is just jockeying for position.
Yeah, it's still obviously safe to say that Dark Zero and SR haven't let their foot off the gas since SLC, but nice to see M80 climbing the ranks. Even Wildcard, like I said, I want to see them have a better showing throughout the stage, but it's something that we typically used to see as the stage continues, that we see the upper echelon really kind of, sit at the top, and then the lower echelon of teams tend to fizzle out or try to sneak their way into the middle.
Yeah, it's early, but one must say that this might be the most competitive region in the world.
We say this every single
Are we
stage.
coping? Yeah, we're definitely coping. But I mean,
We did win the major, so
we did win the
it's
major,
not
but we
fair.
are allowed to now. We are officially allowed to. But SR, DZ, yeah, I agree with your point. It's very good to see them actually, after winning the major.
Yeah, not
now they
falling
come in regionally and actually
Oh,
are
okay.
starting to dominate.
You can go too
SR
bad
started
now.
slowing kickoff. No more, right?
I'm
No
waiting on the
actual
individual
overtimes for a Troy Canadian led team, which is
to get back with
insane
me
for me.
while
And then
talking
obviously the rest of the teams, we'll
about the
have to see where
tryout,
they
but
will end up.
I'm
But-
hopeful.
Well, Kyle, I'm excited
I'm
to have you
hopeful.
here because we can put this guy in his place a little bit sometimes. Because hey, you started off with a tier list at the
I thought I was
beginning
fine with that
of
tier
stage 1. It was a good tier list. This is what things looked like
Wow.
before we
Wow.
began
Someone on the same
Super
tier
Week.
as Outlast?
You
That-
saw this. What are you saying? Wow, for just adding comedic effect to it. You knew this already.
But things are looking a little different now, Lax. After you've
definitely.
seen 3 days of play, how have things shifted from day 1 to now?
Well, I think if you're M80 and
What did I
Marco,
say?
you're going to be pretty
We.
pleased. I know
What did
they
I
were
say?
sending some shots after me, a couple of the wins they got. Respectively, I did put them in S tier. And then for Hot and Cold, he was asking me, how do we get into B tier? Well, Hot and Cold, once we transition into this, you're going to have to figure out how to get out of C tier, because so far from what we've seen, some teams have been impressive, and then the other teams have fallen off for the most part. And I think,
Ooh.
respectively, I put these teams in where they belong. Maybe a couple of these teams, they could be put in maybe in a different spot, give or take what happens today.
But that's exactly what's fun with tier lists. I mean, content
It's
creators.
my opinion.
It's your
That's the best
opinion.
part.
Yeah, and content creators, we're farming these all the time, right? And
I
for
know,
me,
right?
look, maybe I'm on a little bit of an M80 hate watch at the moment, but at the same time, I don't know if I can quite put them in S tier yet. They did win all 3 of their games, yes, but as you noted with Fresh during that 100 Thieves game, they actually weren't in the driver's seat at all and probably should have ended up losing that game if it wasn't for a guy named Gaveni on the team. So for me, I'd probably
Very good
slot them
point.
more so into the A tier. I think they haven't really been battle tested as of quite yet. I got to see him against the Shopifys. I got to see him against
fair.
Dark Zeros.
But the teams that moved down in comparison to the M80 who moved up, right? You have 100 Thieves, you have SSG, For Fun, 5 Fears. A lot of people that have fallen short of expectations.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not the same teams that we've seen throughout kickoff, which is why I put them so high to begin with, is because some of those teams were only 1 win away from being able to qualify for SLC. But given what we've seen so far, especially, and I would argue, one of the most important weeks where you're playing 3 best of ones and you can accumulate 9 points and not getting some of those points or any points at all, it definitely begs to differ. Some of these teams we need to see something coming into this week.
Absolutely.
Well, for 100 Thieves, obviously, we also talked about how their position moved, Kyle, and you had, a comment that should they be dropping, or is that a team that is okay staying up in that B tier spot?
I as much as I want to be biased because 3/5 of those guys were on the unwanted roster with me back in Boston, I think it's fair to put them in the C tier. I think even they themselves would know that they've kind of underperformed their expectations. Yeah. Hot and Cold joined the roster, Kaysen on the roster. They want to be a top 4 team in North America, and the results the first week during kickoff did not show that, for the Super Week did not show that. So I think it's fair. I still would put them in the B tier. Again, I'm a little bit biased. I also think that they've been in control in a lot of their matches.
I do agree.
They've also had big man advantages that they're just kind of throwing, but all that is fixable. And again, we have a long rest of the season to kind of see if they make up those points.
And we have a big day ahead, right? We have some good games today to hopefully set the tone as to what we're going to see here in week 2 in stage 1. Lax, what stands out to you here?
Big one for me definitely has to be the Dark Zero's wildcard. I definitely think there is blood in the water for wildcard, especially Dark Zero was the one who knocked them out. So now that they have Adrian in their ranks, in their formation, I'm sure they want to get that win over Dark Zero. And not just to get the win over Dark Zero, but to put themselves a little higher in a more secure, comfortable position within the realm of points.
And that's a good one. That's 2 top 4 teams, obviously, like historically for NA. Both teams were at SLC again. For me, I think there's a lot of upset potential today. I think for me, it's that M80 C9 game. Again, I think M80 has yet to be battle tested. I think C9 now they're coming off of a really good Super Week. Honestly, for only 2 weeks of practice that Pambazu said, right? A new IGL, new system. They were able to put up 5 rounds against Shopify and DZ, and then they were able to get points against 100 Thieves, and then 100 Thieves.
And pretty convincingly against 100 Thieves.
Pretty convincingly. And 100 Thieves should have beat M80. So that is a game I'm honestly really excited for. I think there's some big upset potential.
Well, I don't know about upset potential in this first matchup, but we definitely have, 2 teams looking to change the game a little bit, who didn't perform the way they wanted to in those first couple of games, SSG and 5 Fears. Now, for this SSG team, Laxing, we talked to them in the interview. They know they've been underperforming, especially in that game against Outlast, right? They knew they could be better than they were.
Yeah, absolutely. Going into that series alone, I mean, this should have been an easy game on paper for them, just given how bad Outlast have been. And honestly, again, when we went into that matchup, we were speaking about the match, going to a clubhouse. You're going against a team that fundamentally has not been playing up to snuff, even at the smallest point of contestant with that. And then you're looking at how one SSG's been playing. They played Bank twice. They didn't find a lot of success. But then you go to a map like Clubhouse that's very fundamentally based. You're almost throwing Outlast a bone. And clearly you can even see in the scoreboard, it got way closer than it needed to. We spoke to Dream. Once they did win, it didn't really feel like a win, and respectfully so. This should have been an easy game for them. They had to fight tooth and nail to get over the hurdle. Thankfully they did, but it's certainly not the result that they want and that we were expecting from this team in comparison to what we saw in kickoff.
Yeah, and I fully agree with the map point. I think that's a great point, right? It being the fundamental map, you're giving them that bone to have an even playing ground. Yeah. But not even that, they have a young roster. A lot of those players are rookies. We got Raid, we got Aiden, who I consider still to be a young prospect, right? Rival is a young player as well. I almost consider that a trap game, right? You're playing Outlast on your supposed best map, right? And you're probably going into that game. I wonder what their mentals were like. Were they fully locked in, like we know Dark Zero is with their culture, right?
Well, they locked in at the half, that's for sure.
They definitely locked into the half, but we also know that attacking is a lot harder.
Exactly.
Well, we also saw, and I think the biggest reason why SSG has been, disappointing this stage is because they were just that much better during kickoff. I mean, a night and day difference, it feels like, to what we've seen so far.
Yeah, like I said in kickoff, they were 1 game away in playoffs to be able to make SLC. And when you look at the stats and the results and the comparison from kickoff to stage 1, I mean, there's a big discrepancy between the two. And I think a lot of that there's multiple reasons of that. They were in a group stage. They didn't have to play all 9 teams. Also, it's an accelerated league. They were also a brand new team, so they had the unexpected or the unknown tactic that teams had to grasp very early on, and now they're coming into a league where people know exactly how they play. They know their little idiosyncrasies, so there's a lot of things that are playing against them, but I think they have to find what their success rate was back during kickoff. And a lot of it, truthfully, came from Aiden being their pop-out performer. He was the #1 in the NAL. We just aren't seeing them hit those same strides that we saw during kickoff.
And I'm glad you said it about Aiden. Like he's kind of the X factor. He was going like plus 45 during kickoff, and he's nowhere close at the moment. But also the maps they played, the biggest stat that I seen right there was that the attacking win percentage. It was 60% before, and now it's somewhere in the 20%. They're playing maps like Bank and Clubhouse that theoretically they shouldn't even need just Aiden. Like the rest of the team should be able to put up numbers, and we got Dream as like the top performer on the team, which again, definitely no slouch to Dream. He's one of my best friends, but he should not be the guy putting up stats.
I agree.
We need Aiden to show up. We need Raid to show up.
And Five Fears need JJ to show up. This has been a strange absence from the man who is the spark on this team, Kyle, who is not only like the front man and is bringing all that energy, but was decently well, like statistically at the major in kickoff was performing well, and we are not seeing that right now here in stage 1.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he is the spark on the team, and for him to be going, as we see right here in stage 1, 3-21, and one of those kills was actually a thorn trap. So technically he only has 2 kills from his gun, 0-4 on the entry. You're right, he's missing that spark that he has in kickoff. During kickoff, he even had an infamous flu game where he was dropping double digits, multiple clutches. He was a huge reason for their success. And again, if you look at the narrative of this team, right, the narrative around them is that you can't have JJ and Forrest both on the same team. Not because they're both IGLs, but because historically they don't frag well.
I mean, it's also to add into, but when we saw them in kickoff, something that they did excel very well at is playing those shield operators, both being able to be very oppressive on those shields, one from a very aggressive side, that the other more so playing with the team in the later half. But even for JJ, I spoke with him to try to figure out, what's going on, why are we seeing this performance? And he said, from the coaching staff or player staff, that they felt like he needs to play the supportive role more traditionally. And now I'm not going to disagree with that, especially after an accelerated stage. They had early success. Teams are going to figure them out. They want to try something different, but clearly it's not working out. He doesn't seem very comfortable. Don't fix something if it isn't broken, is my opinion on that. So going into today's match, going into even the rest of the stage, I want to see him go back to where he was finding success, where he was comfortable, where the team looked like they were a completely brand new, totally out of the scope from what we expected them to be. That's the type of JJ Blast. That's the type of Five Fears that I want to see. And then I think we even saw a little bit in their series against Dark Zero.
Right, like they had that element of surprise in kickoff, and that has noticeably been absent here from stage 1. They knew that. They admitted that to us at the beginning of the stage, man. But in that game against Dark Zero, like Lax said, right, that spark wasn't there. That team play, like it was a close game. It was better than their game against Shopify Rebellion, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't enough, and specifically on the defensive side, actually their attacking half was a 4-2, which is great against Dark Zero, and this is another attacking map, Chalet, but on defense, again, yeah, DZ's no slouch, of course, but they're playing extremely solo. They're not setting up any crossfires. It's very panicky. Here we see JJ just kind of swinging out of sight. Dark Zero's not doing anything. They're outside the map, and yet we're still taking ones after one after one. It was a very, very chaotic defensive half from them, and it was very sad to see them just kind of throw man advantage after man advantage and really not give themselves a chance on the defensive half.
When it comes to the territory here, as Mint said, right, Chalet, it kind of played into at least somewhat of what Five Fears were bringing, as we saw in that game against Dark Zero Laxing. But when it comes to the map we're going to end up on today, how can they lean into some of their lessons that they take away here on Chalet? How do they pivot that into the game today?
I mean, both teams have a decent map pool from what we saw in kickoff. Obviously, SSG seems to be struggling and where they find comfort, even in their most comfortable map. So for Five Fears, I'm still going to try to keep it on a map where you can focus on the fundamental side of things. And I think Fortress is obviously a perfect map for both these teams. For Five Fears, they're 4-0 currently on it. And then for the side for Space Station, they're 4-1. What I like from both of these teams and how they play it systematically, Five Fears does a really good job with their split takes. They take a lot of the attention away on one side of the map to then have another player go on the rotate to then call for a quick transition and rotate and then go for an aggressive take. And then for the side for Space Station, one thing I really appreciated when we saw them play this map is just their roles and positions and where they play certain players. Aiden did a really good job opening up the rounds, playing the flex operators. Raid specifically bringing in the Glass, bringing in the Ying to be able to facilitate and help the mid to late round. That's what I want to see from both these teams, and then just to see how they counteract each other.
Well, going into this one and joining us throughout the entire Playday, we've got Parker and Jesse standing by. Parker, I know it is your favorite thing in the entire world to hear Mint yap. Aren't you so glad we have him here on the desk so you can hear more of him?
Yeah, as long as he doesn't talk about golf, we're in pretty good shape here. I don't know what the golf course situation is like in Copenhagen, but I'm sure he'll be hitting the links
we have one nearby,
shortly after he's done at
just a couple minutes from us, Parker. So I think next episode we can tell you how we did.
Okay, that's terrific. I will say, obviously, a huge debut from you. It's great to see you on the desk. You've been doing a great job. You and Lax are bouncing off each other really well. Jonah, of course, you're a steady hand on the tiller. It's good things. It's good things. Good stuff so far.
You excited, Jesse?
Absolutely. I mean, it's been great listening to you guys break this down. Obviously, we got a crazy day ahead of us and the rest of the stage as well. So it's nice to see Mint jumping up there, having his thoughts be shared with the audience. And I'm sure it's going to even just keep on getting better throughout the stage. So very much looking forward to seeing the rest of it too.
Heck yeah. 5 Fears and SSG. Looking forward to hearing the cast, guys. Take it away.
Thank you very much. The differences between these teams couldn't be larger, right? 5 Fears was the best team out of North America going into kickoff. Obviously, they didn't make main stage. A bunch of North American teams did. 3 of the 4. Every team that wasn't 5 Fears made a deep run at Salt Lake, and 2 of them made it to the grand final. 5 Fears are obviously playing with a bit of chip on their shoulder, but they've come back down to earth, Jesse. Space Station the other way. They have come way farther down to earth, and SSG has looked downright dreadful through these 3 games, but of course they're going to turn it around, right? You, the community, think it'll be pretty quick here. Jesse, what are the win conditions for Space Station in particular?
Well, Parker, I want to see SSG having a strong attacking side. I know that's not where we're starting things off, but that's probably the biggest weakness that you can exploit on the side of 5 Fears. The desk broke it down. I think Mint highlighted some of the differences as well, but 5 Fears through the first week, worst defensive win rate of any team here in the North America League, 29% on the defense, so we want to see that improving. 5 Fears got their side choice. They got to choose where they wanted to start, so of course they started on their better side here on the attack, but they're going to have to play defense eventually, there's no doubt. So we're still going to be looking towards that on the side of 5 Fears to see some improvements. And if SSG can get that back on track, if they can start to improve once again, if we can find some of those success on the attacking side, then I think it'd start to turn things around. And when you start to ask, how does that happen? Where do we see that coming from SSG? I think it's got to start with the entries. You look at Raid, you look at Aiden, and frankly, they just haven't quite been good enough so far to start things off. They've said it, we've said it, Dream mentioned it in the interview. They just haven't been playing like a team when they got that win against Outlast. So I'm really hoping to see both teams improve. I think both have been playing below their expectations, and they're going to both be playing with a chip on their shoulders as we start this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Aiden coming in as the lowest rated player on the team is a far cry from what we saw out of him during kickoff, and you know that he's a player that is far better than that. On your screen right now is Fens, the highest rated player in the lobby, 8th in the entirety of the North America League. He's a little bit behind Gavin for 7th place, but doing pretty all right. I think you're spot on when it comes to Space Station. The entry just hasn't been getting it done, and when you look at Raid and Aiden's ability to work together, if one of them's having an off day, it's going to largely impact the other one. Raid with the most deaths on that team, Aiden not too far behind, Rival also not having a very good stage. Your offensive weapons on Space Station have been largely ineffective, leaving guys like Giddy and Dream to be carrying the weight. And I mean, the highest rated player on Space Station is Dream. He sits at 20th of 50 players in the league. That is not good. If your best player is in 20th, and it's a fair drop for the rest of the team, you're going to struggle. And I mean, it doesn't obviously help that Space Station had some pretty easy games, Jesse. I mean, the desk even touched on it. Space Station played for fun, which is that old 1 of 30 roster, played Outlast, and SSG, to their credit, did mount quite an impressive comeback against Outlast on that clubhouse map that we saw last Friday. But I mean, if you're Space Station, if you're knocking on the door of being one of the teams to make it to a LAN, and the expectations are that you can compete with the big boys, you've got to clobber teams like Outlast, you've got to clobber teams like For Fun, just based on, you know, how they play on paper. So when you look at a team like 5 Fears, I think SSG is going to have their hands full here, but they were able to muscle out a hard-earned victory over Outlast, and while Outlast is Outlast, it's still ultimately a win, and that could set them up nicely for today's game.
Sure, yeah. I mean, both these teams, you know, they've had some success. They've both gotten a win so far here in the North America League, with 5 Fears beating Outlast and then SSG beating Outlast on playdays 1 and 3 respectively. But I mean, there's no real secret here. Outlast are the worst team in the league right now. That's how they're looking at the moment. And I think for Space Station, just after week 1's performance, there's no doubt they look like the second worst team in the North America League. So I know Laxing had half the entire league in C tier on his tier list, but I think you can, there's probably nuance to that C tier. You could probably move teams quite a bit. I think, you know, SSG and Cloud9 were right next to each other in that tier list. I think there's a bit of a gap when you look at the actual play, but listen, it's going to be on SSG now to turn things around. Dream said in the interview when they beat Outlast, doesn't think that they're playing up to their standards. It's not a team-first mentality. That was a really interesting quote I thought that Dream said, which is like some people are playing more as individuals and not as a team. They're just doing things solo. So they know they need to be better, not just today, but through the rest of the season. Today is where it starts, though. They have to prove it to themselves, and they have to prove it to us that they're capable of beating a team like 5 Fears.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. 5 Fears have shown some weaknesses themselves, though at the present point in time, very good reason to suggest that this 5 Fears team is one of the better teams in North America. And I mean, they do sit in a playoff spot right now in 6th place, but not that far removed from SSG. 3 points for 5 Fears, 2 for Space Station. Obviously, the big Space Station victory was over Outlast, and Outlast only has 7 rounds so far. 6 of those rounds came in their matchup against Space Station. So it's been a downright dreadful performance for Outlast. That was a must-win for Space Station if they want to be competitive. And, you know, we almost trip over ourselves to say this, Jesse. If you have a couple easy opponents to start the stage and you are unable to convert those to wins, those are wins you cannot get back later on. So if SSG does find themselves in a position competing for a playoff spot, the fact they went to overtime against Outlast and lost against For Fun, those are going to come back to haunt them.
Reload!
Notable that we start here on Fortress, Parker. Both of these teams undefeated on Fortress so far this season. 5 Fears 4-0, SSG 2-0, beating Cloud9 twice through kickoff, and 5 Fears with wins over good teams like M80, Wildcard, and 100 Thieves. So
I don't know, man.
this is a strong map for both squads, but I do like the history for 5 Fears on this map. They'll be very comfortable with it, despite the fact that they've lost now 2 of their shields. Forest loves running shields here on this top floor site. Often see him on the Monty, but today swapping off of it for the Grim and hoping to try to work some space here down below. That's where both Fens and Snake are trying to work players out of, but everybody on SSG holding on to the top floor for now.
And Fens has really been feasting on the kills that typically go to Snake. So for 5 Fears, if Snake can have a good start and walk in, I mean, Fortress is one of those maps where I just think of countless 2 and 3Ks that have been pulled off by Snake, or Captain Jack, I suppose as his name was for a number of those big pop-off moments. If he can really find his footing, he'll enable the rest of this team to do so effectively. Also worth noting, this is the first time I think that I can remember where we have both rivals colliding with each other. So you're going to be a little confused with the casting if you don't have a visual component.
Well, Fens starts things off, highest rated player in the lobby, as you mentioned, Parker, and he takes down the highest rated player on SSG. That's your hard anchor Dream going down early to a nice little headshot from Fens with the 417. Now they've got a little bit more space to play with. Staring into the bomb site is Forest. There's nobody in directly off it, so they could start to try to take this space, work a plants, but so many threats still lurking inside a horse and bathroom.
Rival will swat away at Snake. Raid finds one as well. If SSG needs the 3 points of the spear to be strong, so far so good. Aiden goes down. There goes Rival as well. JJ finds 2 kills. He enters this series with 3 across all 3 play days, almost matching that total in the first round. 5 Fears collects the rest alongside JJ's 2-piece, and it's a first round victory for the team in blue.
And I know Forrest is usually the one playing shields on this map, but JJ plays a lot of shields as well. And there was a part of my mind that worried a little bit when I saw the double shield there. And was like, okay, are we forcing JJ onto some guns? Are we going to maybe see a little bit more of a frag-focused game from JJ Blast? Had gotten 3 kills through 3 games last week, and now exploding in with 2 to just help his team on that very linear, I mean, very kind of focused push direct towards the bomb site. Again, they took a lot of space down below. There wasn't a huge roam game that they were so worried about over on the dorm side. They didn't end up fighting any players over on that side of the map, so...
Wow! I'm fucking crazy! Let's fucking go! Dude,
that's 2, JJ. That's 2. Nice little push again, just kind of pushing in towards office. Played it very simple. I would have liked to maybe see some more aggression out of Space Station, you know? It didn't feel like they were preventing any big moves from happening from 5 Fears. Didn't present any big problems for them, so maybe a little bit more active is what we need to see from Space Station here on the defense.
Fortress is a bit of a fortress, as we come to expect with the name, so if you can if you want to play these heavy anchor setups and in your strong positions, you'll be relatively okay. But I think for a team like Space Station, staying mobile and not allowing 5 Fears to overwhelm you is probably the right call here. And again, when you have the offensive threats that SSG has, at least on paper, those threats have largely failed to materialize through 3 play days, you can get a bit more active. Giddy can enable Aiden on this spot, as he can see outside. This is, that's a thinker, that's for sure. And I mean, Aiden went 0 for 1 in the very first round, unsuccessful on his roam, and he's gonna stare down JJ. Aiden will take care of that Selma now, buying himself a bit more time. Usually I would take Aiden in a fight against JJ, but with the way both of them are playing, I honestly don't know who has the upper hand here.
Well, JJ's throwing some Bs in. They've got to worry about this vending window as well. So a couple different threats, but it's just the mirror window being played at the moment. This Ace Charge should be able to deal with that util-wise. He'll toss some impacts out, though, and I think that did get the trick. So Selma Charge will not be able to open that window. Rival has one more, and they're out of impact. So if he chooses to use it, he could do so, but looks like he's really just worried about a second impact. He doesn't want to toss this Selma for now. Looking for a different pick elsewhere on the map. 5 Fears, another push, Parker, where they're not taking a ton of map control, at least horizontally. They're doing a good job of droning it so far, and they're not seeing a whole lot, so they might move in now. But really, a lot of just chilling outside the building from 5 Fears, trying to work one of these picks, and SSG not given much yet.
Payload on target.
There we go, one of those logic bombs. Still one in pocket for Snake, who was unsuccessful on his very first
They're not
entry.
extended again.
Hoping for more on this follow-up, commandeering. Pretty powerful spot on stairs. Down goes JJ to Aiden. That was a fight that we'd expected about a minute ago. Aiden might finally lose that black mirror, as now he's pushed off of this position and he has Snake not too far removed. Aiden doing a lot of work all on his own right here. Rival takes down Rival. Oh my goodness. It's the one, by the way, on 5 Fears who walks away with that kill. And a minute to go, Aiden's still swinging from this position as he has lost the safety of that black mirror, but he's got Dream side by side. Final 45 seconds, and it's a 4v4, Jesse.
Yeah, Aiden's also lost his phone, but he's fine with that position because he managed to keep his life. Now the guys on 5 Fears need to mount a push. You see Rival rotating over towards, kind of briefing here, trying to move over towards office. He's got Fens by his side, but not enough time to go for a plant, Parker. They have to be able to work in for some picks.
That mirror needs to rotate.
Continuing his winning ways, 3-0 to start off with the highest rated player.
Mirror needs to rotate around.
Punishing everybody that they come across.
Go up new tower stairs for a backstab.
Selfish operator you can use, but also good for utility. Snake gets taken down. Giddy losing a lot of his HP in the process. There's Rival to pick up his second. Swatted away by Dream. It's all up to Fens now in a 1v2. Raid will get the final 2 kills. Technically a 1v3 as one SSG player was on the ground, but 2 bodies still upright. And a good bounce back from Space Station to tie things up. Jesse, you think time management, the great impediment here for 5 Fears?
Yeah, definitely looking at the clock a little bit there, Parker. We didn't really see 5 Fears taking too much space. Again, they eventually had that position over on the north side of the map. They got a couple of different dimensions looking towards that push. I actually like that they were able to scrounge up at the ends there with 2 players pushing from the north, 2 players pushing up from the old tower side. You got that nice pinch into the game's bomb site, but unfortunately, I think the number's just not quite low enough for how much time they were playing with. A lot of that comes down to, I think, the duo of both Aiden and Giddy. Giddy running the Mira, not an operator that we're used to seeing him playing. He gets in a bit of a shenanigan spot here. I mean, don't be called. He's on fire. He's in a corner fighting 3 guys, but he goes 1 for 1. You combine that value with the utility that he was bringing for that defense, and I think it really makes a big difference. Aiden able to step up. He gets his first kill on the board after that pick as well. So you're starting to see the pieces come together for SSG. It feels like they're starting to work themselves into a spot on this defense where they're finding some more success. Tied at 1 apiece.
I mean, on paper, we expect 5 Fears to be the better team, but again, not by much. So set your expectations for this one to be relatively close, especially through the first 10-ish rounds. I think there's a very high likelihood at this point in time that we end up going into overtime with these teams, which frankly really hurts Space Station more, as they've already dropped a point by going into OT against Outlast. If you look at Space Station's expectations, 5 Fears has become a team where the fight is a lot more winnable than it was maybe during kickoff. So for SSG, if you want to start showing people that you're the real deal, winning in regulation is the goal here. You don't want to get a scrappy matchup against 5 Fears in overtime. And more importantly, if you're 5 Fears, same thing. You want to prove that you're an actual top 6 team, you got to pulverize SSG without going to extra innings.
Wow, finally we got the shield coming out here after the double ban. Monty will get picked up by JJ Blast. This is nearly identical to the attacking lineup they ran against Cyclops back during the Salt Lake City Majors. So Space Station should be ready for this push. They're very focused over on the Hammam side of the map, trying to get in through music, get in through this breach, try to take a little bit of this horizontal space. Very little pressure up above the bomb site for SSG. It's only Raid on the Vigil who's playing up there. So if they do commit to this horizontal push, which 5 Fears have really been liking on this bomb site, they're going to end up facing a lot of opposition. So far, they haven't come to blows with anybody, but you see the outlines in orange, right? SSG are still lurking around these areas, and they have to be able to flush them out.
Powerful spots for them to be in. As Fens allows JJ to take up space. Forrest will no longer be on those shields, as you mentioned, largely a byproduct of the operator ban, so JJ will go on Monty, both of his kills coming in the first round. And well, he's got an embarrassment of riches. Raid takes out Fens. That might be some bad cover from JJ, not communicated appropriately. Snake is on the board as down goes Giddy. A little bit of a faster pace here for 5 Fears as they come to blows with over a minute still left in the round.
Yeah, all players kind of around the bomb site now for SSG. Aiden gets one right back onto Forest, so that's man advantage now for Space Station, and we start to see 5 Fears stalling out a little bit. Another for Raid. Rivals' patience finally pays off, but so much still to do, and without the Monty, this will be tough.
Great swing from Aiden there as Rivals a bit vulnerable because of the flash. Snake is last man standing, and he does take care of Raid to his credit. 45 seconds remain, and 2 players from Space Station to hunt down as Snake has fetched that defuse kit. Made his way inside of Kitchen. SSG has good patience for the moment. Time will continue to work against this 5 Fears team. The lead is on the line. 5 Fears hoping to wrestle it away with back-to-back rounds, but Space Station will buy their time even more, allowing Snake to pressure them, get closer, but ultimately come up empty-handed. He sees Aiden make the cross. He's got to line up on Dream on that deployable shield, but this is a really tough engagement for Snake, especially with Aiden going for the swing. Dream bails them out. That almost went real bad for Space Station, but they stick the landing and take the lead.
What an opportunity for Snake. He came so close in that 1v3, Parker. The former TSM star reborn on 5 Fears. He's been so good for this team, especially going back into kickoff, but not quite enough as his team fell apart a little bit. I think with that Monty push, it was read really well by Space Station, and they had some great moves to try to shut that down, particularly from Aiden. Again, he has been really lighting things up, and I know we've been talking about him a lot, right? Overall, his stats have not looked good this stage, but you go back and look at some of Aiden's particular games, right? And after that opening matchup, going 2-9 against M80, he has been posting positive scores. He went 9-8 up against 4Fun, and then 10-6 up against Outlast. Seeing him starting now, I believe, what, 3-1, 3-2 here in this matchup up against 5 Fears, it's a really inspiring sign, and I think maybe the rumors of his demise were a bit exaggerated, as he really does seem like he's finding his place. He's making some really smart swings, and even in this 1v2, like,
Let's go, boys. Good shit.
yeah, he loses that first fight, but he sets up Dream to win the 1v1 right after. It's a nice little fight from the captain to close things out. So you're starting to see the pieces come together. SSG promised they would be better in these next few weeks, and so far they look it.
I just know that Mint's sitting on that desk with glee, watching as Dream is one of his closest friends, as he said during his intro segment. And what a great segment it was from everybody on the desk. Really nice to have Mint making his debut, and hope you, the chat, have enjoyed it as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Obviously, all roads for success from this team are going to lead through Dream. He's the person that we often talk about the most, largely because of his tenure, his pedigree, his experience, and frankly, Jesse, his likability. Say what you will about his in-game capabilities. Dream is a very likable guy. Aiden gets the brightest spotlight on this team because of who he is, but don't discount Raid as well, as Raid, taking a bit of damage really early on, has been the best player for Space Station so far through 3 rounds. 4th round now underway in the early moments of discovery, and yeah, I'm very curious as to what was happening with Raid there.
Interested to see the Glass ban as well coming out from SSG. This is not an opera that we saw from them through the first quarter, and it's not something we see so commonly from 5 Fears. Rival played this once on this bomb site back in Salt Lake City, but it's not a huge operator for 5 Fears. So maybe some scrim info leading to that Glass ban being brought out by SSG. They will get a chance to go back and win this bomb site. They lost it in the very first round after 5 Fears did a pretty direct push in with the Grim, trying to make some space in through Tall Tower, but looks like it'll start their way once again. Snake gets on the board once more, finding Raid here for the opening pick.
Snake starting to heat up. Now taking the lead on the team in terms of frags. Again, this Fortress, just from the eye test, is historically a good map for Snake, or again, as Captain Jack was known during kickoff. Had a little bit of funny names, if you recall, with that C9 SR game to start stage 1, but it's been fixed by Ubisoft, so big shout out to them. Halfway point of the round, and Five Fears continuing to chip away at this defense. Space Station far back now that they've lost Raid, a very passive hold. Timing might be the bigger issue for Five Fears, as they've wrestled with that so far through all the rounds.
Yeah, they've got space with it, though. I'm not as worried this time around because Five Fears have, like, all of this forms and games control. They're still working their way through the map, of course, but they've got a good little bit of space, and they forced all of SSG back to in and around the bomb site. Gideon Horse, Dream kind of in the hallway here, Rival directly inside a bathroom. So there's still problems that they got to deal with, but they've got good tools. Some Capital Bolt still from JJ Blast, the Snake Scanner, of course, from Forest, even Fens with the Deimos track and the Dokkaebi calls. Like, some of these players are about to be in for a world of hurt.
And there he goes, Rival picked apart. You can see all the debuffs, all the activity in the bottom right side of your screen as Five Fears employs as much of their gadgetry as possible. Snake with every kill so far. JJ will deny him the 8th. A flawless round on the board, and Forest will send us away. A nice answer back from Five Fears as JJ in a single map here on Fortress has tied his entire season tally in kills, but he has not been the big story. Offensive threats for Five Fears coming through huge, especially with Snake's 3K.
Yeah, and Parker, you talk about Snake the player, I want to talk about Snake the operator. That's the first time that we've seen Five Fears combine Snake, Deimos, and Dokkaebi all in one push, and I don't think it's a coincidence. It's also the most dominant round that we have seen in this game. They use their utility so well in this moment, and it just becomes impossible to exist on the roam clear. Raid did his best trying to extend onto that south side of the map, but Parker, it was just too difficult with all the utility that they had on the side of Five Fears. They brought all of these roam clear operators to try to force players out of specific positions. I think SSG made the right call after losing Raid. They grouped up. They tried to play with all 4 of their bodies together back in towards the bomb site, but it just ended up being a multi-kill for Snake. When he's firing, it is so difficult to take Snake down, and so far he's been great today. 6-3, he leads the lobby.
Seconds to go.
All it takes is these offensive threats to, again, wake up. We're still patiently waiting on Aiden and Rival to lead the way on the side of Space Station. But yeah, I mean, Raid colliding with Snake. Then you've got Fens there in the background, who's also doing pretty well. We treated to a fragging showdown between these teams, and I like the way that SSG is I guess, dealing with every single one of these different bomb sites, whether they play more fluid, whether they're roaming more, whether they're more entrenched. It's been a good go of it for this SSG team. And I mean, sometimes when you just bring as much intel as Five Fears does, especially on that previous round, what are you going to do, right? There's just so much information. You're just waiting for them to run up on your shores, and hopefully you survive the onslaught.
Yeah, the Snake's been used really nicely to just get free information down the first floor. You don't expect a roamer down below on this bomb site, so with the Snake, you can just confirm that very quickly. There is a mute on the board, so you're a little bit nervous, like could there be somebody hiding from the scanner, but not to be today. Everybody is playing up towards this top floor. A couple people extending over on the office side, right? And you're seeing them starting to fall back now as we get past this 60-second mark, but this isn't just giving up space for SSG, right? They're trying to waste a little bit of time as they do this. Rival still in towards the bomb site, but these players that are going to be lurking over more aggressively are the ones we're worried about. Raid, probably the most aggressive position here, and he will get rewarded a freebie right onto Forest.
Rough entry for Forest, and losing Snake. I mean, an operator that, and I don't want to say a bit odd to see Forest on, but I mean, one that you'd usually see in the hands of other players on Five Fears, used to great success. That'll be really valuable intel that's now gone from Five Fears. And you know how good Forest is at making these calls too, Jesse. So you lose the operator, you lose your leader and your focal point being able to guide you forward. Talked a little bit about the difference in defenses from Space Station here. They left some reinforcements in pocket. They can now tailor this bomb site to deal with the fact that they have a numbers advantage. Just some good play again from SSG, and it will bode well for them for the final minute.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough nut to crack for Five Fears, right? They've got good utility. They've still got these Selma charges from Rival to try to open these up, and the can openers on Fens and JJ, but with the two brow, it's going to be slow going. The time might be a problem as well late into this
we
round.
should be
I know
taking
it
space
seems like
here.
they're close to the site, and they certainly are, but with the Goyo canisters being shown by our observers and the tuber out, I'm just worried about how long it's actually going to take, because here comes the Zotos, here comes the Frost, everything that you're trying to find to break open the site is being stalled out.
Quite certain. Why are we not
They can
shooting
really
that
hunker
guy?
down and buy time on the side of Space Station. And 5 Fears have dealt with that entrenched style of defense a few times before. Rival will even the numbers. Snake almost had a kill as well. There goes Giddy. Oh my goodness. We said entrenched, tons of utility, and none of it matters.
Wow.
A sea of blue on your screen as 5 Fears dominates Space Station and takes the lead.
And it doesn't matter if they don't have much time, Parker. Consistently, 5 Fears have been showing that they will make the executes work regardless. That time it was Rival, ATK Rival, for those keeping track on 5 Fears, who's really the one to break open that site, to find a couple of big picks. They didn't rush anything. They didn't panic when that time started to get a little bit low, despite the Goyos, despite the tuber out canisters. I don't think all the Goyos were popped as well in the midst of that, so they might have gotten a little bit of free time off of that utility not being used, but just felt like as they surrounded the bomb site, SSG started to get a little nervous, started to move a little bit, still had maybe too many bodies still up because they didn't have players watching cams, didn't have players flanking down below. They were really kind of clumped up in and around that site. 5 Fears able to clean up those frags despite the clock working against them. That's really impressive to see from such a young team.
Both of these teams quite young, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, inexperience is something that has surged in the North American League with the immense amount of turnover that we've had. You know, you've got teams like Outlast and For Fun that are largely comprised of rookies. I mean, I still consider them rookies even if they played kickoff. I don't know if you use that same criteria. But,
Yeah,
I mean, you obviously look at teams like SSG and 5 Fears, both of whom have had largely more success than, you know, For Fun and Outlast, but there's still a lot of young blood on the side of these squads too. A lot of upheaval across all regions after SI. North America impacted immensely, and yet Desk called them the most competitive region in Siege, and I don't disagree so far. So with you comes opportunity, and a lot of opportunity here for these teams as we get into the final round of this first half. 30 seconds in, Discovery still being done. 5 Fears a little bit slow in the previous round, Jesse, and yet they still made it work. Can they repeat that success here to take the lead heading into the second half?
No Monty from JJ Blast here. I like this change up, right? You're trying to win bomb sites that you weren't able to win through the first quarter, so swap things up a bit. His information on the Twitch is really good. He finds the player inside of music. That's going to be Aiden playing close with the Scorpion, and he's got a player with him as well, lobby side. That's Raid on the Mozzie too. Raid's phone will start to explode, so you'll have to start to play a little bit more passive now. Group back up with Aiden, but just lets it go, right? Why not? Once that phone pops, they're no longer able to call this player, so he won't be harassed by Dokkaebi anymore. Then comes the fight for Fens, but they're just a little bit too far back.
Love with the round.
Draw still very much on the table through 6 rounds for Space Station as we hit the halfway point now of round number 6. Giddy still searching for his first kill. Everybody else is on the board. Giddy, the second highest rated player on Space Station before this match was played, so he's hoping to be maybe a bit more of an offensive threat, but frankly, he's played quite passively, as has Dream. Giddy plays that kind of weird floater role where he's often to die, leaving players like Dream in a clutch or kick scenario, so Dream can easily get some kills in those impactless moments, those garbage minutes. Giddy gets flattened by Fens, immediately traded off as Aiden finds 2.
Good shit.
And suddenly Space Station
was going for that, the trade, to try to trade out
an
Fens.
Opportunity.
Aiden just was
Now with less
better.
than a minute on the clock, 5 Fears will have to
Aiden was
recover
just
this,
better.
Parker. They've still not got any control up above. They didn't want to play with it. They had Forrest up there initially, using that ramp to try to apply pressure on these Amon players, but he's come back down in towards Gun Room. He's going to have to group up with Rival, group up with Snake, and make this push happen. SSG, happy to concede it. They'll head back towards the bomb site. They know they've got numbers. They can play around with this. Last time they needed a Dream 1v1 clutch, but this time, Parker, it's looking a little bit safer for them. They should be able to close this one out.
Attackers recovered the
Still
bomb
a lot of
diffuser.
utility spread across this bomb site too, right? So that's also there for SSG if they need an insurance policy. I will say a little bit scared for SSG just because of how pronounced 5 Fears has been in these final moments of the round, especially winning in those brawl situations. Aiden has a lineup now. He gets flashed, out-dueled by Snake. Dream takes out Rival. Snake cannot deal with Rival as well. The other Rival, that is. And a tie game is all we get for this first half. 3-3 the scoreline. SSG keeping them close. Let's hear what the desk has to say.
Yeah, this one, a dead heat right now, 3-3 at the swap. It's been back and forth. We've seen some good moments from both teams. Kyle, what has stood out to you so far?
Yeah, I mean, in round 2 actually was a blueprint that was found by SSG, which was if they are layering in their bunker and they're forcing 5 Fears to execute, especially with the shield bans, they're going to have success, right? So then we got to see that even in round 3, where it was against on the kitchen bomb site, actually. We can reference it right here, but on that kitchen bomb site, they all layered back to site. We see 3 guys actually in kitchen already. JJ makes a call like, hey, we can hit the site. Nope, it's too late. SSG, again, they already rotated. They're already there. They're winning their gunfights.
And this is what we were talking about, is that SSG can play into their strengths. They can play into their defense. They can play into the layers. They do it so well here that they get a little dicey at the end. Thankfully, they didn't get the win. However, then we transition into round 4. Total opposite. They don't play into their layers. If anything, Raid's off on an island, dies. They lose the man advantage. Then they regain the advantage by getting the Solid Snake in their information off, but then they aren't playing into those layers. They're kind of falling back a little too early. One player was standing in front of a smoke, gets picked off, and then it's 5 Fears quickly identifying the gap and how they can take it, and then just exposing SSG, and then even went into that 5th round, where then immediately it was almost the exact same thing. SSG's playing a little too passive, playing a little too timid, and it goes into what I was talking about. 5 Fears plays those split takes. They understand, okay, we can send players here, we can send players here. Now let's constrict the site. Let's go for the execute. Boom. Thankfully, they did end it on that round where, again, they played back into those strengths on kitchen.
Yeah, I mean, like you said with the split takes, it's a shame to see because SSG were actually playing perfectly after the halftime switch. They had the mirror, they had the Goyo, they had the tuber out even for the dorms. They're delaying the walls from opening up, and then all of a sudden, what do you expect 5 Fears to do? Well, they're going to split. They're going to have to go to push through other doorways, other pieces of map control, and they're just getting shot in the back. They're getting surprised. It's a shame to see. But for 5 Fears, at the very least, I mean, that's a good attacking half. You want to see it, but we referenced them earlier in the beginning of the segment, which was they're not a very good defensive team. Now you got to go into Fortress. Now you got to play against SSG, and you're on the defensive half, and you need 4 of them to close us out.
Yeah. The biggest challenge here, right? How does one of these teams take that next step and get ahead? Lax, I know you were looking at the operator bans in that first half going, could things have been done a little better?
I'm curious if we're going to see default bans. I do like the Clash being taken away, as we know, whether JJ's having success on it now, or even a player like Forrest can play it. I think getting rid of the Clash does play into their favor. Even getting rid of the Glaz, getting rid of the Solid Snake, I really do like that. It alleviates a lot of the pressure that's going to be taken away. They can play back into those mirrors. They can play into the Azami still. But if you're going to be going for this, you need to try to be able to get map control as soon as possible, especially because wall denial is going to be up, so we are going to probably see bandits or Cades. We aren't seeing it just yet, but eventually, when it does transition that, you have to start taking map space very early, because if you can't get these walls, you are going to be struggling, and then you're going to be going into those chokeholds.
All right, still anyone's game, 3-3 at the half.
Both of these teams obviously vying for very important points when it comes to the standings. Space Station on the outside of the playoffs, looking in. 5 Fears holding that very final playoff spot, but only a single point ultimately separates them. We did set the expectations a little bit earlier here. Space Station has really looked like a shadow of their former selves. 5 Fears quite a fall from grace after being one of the 4 representatives for North America. So while not statistically a must-win if they want to go to the playoffs, it is a much win, as in we would very much like to win this match, because if you are 5 Fears in particular and you cannot clear 3 full points over a team like Space Station, that doesn't necessarily set you up for success in a very competitive region where you are about to be knocked out of the playoff picture, particularly if the teams below you continue to play well.
Both these teams expecting at the start of the stage to be top 6, to make it into playoffs. Some have fallen a little bit below those expectations so far, but now in the second week, this is your time to right the course, to get the ship back on track. 3-3 through this first half doesn't do anyone any favors. You're no closer than you were 30 minutes ago to ending this game. We'll have to find the answers here on the defense for 5 Fears and attack for SSG. This is the weaker side for both teams. I'll reiterate, 5 Fears, the worst defense team here in the North America League. Struggled in the first week, 4 wins and 10 losses on their defense. So I think an opportunity for SSG. As the desk mentioned, they're not really bringing out many of these wall denial operators, instead focusing on some of these traps. You've got the, of course, Denara, you've got the Thorn, you've got the Ella, the mirror windows as well, not necessarily the trap off, but giving you a little bit of that ability to play aggressive on some of these angles. Rival's done a great job of clearing some of this out so far.
Wow, holy.
And SSG still yet to get in the building, but they should be aware of what's facing them here on this defense. There's a lot that they've got to clear out, but they've got the tools for it.
fucking, I love this. 5 Fears is doing
as
this.
well. He'll be freed of these shield operators, so no excuses if he doesn't find himself netting some kills. We're watching Tower and White Stairs. This is a very crucial spot, especially since he's got to rotate behind him, but he's fighting shadows at the moment. Nobody from Space Station appearing in that way, and JJ will not leave any trail behind. He's going to reinforce his way off. Aiden now looking to take up space within striking distance as a Nitro Cell on the side of 5 Fierce connects. Giddy is gone. Giddy still without a kill. 0-7 is not what SSG wants, and I mean, a lot of times he's dying without so much of a fight. Rival on the board too. You said they were a bad defending team, only 4 rounds.
They are not.
Through stage 1. You wouldn't know.
Looking at this,
with 2 first picks, they'll lose Fens, so still
Fens
some
was
fighting
sleeping
SSG,
there, I
but
guess.
overall a good start for 5
No,
Fierce.
they are extending.
Jesse, I might have just cursed them because SSG
and
just
playing
walked
that
in
very
and got
well.
4 kills uncontested.
They were extending and holding that very well.
And the man-possessed JJ Blast, the one we talked about, will find nothing. Space Station losing the first pick and then getting the next 5 to take the lead.
Wow.
Yeah, and Parker, it's really just a lifeline given by GN rival, Space Station's rival. That is, he walks in with the F2, says, my team's in a 2-man deficit. Let me fix that. Big triple kill on the round coming out from Brandon. And it really does just see kind of that play from SSG, right? Where maybe they're down and out. Maybe they're starting to lose some of these duels, but they're happy to just walk in and try their luck. You know, they've got the better guns here on the attack. You saw some good util usage as well. Aiden getting that frag off thanks to the flashbang that he threw at Forrest inside of Master. At the end, the Dokkaebi call makes it so difficult as well to play in the 1vx for JJ Blast. You said no excuses, but Parker, that was a difficult spot for JJ to get any kills. You combine his phone about to blow up with the fact that they banned 2 of his most commonly played operators in terms of Smoke and the Clash, and this defensive half is not going to get easier for JJ.
Targeted bans again from Space Station, right? They took out the shields on attack to hinder both Forrest and JJ, and now obviously the Clash and Smoke will do some serious damage. Smoke is just a really... Okay, Smoke is just a really terrific operator when it comes to Fortress, but all maps, frankly. And I mean, when you look at a lot of these bomb sites, most teams are going to get to the bomb site via a single doorway, not one of the double doorways. Of course, that Marigold or Saffron Gas, whatever you want to call it, can do some serious damage and is great for plant denial. Though I will say, through 7 rounds, no team has even come close to attempting a defuse. So, I mean, objective is really not going to focus here. This has been pure violence on Fortress. Smoke is still a great fragging operator too, but no Clash means that you're not going to be able to enable the defenders to frag as freely with that intel. That might hurt this 5 Fierce team moving forward.
Well, wasn't it that game against M80 when 5 Fierce got that big upset during kickoff where JJ was just going crazy on the Smoke? I mean, he's had some clips on this map playing the Smoke, so I really do respect that ban coming out from SSG. They've gotten 1 round in part thanks to that ban. Now they need to start stringing these together. Dream will be on a shield for their second attack here, bringing in with the Blitz, making some space. Raid an opportunity, but just misses the shot. Down inside of Forrest. I believe that's Forrest playing the long angle with the SMG-11, so not looking to take more of those gunfights. He's playing close in the door instead and can back up when the pressure gets too hot. That's exactly what he's feeling right now. Going below could be for a sneaky flank later or this Nitro Cell.
I feel like they're just doing like a horizontal take.
Lethargic attacks from 5 Fears, and SSG did not get that memo. They were quicker on their very first attack and already are setting a better tempo here as we hit the halfway portion of round number 8. Still searching for Giddy to get on the board. Everybody else is doing pretty okay from the fragging department on the side of Space Station. Raid leading the way, 7-4. Aiden is positive. A Nitro Cell is pre-placed, so somebody on Space Station might fall victim to that, just as they did in the previous round. But Rival and Raid collecting their skins. Down go 2. Nitro Cell goes off. Dream is recoverable because of that. 5 Fears now on their back foot, Jesse, with a minute still to go.
Yeah, that's a huge lead now for SSG. They've really taken control of this round. You've got to start relying on some of the fire for 5 Fear. You've got JJ on the Tachanka, you got Snake on the Goyo. 50 seconds is not the most amount of time in the world. The only advantage they have for the defense is to stall this out with their flames. They have to find a way to do that.
Dream will now smoke things off for himself, and the Tachanka of JJ Blast, as you said, with those flames, whether they come from Goyo canisters or whether they come from the Shumika launcher, will need to do all of the work here, keeping him at bay. And Dream has already been down, so he's on very low HP. easily punishable by one of the remaining defenders. So now incumbent upon Space Station for those 4 players not named Dream to find the final targets on 5 Fears and prevent them from doing as much damage as possible. Snake on the run. He'll take some damage from the fire as his phone explodes. Haunted by the Dokkaebi. Knows one's hopped in towards vending, looking for the opportunity.
Oh, that Doki should have. Oh,
Fenn's
wow.
on the board now as well. Fenn's yet another. Snake botching his opportunity.
And then still got the.
Fenn's will need to clutch, but Space Station gets the kills again, and they'll stretch their lead.
Oh,
Fear
it's
should have
close,
won
Parker.
that.
It is scarily close. 5 Fears, what an opportunity to shut that one down. I said they had to stall it with the Flames. That's exactly what they did.
That's
Dream
unfortunate.
on very low HP
Wow,
during
that's
that push because he
unfortunate.
got downed by Rival in the early game. Meant that they couldn't push through that fire to try to work a plant. It was a smart pivot from Dream to call for them to go for a different approach. They went down those stairs, tried to apply pressure over towards vending, over towards small tower, and it eventually opens the door for Dream to get in and take that space. It was good enough to start to trade things back. Again, it got very scary in the midst of that, with Fens getting some massive frags, including stopping the plant from going down, but Fens can only do so much. He's an incredibly talented young player. Again, the highest rated player on 5 Fears, just 22 years old, but it's not enough at that point. He had lost too many bodies on his teammates, and it'll actually be a tactical timeout being called by Archer Omix, head coach of 5 Fears.
No real surprise there for 5 Fears to hit that break glass in case of emergency box. 3 rounds now dropped in a row, and you even said it yourself. Expectations for 5 Fears have dropped off quite a bit, given that they are going to their weakest side. In terms of the standings, if Space Station are able to close this out in regulation, which is looking more and more likely based on this second half, it'd be a huge 3 points where SSG would vault all the way up to 4th. Now, a lot of that is that there is a logjam at the bottom of the standings. The top 3 have so clearly separated themselves from 4th onwards that 4th place right now, wild card, if they win in regulation, they are still a point behind M80 in 3rd place. So very clear cut as to the top 3 of North America and everybody below. But it's also that we're still quite early into stage 1 here. So the landscape is going to shift quite a lot today and tomorrow as teams start to put more points on the board, and we'll get a clearer picture as to what the top of North America looks like. But Jesse, it is abundantly clear that Dark Zero, Shopify Rebellion, and M80 are a cut above. They are playing like it. The standings show it, and they've been fantastic. And 2 of those teams were your finalists at the Salt Lake City Major. Irrespective of what happens here in SSG versus 5 Fears, we've got 4 Fun and Outlast in our next matchup that'll be coming in hot, and I think that'll be a fascinating one to watch.
I'd like to read a quote from JJ Blast's Twitter, and I know that's a dangerous thing to say, but don't worry, it's not that one. It's not that one. It's not that one. It's the one from after the week that they just had where they really didn't get enough points that they wanted. JJ said it's the first time we're facing some adversity. It's a good thing. Excited to see how we come back. I'm excited too. They need to come back, not just in the standings as you've been talking about, Parker, but also in this game with their tack timeout now expended, down 5-3 onto their tertiary bomb site. This has to be where they start to come alive. Nothing has been working for this team, and so far, it's been a relatively passive approach for this first defense here on Kitchen. Giving up that top floor control, extending around this bottom floor. Giddy will happily take that, starting to use the Ram to make some good space, but you can't get a lot of opportunities from this Ram. You're still not going to be able to clear out Medbay. That's being controlled, of course, currently by the Azami of Fens inside of Infirmary. You have to have to drop in for a plant, but they've got good angles to deny that on the side of 5 Fears. So what's the entry going to be looking like for SSG? Where are they going to work themselves a man advantage?
And you hope that this timeout immediately converts into a victory, because if not, 5 Fears will be staring down match point for 3 consecutive rounds. And again, being on their worst objective side is not quite ideal. We talked a lot about the intel ops on attack, but how about on defense? You've got a ton of them on the side of 5 Fears. Every single operator on this board has some function that works for information. And the Solus will end up in a collision course with Giddy, who did get his first kill in the previous round, manages to find a second completely blind, both of them unable to see. Snake thought he had Giddy dead to rights, but how wrong he was. Now a follow-up onto Fens, trapped inside of Infirmary. Call the ambulance, but not for me, they say. Fens taken care of, Aiden on the board, SSG doing very well, but there's another playing in Infirmary. Rival goes for the swing, takes care of his rival. A heated rivalry has emerged as these players have collided now 3 times. Leaving us in the final 30 seconds as Rival hopes for more, but a good cross from Space Station will keep their numbers strong. Rival the only casualty on the side of SSG, only 2 remain. 4-5 fears, Forrest and JJ to work well, but Giddy and Raid have their number. A massive round for Giddy as he finds his 3rd kill, and Space Station move to match point.
The comeback is not materializing for 5 Fears. They were excited to see it, but it is nowhere to be found on Fortress, now losing all 3 of their primary bomb sites. And Parker, SSG, they look like a different animal on the attack. We talked about how weak 5 Fears are on the defense, especially back in last week, but Space Station's attacks were not very good either. 28% offense win rate through the first 3 playdays in the North America League Stage 1. That was not going to be good enough to win this game, but that's not what's shown up. SSG have completely changed around their attacks, and it looks like everybody is working together so well. This is a brilliant fight from Giddy, flashing up towards the light fixture on the ceiling to get that flash off, and even though he's full blind, knows where the swing's going to come out so they can win it. And then Aiden, again, I really think Aiden uses the entries in front of him so well as an individual. He gets traded out by JJ, but the space that they get inside of Infirmary is so worth it to lose those deaths.
Sorry, go ahead. Screen right there, Jesse. Terrific for that round. Set the tempo, tracked down Snake, punished him on the opening pick, and then found the last anchor player isolated on site as well. So Giddy having a huge round. I know that a lot of people will look at the scoreline when it ends. If it ends quickly, or if it continues to drag on, people might look at Giddy's 3 and 7 and go, that's not very good. 2 of those kills, Jesse, were hugely important in winning a very critical round. So sometimes your kill tally might not be great, but the impact from them can be quite strong.
Very good point on that one.
But the chatter has begun between these 2 teams. I worry we may not get much more of it if SSG can close out their 4th straight attacking round win. It was all tied at 3 at the half, and now 5 Fears have found themselves in a hole they must dig themselves out of. Back towards the primary bomb site, back towards office and bathroom. They've changed things up pretty dramatically on the side of 5 Fears, most notably getting Rival involved on this castle. Interested to see if he's been able to support this roam game a little bit. You see him extending southward alongside Snake, hoping to keep some of these angles closed to deny some of that map control that SSG have been liking to take from time to time. A lot of their push does seem a little bit more direct this time around, so maybe after seeing the extension that we're finding from 5 Fears, they don't really want to engage with it. This is where SSG have been thriving so far, Parker. Even when there have been a lot of problems presented to them, they've done a really good job of, frankly, just walking in, taking space, and winning fights when they have to.
Timeout obviously did not work either, Jesse, so 0-3 for 5 Fears defending. You said it was 4-10 their scoreline, now 4-13 when defending here in the NA League. And I mean, that's frankly quite crazy when you think about it. Defending is often seen as the easier side for a lot of teams. So the fact that 5 Fears is not, it's not even like they're say like 7-8, and it's still quite close. They're getting smoked on all their defenses. That is a must fix for this team, because let's be honest, you're certainly not going to win the playoffs in North America with that number, and you're definitely not going to do well on land with it either. It'll need to be course corrected as 5 Fears has found their footing. The only one on the board for Space Station so far is Dream, who made it his own over on top of White, over by Tower on that blitz. He's got Raid with him for backup. No, he doesn't. Rival takes care of him. And 5 Fears looks like they'll prolong it as Dream takes 1 down before Rival trades him out. That was a brisk one. All the action occurring in the span of 10 to 15 seconds. And 5 Fears, big BG's fans, they're staying alive for the time being.
Big round coming out from Fens. That man on your screen right there steps up when he is needed the most. Again, the Detroit-based young, almost a rookie player coming in for 5 Fears here, standing up on the Thorn. Does a really good job of really dulling that initial push. He got the opening frag onto Aiden as Aiden was trying to push up kind of through those main stairs. He finds that pick. He was playing in that horse position, and he's able to just play around that hallway as well. While everybody's focused on that Books breach, while everybody's trying to push in towards the bomb site, while they're frankly frying Forest on the mute, Fenz is the one who's able to step up, get a couple of kills in the midst of this. This is the death onto Forest. It doesn't feel great, but off screen, Fenz was frying, and that's what mattered. It keeps 5 Fears alive in this game, and now 6-4.
Great job, guys. Good job.
A motivating factor, and I mean, when you get these younger teams, there is a mental aspect to this as well. What is going on in the chat? Holy smokes.
God damn.
I've been trying to avoid.
Remember when I went to SI and you stayed home?
You know, when you said I'm going to read a JJ tweet, it struck fear into my heart, a fear that I haven't felt in quite some time. Not 5 fears, just one really big, well-founded fear. Thank goodness you didn't say the thing that probably would have lost you your job, because JJ's tweets are oftentimes a little off the chain. I enjoy reading them. Would I ever say them on a broadcast?
Hell no.
It depends on whether Ubisoft said I can. So they like to talk. They like to chat. They were, I think, denigrating Forest. I think they said he went 1-12 last time they played against him. He's 1-9 now, so technically better, but not by much. And Forest did, if we're talking about tweets, take some accountability after his great game against Outlast. Basically said, well, there we go. I've basically blown any luck I have, and it's going to be bad performances for me onward. And I mean, 1-9 is well below what we expect of Forest. I mean, 5 years, Jesse, to be honest, haven't looked very good on defense, period. It's not just a Forest thing.
No, certainly not. And at 26, he's really the experienced player on this roster. You're not relying on him to frag most of the time, but Mint said it on the desk, right? When you put Forest and JJ on the same team, you're really having to rely on those other 3 guys to pick up the slack, frankly, and get those kills. So that happened in the last round with Fenz stepping up, hitting double digits. Rival and Snake are not far behind. So these 3 fraggers on the side of 5 Fears. They have a lot on their shoulders, but they're exactly the people that you want to hold that responsibility. JJ back onto Tachanka again. Typically would be playing the smoke here on this bomb site, but with the bans going the way that they have, he's been forced to adapt a little bit. I like Force on the castle once again. This is the second time they've run this operator in the last 2 rounds, and it's done a good job of kind of funneling these SSG players to
why
where
would
5
you do that
Fears
with your
want them to
drone,
go.
bro?
He made really good space in the previous round. You need something similar for him here. This SSG team, though, Jesse, they've sunk their teeth into 5 Fears, 2 immediate kills, a 3rd as well.
Wow.
A 4th. What happened to this round? We were giving so much praise to 5 Fears, and a bewildering end. All right, a very strange one. Expecting a bit of a back and forth, but a flawless end to this by Aiden and Co. as he's fired up, giving his best performance of the stage. Space Station, stunning.
Wow.
The LAN team of 5 Fears winning all 3 points in regulation, and SSG will vault all the way up to 4th place with that one. We still got 4 more games to go, but how about a break before the desk talks to your victors in Space Station? We'll be right back.
Wow. Here's my notes, Fire. Next thing I need to do is buy me one of them. I got a full fucking page of notes from that game, bro. It's crazy. Honestly, I'm watching 5 Fears defense. The biggest take from their defense that I'm seeing is hang on, I want to write this down actually. My biggest thing that I was picking up on there for the defense was Five Fear's defense. They're kind of soloing out. I mean, they're not really immediately on each other to play their trades, and they don't have their util placed to cover their flank when they're on a solo hold. Like that Ella that just died right there. They had nothing. Damn, I got ink on my finger. They had nothing for that blitz walking off. Ella is a shield counter. There should have been an Ella mine for the blitz that was pushing by himself to walk into. As soon as he hits it, you swing that. You should have also called somebody over to help you hold your cross on horse door. That way you could have swung. Or you could have called for your roamer if you had one. For your roamer to backstab up New Tower Stairs. Five Fears could have played that better, and they were extended pretty well. I mean, they were doing the default, normal, perfect, exact fucking extend that you would want to do. Where I noticed SSG was not. SSG was just kind of bunkering, and Five Fears didn't really seem to know how to counter the bunkers. Because the 3 rounds that SSG won were their bunker defenses. But we'll see what the desk has to say. I'm not pro for a reason, I guess. Very interesting. I will take advantage of this break. I will be right back.
Well, SSG wastes no time getting down to business there against Five Fears, and they take the win pretty swiftly. We've got our victor standing by with Aiden ready to go after a great 11-kill performance. Aiden, just talk to me about how things are going right now for you guys. I mean, I'm seeing that sheepish look. I mean, you're 2-2 right now. Are things starting to feel a little better?
Today, yeah, it feels a little bit better. I'm glad. We just needed a wake-up call. Happened in kickoff 2. We went out there. We got shit on by Packer. We're like, hold up. Something is wrong. We need to go back to the scrims. We need to look back at the fundamentals and get our act together. And, we're doing just that. This last week of scrims has been the most productive that I think it might have ever been on the team. Maybe we were scrimming without a little bit of purpose for a little while. We just lost our way, and we needed that wake-up call. It is what it is. Going overtime without last, not a good look. At least we came away with 2 points. But I'm glad we were able to lock back in. We locked back in, and a good win today, a solid win over a team that snuck into the major. I'm glad that we could pick up those 3 points. Well, it feels good to win. Well,
Aiden, congratulations on the win. Very much needed win. Solid 3 points for you guys. I want to talk to you specifically and give me a real answer. Don't give me some bullshit. I want to talk about from your personal experience. Obviously, last stage you carried the NAL. It was a tremendous stage from you. Do you feel that you had a lot of pressure coming into this stage, especially those first 3 play days? Didn't really reach those strides, didn't meet the expectations, but coming into today looked completely revitalized, clearly speaking into what you guys went into over the week, getting into the scrims, putting practice in. I mean, how has everything been for you, and has that pressure been there?
Nah, I don't think there was any pressure. I thrive because I'm in a great system. They enable me on the roams on defense. It's a great system, and I'm happy to be a part of it. But I really let my team down that first week, and my priorities were not in check. I'm sure you've seen all over Twitter, they said I stayed up playing ranked day before game day, and I was taking ranked 3.0 a little too seriously, and I did cost my team. And right after the first week, I apologized to them. I was like, listen, bro, that's on me. I was selfish, and I completely let y'all down. Next week, I'm back. I'm locking in, taking this team as serious as ever. And I'm glad that I could show today about the hard work that I was putting in this week, and that I could show today.
So what's bedtime tonight?
Hey, it's not 5 a.m. Not 5 a.m.
Well, congrats to you, Aiden. I didn't think my first interview. I can't believe they didn't give me a dream, but it's okay.
Oh yeah, I guess
that's okay. We'll get Aiden, and shout out to Mama Tax and Papa Tax. Hopefully they're still in the Mint stream. They're just hanging out.
Oh yeah, it is live. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah.
It is live. It is, of course. It's. But look, I want to get your brutally honest thoughts. I mean, you've kind of already been talking about a little bit of a wake-up call. Was that Outlast game a trap game? And as far as the wake-up call, how has practice been a little bit differently? What do you guys actually think your problem was?
We just lost our way from the fundamentals. It was just our microcomms. We're not talking about how we want to fight people. It's UAV comms is what we call it. It's like when you're calling out where a person is, but not how you're going to deal with that person. And our comms are still fine on defense, which is why we still would win some defensive rounds. But on attack, we had completely lost our way. Our communication was shot, and it was just terrible. So we went into this week. It was very humbling. Going overtime with Outlast. These guys haven't won 6 rounds of the league, and they won 6 rounds on us. We fumbled a point there, and it was just embarrassing. And it's this wake up call, this complete reset. So we dropped that. We had a good kickoff. We went back to square one. We went back to just scrimming to improve, losing our ego. We're not sitting there. Our practice is purely to improve, and we just enforced that. We were working on the fundamentals, advancing other things that we were working on. And today was the best that I've ever felt with this team. Today, the comms, everything had a purpose. There was no random. Everybody was talking to each other, and that's what we need every day. I'm glad that we were able to show out and do it.
Well, great work, Aiden, on a great performance today. Congratulations on what it sounds like things starting to find their stride again. Hope to talk to you down the road, my friend.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good night, man. Well, it was a great individual performance from him and Laxing what felt like the story for SSG. Great individual performances from just about everybody.
I mean, you can clearly see in the way that they were playing, and not just in the way that they were playing, but even in the face cams. We would see them getting animated, we'd see them yelling, getting hyped, and honestly, that's what you need. That little bit really can push you over the edge and really make the difference. We know that even just hyping up the simplest kill really can make the difference and be the impact in deciding just overall attitude for the rest of the game. And clearly it was a little shaky in the beginning, but they did bounce back, and I did really like to see how they finished because it was far more synchronized than what we previously have seen from their attacks.
And a step forward for SSG, but Kyle, what felt like a step back for Five Fears.
Yeah, we highlighted it earlier on the desk. I mean, They cannot win on defense. They're the lowest rated defensive team. They win 3 attacks. It's looking pretty good again for on Fortress, but you cannot go into your defensive half. There was a couple rounds that we were watching backstage, and we're like, how did they end up actually losing that round? And that's been the story for 5 Fears. How are they losing these defensive rounds? Great clutch factor by SSG. It's glad to see them back. I'm so happy to see Dream and the rest of the boys winning, but 5 Fears, it's got to be a real head scratcher. You got to get back to the drawing board.
Well, put them a little too high in the tier.
Exactly. Now you start to stabilize things just a little bit. But now we move on to our next game with For Fun and Outlast getting ready to go. A story of 2 teams here looking to get some more points on the board, I think is fair to say. And in the case of For Fun Esports here, Lax, we know that this Outlast opponent is a little different than the opponents they've had to face so far, but they still have to come prepared here and continue to do well the things that, well, they have been doing well so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, when we look back at their match where they played against M80, where they really fell short was just understanding their opponent, especially in the operator bans. Now, when you're going against the upper echelon, if you're going to play into those bans, you're going to play into a system. There has to be something to back it. But especially when you're playing against those higher tier teams, if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile from it. And it's clearly when you're going into the Cade, Bandit bans, they're going to be using the Azamis. They're going to be using the mirrors. They're going to be using anything to slow you down. You have to be able to address that and give it the attention that it needs. But not only that, you also have to play the buddy system. Currently, right now, For Fun Esports is the lowest rated team on trades. And when even you're extending that further and being the lowest rated team, it's also the 9th lowest rated on defense, which arguably meant that should be the easier side to play trades. You know where your teammate is. You know how you can play a trade. You know the setup. And for whatever reason, they just cannot manage to understand how they can play these trades.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the comms are like, because you and I both know, like, it always just comes down to your communication. It's just fundamentals of defense. How are we not just going to just buddy up, like you're saying, get next to each other, trade out all these rounds? And as far as the operator bans, I do agree with you with that Cade Bandit ban. I think it was on Fortress as well, which we get to see. Look at Space Station, right? Like, they were able to get rid of the Clash, and they got rid of the Smoke, which I think was a little bit better, right? Those interior operators that enable more of that, the gameplay out of the shields, or
absolutely
anything that they want to kind of use to get into the building. So I fully agree with you. I think For Fun definitely should take a look at that, but maybe we're going to get a different map, so it won't matter.
Well, tell me about the importance of this game here for Fun, because Outlast is an opponent that on paper they should win, and with, well, they've already played DZ, they've already played M80, but they have SR coming up, Wildcard coming up, 100 Thieves coming up. They need these points.
Yeah, and that's the bigger picture here for me, is that this should be a locked-in 3 points for them to at least get a little more comfortable in those standings of points. But it goes back to where I'm talking about knowing your opponent, who you're going against, where you really have to look into your operator bans, because by no means they have a big trial by fire going forward. So they're really going to have to look at how their structure, their operator bans, how they're going to be going to their attack or defensive halves, and looking at what their opponent is in front of them and how they can counter that, not just playing into their comfort.
Well, their opponents in Outlast today, we know they've got their work cut out for them. We've talked a lot about this uphill battle that they're needing to kind of walk into. Kyle, I know you have some experience coaching some younger guys as well, not just the major champs. When you look at a team like this, sometimes you got to focus on the positives. And in that game last week against SSG, their defense was pretty strong.
Yeah, I'm here to do what no one else can do. I'm going to talk positively about Outlast. So right here, we saw some signs of life out of their defensive half. Logan's actually going to make a play, killing the bottom main player. They had a read, actually. SSG gave him a big read where they were going to go attack the Clash at the bottom of garage. Again, Logan making a huge play and able to assist the Clash. All of the help from the defense is going to make a play on that. And then this round as well, again, I think Fresh actually highlighted the last play day, but Clash was a big reason why they were able to win that game. Logan, again, making another great play in Gym, being able to get 2 off the window, and then he's going to call for help. So, again, they're just holding on to their positions. They're getting more confident as they are playing these rounds. And then this very last round, this was a ridiculous one. But, of course, Millie with that 4K, he's going to just clutch and walk up the main stairs. I actually went back and watched this round. SSG getting off the flank cam for 18 seconds here, and Millie taking a great timing. So, being able to just come up here confident. Again, they're not afraid to make plays on the defense half.
And that's the thing for me. Obviously, defense, you should always be able to be more comfortable because you know where your teammates are, you know how you can play off each other. But that was the biggest thing for me when we talked about the series, me and Jack, was just getting back to the basics. And there's no other map that's going to help facilitate that than a map like Clubhouse. So now that they've proved to themselves that they can do it, that they can be a competitive team, but we really have to see something far more tangible on their attacking half.
Really needs to come strong on the attacking half because they won only one round on attacking half in that game on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
I know you wanted to focus on this, Mint. What did you like from this?
I did, and Coach Mint here, I am going to give him the advice to start doing these kinds of pushes more. So they're actually faking more so on the cash side, making it seem like it's a normal cash overtake on Jim, which they did a previous round. And now they're actually playing split. We're actually seeing Outlast evolve. They're not doing these 5-man over pushes. We are pulling on that side of the map, and here the Dokkaebi jumps into the Jim window. The Grim walks up main stairs. They pull all that pressure. Now all these players on the cash side have to rotate back to site because you got to imagine SSG is screaming for bloody murder. Like, hey, we need help in site. Can you come help us? Now, Trev Mack, who was just pulling all that attention, he's the backstab. So I want to see them actually lean more so into these fast plays, these more advanced push-pull theories. We even
exactly
saw another round
right
right after that one, or it was an overtime round where they had a fast blitz play into bar to kill the bar player, and then they were going to basically float or momentum into site. And that is the stuff I want to see from them because it's going to make these rounds more scrappy, which is what I'm going to think is more obtainable for them to win. If they're trying to play default, no offense to anyone on that roster, but you're trying to play default against veterans in T1, and you're just going to get outgunned.
Yeah. Well, you go to a map like Clubhouse and you are you're allowed to play those defaults. Hopefully for fun here, like they're not going to make the same mistake, not going to allow Outlast to go to such a, quote unquote simple map.
Wow.
Yeah, it's definitely not a simple map, but even for Outlast, I mean, given the last time they played it was during kickoff, they got smoked by Cloud9, but it wasn't because they got smoked because they were necessarily playing well. Okay, I'm trying to word this as nicely as possible. They did play bad, unfortunately. They did play really bad. But a map like Nighthaven Labs, you can play very together, and that's where they were being caught out by Cloud9. Is they were being completely caught off guard. They were never in a position to be able to trade. So if they can just practice those same fundamentals that we saw in Clubhouse, abusing the clash if it doesn't get taken away, and playing off of that, playing with each other, being able to play those trades, they can have a lot easier time. But again, on that attacking half, it is going to be a lot harder to do these splits because it is a very condensed and very constrictive map. So you have to win those gunfights very quickly and convincingly and not try to battle against the time here.
Well, Outlast, we know they're looking to get off that 1 point that they currently have. But as we said, for Fun Esports, feels like a must-win if they want to work their way towards the top half of the standings. Parker and Jesse, over to you.
Well, thank you very, very much. Yeah, I mean, again, these are teams where they come in towards the bottom. We've seen a lot of bottom teams to start today, so the Titans will be playing later. But when you look at the
Titans will be playing later.
Nicely, Jesse.
Yeah.
This is a much-win game. Not must-win, but a much-win game for Fun, where it would be a much-needed victory for them. But Outlast surprised us last week in their matchup against Space Station. Do you expect a repeat performance for Outlast, or do you think For Fun have watched that game and said, no, we're not committing those same mistakes?
I think Outlast played better in week 1 than Space Station did. That's not to say anything of how Space Station played in that last game. They've really improved since the first week of play, but there's no doubt For Fun will be a harder opponent for Outlast today than what we saw on the final play day of week number 1. That said, this is a rematch of the Challenger League Finals. Parker, these are the two teams that came in from Tier 2. They've got experience playing against each other down in those lower leagues, okay? They both come into this league with low expectations, but high hopes. For Fun, while they've definitely provided a better level of gameplay than what we've seen from Outlast over the last couple of months, they also have not been a top dog in the scene. So when you look at the winnable games for Outlast, when you look at the matches where you want to see that improvement, this is going to be one where it really does step up to the plate, where you really want to start seeing some of those changes come through. Operator bans, again, focus on the wall with the electricity operators getting removed. I think is a very common strat to see being removed here from the players on For Fun and Outlast.
Yes.
So not a huge surprise to see coming out there. And I'm expecting a good game between these two teams.
The man that was very briefly on your screen, Packer, is the highest rated player in this entire lobby, and he's 27th of 50. Volspor is not that far behind, but after that, it's quite an absurd drop-off where all of Outlast and 3 of these For Fun players are 40th or worse. That means that 8 players in this lobby make up 8 of those 10 worst rated players in North America. It has been a really grim stage so far for both of these squads. Outlast's highest rated player is Millie, currently sitting at 16 kills and 25 deaths. And he's in 44th of 50, and he's their best rated player. So and keep in mind, that's with the SSG game going deep into OT. So really tough go of it for Outlast in particular. They had a rough kickoff. They've made some small improvements, but when everybody's made improvements, you need to leap over some of those teams. They will get to start an attack, and they'll have to deal with no Ying and no Grim, so they brought a lot of other tools at their disposal.
Yeah, and starting on the attack is the biggest red flag for Outlast in this game, Parker. They won just a single attacking round last week through 3 games. They went 1-14 on their offense back in the first week of Stage 1. So for fun, the goal here is simple. It's rack up the round count here in this first half so that you can get yourself a massive advantage to close things out then when you move on to the attacking side yourself. You talked about Millie's on the Thermite here, getting the wall open in front of us. He's actually their worst rated player on offense. So you're right, overall he's their best player, but all of his stats have really been coming from his defense play. So he has been struggling on this side of the map as well. Going to be working with his teammates of Trevmac and Logan to try to get some pressure here in onto IT. But as far as Nighthaven goes as well, this is a really tough bomb site to attack. The work is cut out for them on the side of Outlast.
I mean, if you don't want to finish in dead last in this league, there are teams that you need to beat to escape that position. This is one of them. For Fun is going to be one of the best chances for Outlast to get some serious points here. They did get a bit of a golden opportunity against Space Station, who in our previous match managed to handle that 5 Fierce team quite effectively. Outlast are going to be quick to the punch. Trevmac, in particular, in very effectively, and he'll find the very first pick. He'll find 2, actually, for his trouble. Down goes Packer, down goes Silo. Silo did some damage before he's gone, but a successful entry for Outlast.
Yeah, really nice coming in from the captain of Outlast. Makes that space for his team. They've got this connector side of the map now under their control. You combine that with IT, and a pillar plant starts looking very much in the cards for Outlast. They've got Trevmac with that defuse kit as well. So you're starting to look to these players on For Fun. Who needs to step up and make a play? I'm looking at Bino with those toxic babes. I'm looking at Mike W and Volsper to go for some swings. A couple of these players, are they rotating over to the fish side of the map, Parker? This is... I mean, it'll be unexpected. Trevmac is crouch walking to silence this. This will be completely unexpected, but there's so little time for this to work. I don't know if this is going to pay off.
Time management, really important on a map like Labs. Only 20 seconds to go. You wouldn't think that from the pacing that we're seeing. Bino taking one, traded out immediately by Nesta. Nesta finds another. Trevmac with 2 kills. Nesta with 2 kills. Who will find the 5th? It's Mike W. For a while, he was For Fun's best rated player, and they've got him on the run. He'll not be able to stop Veronix's defuse, so while time was running out, Outlast will prolong this. And Veronix is the one to get the job done. Objective play and the final kill. Outlast on the board, blanking For Fun in round number 1.
Well, that'll be just their second attacking win here in the North America League Stage 1, but it couldn't have come at a better time, Parker. What a gamble that was right at the end, being called for by Trevmac, the 24-year-old Pittsburgh captain of Outlast, who just said, guys, I know we took all this space in IT, we took all this space in towards Connector, but they're going to expect us to take this space now. We don't have a good way to get past this mirror window. Let's spend a good 15 seconds crouch walking across the roof so that we're not expected when we come in through stairs. And it was a bold call, Parker, but it absolutely paid off. They used their Blackbeard to get a couple of big picks here. Trevmac flicks over for 2 massive kills, and then Nesta comes alive in this execute, following up his captain, finding 2 big frags. Even though Trevmac goes down here, it's totally fine. He gets the space, they get their frags, they get the plant, and it goes perfectly to plan.
Let's go. Let's go. That's light work, boy. That's light work. Bro, the boy.
Definite improvement from Outlast, running away with their matchup against Space Station last week. Obviously, the result is not what Outlast would have wanted, but I mean, there was a period of time where, Jesse, I'm going to be honest with you, I was watching that game, and when Outlast was up 5-1, I was like, okay, I have errands to run. We're not casting that game. I'm going to just go out. This is obviously a given, and then I saw that Space Station won, and I was like, all right, let's hold on a damn minute here. What the hell happened? But Outlast have made some serious improvements. All of these teams, I think, have made some improvements. The only team where I think there might be a small step back so far has been Five Fears. It's been a rough go of it for Five Fears. In particular, the most previous matchup. So they've come back down a bit to earth, but the rest of these teams, again, making some improvements. Outlast inarguably better than what we saw out of kickoff. Now, granted, if you are 100 Thieves or Outlast, it is hard to be worse than what we saw during kickoff. So
damn.
Yeah.
Small steps, baby steps.
Well, this is a very complicated attack coming through, Parker. They have not cleared the roam game, so this is a bit of a risky move from Millie. Volsper exists just playing by pillar here on the top floor. He is alone here on the top floor of Nighthaven Labs, but they've got plenty of roamers in the mid floor as well. Silo, Mike, and Packer all extending up above this basement bomb site. That's why Millie is using some ram drones here, just try to help his team take control of Cafeteria. Definitely looks like they want to go for a bit of a direct push in through Cafeteria, down those vending stairs, but they're aware that they haven't cleared out these top couple of floors, Parker. They might have seen the Vigil static, or maybe they just know that somebody went up here in the prep phase, but they're not playing as if they expect this to be free. Okay, there we go. Veronix almost misses that as he's staring the wrong way, but flicks around, here's Volsper, and does get that first opening pick.
Soliton radar's picking up an
He's got two more seen there. In the hands of Snake, as he's got the Solus of Mike W not far removed, but is worried about being tackled at the top of Fish Stairs. He needs to pick his poison. I mean, it's still poison. He might die either way, but the hope is that you can bring somebody down with you. And Mike W collecting his first kill. He was unsuccessful in the previous round to do anything when left in a clutch or kick scenario. He's isolated by Millie. Really good job by OL to shepherd these remaining players of For Fun right into their waiting arms. And now Outlast will have a numbers advantage for the final minute here as we hit the 45-second mark remaining. Objective play was good for Outlast in the previous round. Can Trevmac and Co pull it off yet again?
I thought I might want to go for a vending plant, Parker, but now with all this space, the Ram using his drones up towards the top floor too, they're going to want to work their way down cargo to try to make this plant happen. No great plant spots down there. Ideally, you're going to have to work your way back behind pillar, but with Trevmac on the Monty, that's very doable.
Millie will find yet another, the highest rated player on this team heading into today. He will join two other players on Outlast, make that 3 in total. Veronix, though, dead with 2 kills to their name. Trevmac finding an opening to walk on in as Packer has 1 gas canister remaining. Trevmac trying to pull off that defuse kit. Silo and Packer will need some coverage here. Packer finds Nesta. Millie will find his 3rd kill, and Logan on the board will shut down Packer. Outlast off to a 2-0 start.
It's a beautiful little push coming out from the underdogs, Parker. Nobody really gave them credit, but they're able to find those picks on the roam game. They give themselves that man advantage, and then really nice with that plant spot from Trevmac. Once again, doesn't go for the pillar plant, knows those toxic babes will down him, so they just plant in the smoke, trusting the teammates to cover. Millie stepping up for a massive 3K. I want to reiterate, this guy was not really popping off on the offensive side last week. Went 4-14 through the last 3 games when you isolate his stats towards the attack. The fact that he has come alive over these last couple of rounds, but particularly in round 2, makes a big difference. Millie getting active could be so massive for Outlast. This is a team who's trying to change their reputation, who's trying to get themselves back on the horse, who's trying to change the narrative a little bit about where they stand in the North American region. And with this game against For Fun up 2-0 now and taking Space Station all the way to overtime, they might just be doing it.
Well, I'm calling, they're telegraphing their attack. Move, let's move our fucking feet and help each other, guys.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck are we...
There's a lot of frustration through 2 rounds, but I mean, if you're For Fun, you're definitely looking at Outlast as almost a bye week. If you exclude that Space Station matchup that Outlast led until the very time that they didn't, ultimately did lose it to Space Station, Outlast only had a single round victory in their other 2 games. Jesse, that is just frankly not good enough. They started off the season with 4 Fears demolishing them 7-1 and then got 7-0'd by Dark Zero the next week. So a really rough 1-2 punch for Outlast before they turned on the Jets against SSG. Ultimately were not successful in that game, but did push Space Station to overtime, and with SSG taking the matchup against 5 Fears just moments ago. That's a pretty good shout ultimately for Outlast. If you're For Fun though, again, you need to win this game. If you are unable to clear Outlast, the likelihood of you finishing top 6 all but evaporates. So
yeah,
3 much needed points here that so far are just out of reach for For Fun, as Outlast is perfect through the 2 rounds they've completed.
Well, it's not just that you need this game, you need these rounds. I mean, defense is supposed to be your free side. It's Nighthaven Labs, it's against Outlast. Like, this needs to be where things are coming together for Fun, and so far they're just not. You heard the frustration coming in from Packer, no doubt the most experienced player on Fun. Going to the Montreal Major back in 2024, to SI and to Reload as well. He's been around the block. He knows what it takes to beat some of the best teams in the world, but here against Outlast, he is struggling to help command his team to a successful round win even once. Here comes a big swing from Packer, hoping to get the momentum for his team, and he will do so, shutting down Millie, the star of round 2.
He said, let's move his feet, and Packer was schmoovin' there. I believe schmoovement is the official term that's used, Jesse, and there was some serious schmoovement from Packer to take down Millie, eliminating their main hard breach. The only person with any opportunity to open up these hard walls, as there's no secondary hard breach on the side of Outlast, and frankly, the best player from OL so far through these 3, now 4 active games. So a good opening pick on the side of For Fun.
He did his job, though. Used both of those exothermic charges already. The IT breach is open. It looks like they got connector control as well. So it's not the end of the world to lose your thermite after util's gone off. Here comes the Monty starting to make things difficult. TrevMac calling for his team once again, but Packer is standing tall and electrical. Beautiful second frag onto Logan, and a third. Not quite there. It is right onto Veronix. They will clean up with this attack coming in from connector side. And For Fun, not able to find much of those first 2, but they will bounce back and get one on the board.
Damn, that attack was the exact same. All they did was
really
change
putting
2
in a
operators.
great body of work to finally get on the board and throw off Outlast. Maybe it just needed a bit of a pep talk from the leader on the side of For Fun. One of the 2 leaders, I should say, because it's not just the Packer show. Bino is there to help out this team as well. And Bino is often seen as the main experienced leader on this team, though both he and Packer do bring
and expect it to work twice.
Pretty decent experience in strats to this team. It really did start right here. Packer finding an opportunity and just going either undroned or being unaware of his position. He probably should have done more against that Nomad. He gets sold a little bit by the shotgun, but ultimately things work out very well, and that needs to be a confidence-inspiring round for For Fun. If you just look at the facial expressions on the players, none of them particularly happy, but certainly in a better place after that victory.
Well, we've got a game on our hands one way or another, Parker, and despite most teams really heavily focusing on the hard breach bans, For Fun chose not to go that direction in their first set of bans. They kind of right the course a little bit. They right the ship to ban out that ace here after the first 3 rounds. That was played by Logger back in round number 2, so we've seen a little bit of play from Outlast on that ace. They will respond with the Mira ban, which has been played every single round by someone on For Fun. So nice to see that starting to get removed. Now we finally see the tertiary bomb site. Round 3, they went back up to that top floor, so it's the first time that we're going to see this mid-floor come out from For Fun. They brought a relatively trap-focused lineup here. Packer on the Thorn. You've got Bino with the smoke to slow things down. Silo as well on the Goyo. Trying to play aggressively here on this top floor alongside Ballsper.
Drone ready.
Interesting.
A good extension now as For Fun looks to buckle in, knuckle down, and deal with the aggression from Outlast. That was simply too much to contain through those first 2 rounds. Worth noting that For Fun has taken the 3rd round. I know it doesn't exactly correlate to a tertiary site the way that we're used to seeing with these rotations. That's because For Fun hadn't won anywhere before, but I mean, usually you're gonna lose 2 rounds on either side, right? So if For Fun can only win the 3rd and 6th round, that puts them in terrible shape, especially what you said, defense on Nighthaven Labs. I will say there's a little quirk right now where almost every single map is attacker sided through the NAL, but there is a lot of maps that have very few sample sizes, so hard to really base it off of that. Still something that we've been trying to keep track of, because we do feel like the meta is shifting more towards the attackers with all this information. Nesta's going to get pick number 1, but For Fun will immediately trade that one back. Volsper still holding up this position on rafters with teammates within striking distance. That's a rough loss for Outlast here, Jesse, as they've lost their shield, they've lost their Finka. Down goes the Dokkaebi as well. They want to get into this building very quickly. We're only halfway through the round, and immediately Outlast has lost 3 players.
Yeah, weird push coming out. You've got the Finka from TrevMac, the shield being piloted by Veronix as well, when usually that's going to be Nesta's job, but playing the Deimos instead. Now in a 2v4, they've got to try to work some kind of a miracle. Diffuse get across the map. It was actually a jump in from TrevMac. Looks like they were trying to fake this top floor clear.
Wow.
Shot hold on. Millie might make this possible. They got pings on this guy, too.
Millie's 4 kills will be all she wrote as he's managed to put those together across those 4 rounds. Mike W shuts him down, and now it's Nesta in pursuit. Mike W not expecting Nesta in this position. Nesta still here. Still with 1 death mark in back pocket. It'll be used to try to track down Bino and Packer. The intended target is Bino. So if you've got Packer on the run, isolate the smoke, do some serious damage. You have to be worried about those traps strewn about. Deathmark will finally finish off, and it's an SAS shotgun duel that Bino wins. For fun, tied the game.
Nice try by Nesta, the Quebecois
that was a damn good try
on Outlast, but it's not quite good enough at the end there. That push really getting off to the wrong start as they were trying to separate themselves on different parts of the map. We were watching all the chaos occur up on that top floor as a lot of those players were trying to take that space. Of course, Veronix and the Blitz just trying to jump in through rafters there and make some chaos happen. It was kind of a crazy strat to just send TrevMax seemingly all by himself into the bomb site while his team applied pressure up on this top floor. 3 players here from Outlast all fighting in towards Fish Stairs, but their captain is dying in sight. A bit disconnected, trying to cause chaos and be a little bit less telegraphed than how they have been in the past, but not good enough in round 4.
This is more like it if you're fans of these teams, knowing that it will be an ultimately very competitive match between 2 teams that seem to be more on the same level than maybe For Fun had hoped for. If you're Outlast, almost every single game moving forward is going to be a must win. For Fun, again, the runway is a little bit longer, but this is definitely, just based on the standings, one where you need to come out with a big opportunity. You need to come out swinging. For Fun has not shown that they can do that. And I mean, yeah, after Packer was a little bit heated, Jesse, they are 2-0 on these rounds and have certainly looked a lot better. Maybe it just took some time for them to wake up. I mean, it is 3:30 here on the East Coast. That could be the morning for some of these gamers, and maybe they just needed to, you know, do some yawns, do some stretches, have a cup of coffee, and settle into this game.
Ballspur was the opening death last time they played on this bomb site. He's once again solo roaming top floor on the visual. I say solo. Silo's peeking his head up towards the 2nd floor to maybe provide some extra pressure. They've got roamers on this mid floor abound, so there's lots of players to try to work some space. It's a double shield rush from Outlast, though. They're inside a cafeteria and hoping to bunt some of these players down, Parker. Lots of space being gained by the shields.
He's just charging his way through. If you're Nesta and you have all that confidence, he's been playing pretty well, far better than we've seen through a lot of these matches. And well, if you can use that to be the main point of distraction, with now Veronix having a shield as well, that's quite the layer for Fun to dig through. Pretty passive defense as they've allowed these 2 shields to nestle in, and I mean, why bother? Why take the engagement, especially if you know there are shields on the board? You've got your utility. This is a big map. You can sit and wait and be a bit patient. Mike W was playing on this middle floor and went undroned. It will come back to haunt Veronix as there's Packer taking down Nesta. That's both the shields removed from action as Wolfsburg goes fishing with that Boss G, almost catches Millie. This is a great answer on the side of For Fun as Mike W will find another silo on the board. And how about a flawless round, Jesse? All of a sudden, out of nowhere, For Fun snaps their fingers and they end the round.
Yeah, nice defense coming out. It's not a case of a misdrone, Parker. It's simply a calculated risk that Outlast take that comes back to hard bite them in the ass. They took really no map control. They didn't bother taking the top floor of the map. They didn't bother with garage. They didn't bother with cargo or control. They just said, we're going to take our shields, we're going to rush in through cafeteria, and we're going to set ourselves up to go for a vending stairs isolated push. That can work. We've seen some of the best teams in the world try stuff like that and pull it off successfully, but they kind of stall out a bit, right? They're at the top of those vending stairs, and as they're sitting there, they're so exposed to the lounge flank, and Mike W says, wait for it, guys. I'm going to step up. I've got a Rooney DMR, one of the best guns in the game. Let me come in and take these fights. And of course, 21-year-old Tennessee player for Fun steps up, and Mike W gets the multi-kill that they need. Outlast, a good idea, I think, in the midst of that push. Poor execution, not able to get it done, and they will lose the lead for the first time here on Nighthaven.
I don't mean to be rude, but good idea, poor execution could really be called a lot of these Outlast strats, if I'm being frank, and it was what I saw quite frequently in that matchup against SSG as well. They had a great idea. It seemed structurally like things were working well. The operator lineups were pretty good. it just doesn't end up coming to fruition. Mike W certainly feeling quite confident. He was the standout performer on this team when they were known as 1 of 30 during kickoff. He's been among the worst players in the league and has been one of the worst on this team. 7 kills to his name. That's a nice bounce back from Mike W. Finka being brought yet again from Outlast, Jesse.
Yeah, this time it's on Millie, not on Trevmac anymore. Very few teams are running this operator these days. I mean, it can be definitely good for a rush here and there as a little pocket strat, but see it twice in one half, especially with the first time it not really going your way. It's a bit confusing to see coming through, but I mean, they're running it with triple shields, Parker, so why not? Anything is possible on this Outlast attack side. They have got a nightmare of a lineup for fun to deal with, and there's no real good shield counters either. No Clash, of course, but also no Thorn being brought. You don't have an Ella being brought. So there's a lot of really powerful anti-shield operators that fun chose not to bring to this defense. If this shield push is good for Outlast, if they can find the space, if they can start to collapse all together, this could be a really tough attack to defend for.
Worried about the reluctance in the side of Outlast here is, I mean, obviously not the same situation, but you don't want them to bottle a lead. Down on the initial fight. Billy shutting down Mike W, who's doing some really good work. Logan, a tussle over on Rafters. Volspur with 2, and he'll find a 3rd. My goodness. 4 fun, 4 rounds in a row, and it works quite effectively. They've gained the lead. Halftime, let's hear what the desk has to say about them.
Little familiar for Outlast, taking a lead and then things looking very different just a few rounds later. That happened last week, and it happened here again. After the first 2 rounds, they completely lost the plot.
Yeah, I mean, to touch on the point of what Min was talking about is, you know, the teamwork that we saw in their first won the series against SSG was really good, and the first 2 rounds were good. But then round 3 and 4, it was extremely telegraphed. It was very obvious what they were trying to do. You got 2 players jumping an electrical with a shotgun immediately following up through. You had a Monty being able to play connectors that easily could have pushed through. We did see in the last one they tried to go for it. But then even in the next round, once again, I mean, why did we see the Blitz try to jump into Rafters? We didn't have to have that. Blitz could have just held the window. They push into Aqua there. They get that control. Then they can maybe use the Blitz and utilize the shield that's in front of them. I mean, it's the same issues that we're seeing with this team. Is it was nice to see the first 2 rounds, but then it comes into, okay, they can't go for these sporadic fast takes anymore, and they start to then be very telegraphed. And then even in, I think in round 5, they could have took so much space, and for whatever reason, for fun, just like, all right, we're just going to take the space, and then it ends up being a retake of ground that they should have had. And I'm honestly a little bit of a loss for words and trying to put pieces in the puzzle that just aren't there.
We gotta put you back in.
Maybe. I think if we were there, we could make a difference.
I'll hop on the Blitz. We can look. I'll be the good cop again. This got to be the first time they've won 2 attacks, right? Like, I don't know exactly what the stat is. Sorry, guys, I'm new, but I'm pretty sure that's the first time I've ever seen them have 2 attack wins. And they started out 2-0. Like, it's unfortunate they couldn't get another one. And we've seen them just bring more and more shields. It was 1 shield, next round 2 shields. After that, why not try a 3rd shield? I'm a believer in it, and I really wanted to see them have those fast plays, but yeah, it was just extremely telegraphed, like you were saying.
Okay, so Mr. Good Cop, we go over to the defensive side then, where they have been successful before. Do you think they have what it takes against this fun team? I mean, are you seeing the right things, at least the right pieces to that puzzle?
Yeah, I mean, again, defense is a little bit of a different beast, but we were seeing fun get a little bit flustered in those first 2 rounds against Outlast when they're down 0-2. Packer was coming out and starting to scream at the team, we need to wake up, we need to wake up. And if Outlast starts to get away with some defensive rounds that they were versus SSG, do they have the mental to try to piece together some of these attacks? Time's gonna find out.
All right, fun on a bit of a streak here. Outlast now over to the defense to see if they can stop it. Back to you guys.
There's some good points being brought up there from the desk. I think momentum is obviously going to play a big role in this. There's no doubt that Outlast allows these losses to get to them. Time and time again, it looks like Trevmac is completely defeated through these games.
Mac, that is
much more life on some of these other players. Outlast winning those 2 rounds, watching it slip away. Fun now moving on to attack. Like, I don't know, Jesse, do you agree with the desk? Do you disagree with the desk? What do you think happens in the second half?
I think it's going to be on Outlast, really, to prove us that they still have what it takes to bring this game back into the realm of possibility. You know, Mint was asking, have we ever seen this team win multiple attacks in one match? And the answer is technically yes. April 10th, the final game of kickoff when they were up against SSG. They started on the offensive side. They went down 4-2 attacking on Chalet. The result of that game was then 3 straight wins from Space Station. They lose that game 7-2 all in all. So the goal now is for Outlast is to not let that same result spiral back once more. You can't let For Fun just get attack after attack after attack and close this out 7-2 like we've seen from them before. You have to be able to build on this and get some more defense round wins on the board. After last week's match against SSG, we know this team can defend. We know they've got the skills to play on the defense. I like the early lineup I'm seeing from them as well. You know, you lost your wall denial in terms of Bandit Kaid, but bring up some of these really annoying operators to deal with in terms of the glass, right? Nesta bringing back this Mira. We see Veronix running the Clash, which has so often been pioneered in a sense by Canadian over these last couple of months on this bomb site too. So a couple of powerful operators to lock things down. This is still a favorable bomb site for defenders as well, but you have to keep the mental up so that you can win these sites that you're supposed to win.
Oh, Nesta. Oh my goodness. Mike W. Definitely studying at that university because the man's a monster. Look at this. Immediately goes down. A great shot as that black mirror collapses, and immediately For Fun has a giant sense of relief wash over them with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, so much time to work with after that pick. Just a nasty shot from Mike W. Gets them on the board. He's now 1 away from double digits. Nobody else in this lobby, frankly, even close. So he has been really taking over this game the last 4 rounds. What else can they find? He's got the defuse kit in his hand. Usually that's Bino's job to get the plant on the ground, but they've of course got different options for how they want to make this execute happen. The Clash is going to be a bit of an issue for them. They see it now with Veronix extending into connector with that. Can place it down and start to provide a little bit more pressure, but I don't mind this space even still, Parker. They've got good pressure inside of connector. They can start working electrical with these Candelas. Bino tosses the first, just hoping for a swing. Nobody's in there at the moment, so he's not going to find much, but this space is free for the taking. Once the Toxic Babes run out, once the fire grenades run out, this will be some really nice push pressure coming out from For Fun.
Mike W with another Millie on the board, shuts down Mike, immediately fried by Volspert to his side, and now Trev Mack will attempt to pick up the pieces, but Bino says no thanks. Outlast plummeting towards the earth, no parachute, nothing slowing them down at this point in time. For Fun, 5 in a row.
Just not able to kind of connect the dots, I think, on that defense, Parker. It's an unfortunate opening death where Nesta just gets smoked off the breach. I'm not sure you can really even blame Nesta much for that opening death, right? Like, he kind of just eats an ACOG on that battle and has to suffer the consequences of it. Even 4v5, that should have been a winnable position for Outlast. Maybe not
for
easy,
the audio
but
cue of them
in
jumping
the cards. The Clash, I believe, being played out there as well.
Force them to get a
little bit of value from
lucky
Veronix,
headshot.
just not quite enough to stall them out.
It
It felt like they had really good answers to the Clash. I want to see more out of Veronix. I want to see more out of Millie as well, Parker. He's the one that you kind of hyped up as the #1 player on Outlast coming into this game. And you're right, especially on the defense. This has been the side of the map where Millie has shined the most. Didn't see that in their first defense. Hoping to see a little bit more from him. Millie, one of our 4 Texans that we have here in the North America League, and all 4 of them actually playing in this game. Volsper and Silo for Fun, and then of course you've got Millie and Veronix, the 2 Texans on Outlast.
5 seconds left before
Interesting.
Don't mess with Texas, they say.
The most famous.
Sorry?
The most famous Texan playing in Scotland right now. Shout out Stompin'.
Oh, Stompin'.
I was gonna say, my brain for a second there didn't know you were talking about Rainbow Six. I was like, most famous Texan in the world is in Scotland. Am I missing something?
Stompin', yes. Is that controversial? I don't think so.
No, I mean probably the most famous Texan in Rainbow Six. I was just thinking like,
and the world. Put some respect on the King's name.
There's people from Texas that are maybe.
Name one. Name one.
George Strait?
No.
Exactly. That's what I thought.
That's not how you win an argument. Anyway, 40 seconds into the fight. For Fun still on this impressive streak. Both of Outlast's rounds came in the first 6 minutes of this contest. There's been almost nothing since, and they were, I want to say confidence-inspiring rounds, but there's been very little of them since then. And in the previous round, a lot of their defenses just looked like they were playing to die rather than playing to hold angles or holding particular choke points that were important for the overall cut and thrust of the execute. Still a very forward defense from Outlast here as they look at the first step for Fun, which is open up that IT wall.
Mirror window is threatening, but of course they dealt with it quite nicely previously. They will still have the ace available. Mike W jumping on that operator once again, and we'll start to use some of these Selmas. I don't think IT should be a problem given the operator bans that have been coming through. The clash, again, that should be the bigger issue for them with Veronix playing on this operator. He was aggressive in IT, but he's fallen back at this point. They've got themselves a vault hole. They still technically got a can opener if they want to be able to walk in here, but all they really want, Parker, is the angle. You're just trying to deny the vert pressure coming out from Outlast so that you can get a plant down inside of storage. If they want to plant control, they will need more, and that is kind of what they're going for here, Parker, but ultimately they're okay with the breaching done so far.
Packer looking to break double digits. He's still got a couple kills that are just out of reach, but he's trailing Mike W and eager to make up for lost time. Packer, the best rated player on For Fun, and there's one. There's another. 3 kills as Packer sits in the same position, and OL will need to pick up the pieces. Quite a 1-2 punch on the side of For Fun as Mike W gets on the board as well. Nesta managing to get out of his position, but a 4K from Packer. He breaks double digits off of that. The final 3 kills to get 10 to his name, and For Fun sits on match point.
Packer star comes alive, exactly what we wanted to see from the gunner here on For Fun Esports. And you heard him getting frustrated after that round 2 loss, Parker, commanding his team, telling them, listen, guys, they're telegraphing their pushes. We have to be able to win some of these rounds. Since that speech from Packer, they have not dropped a round. 6 straight round wins coming out for For Fun to take the lead now 6-2. The tack timeout will finally be called by Outlast, but you worry it's a little too late, a little too little. The coach of Super Oxy going to do what he can to bring the team back. They'll have to be perfect through the next 4. I mentioned it previously, Parker. The last time Outlast won 2 attacks in a game, they immediately went on to lose every single defense, and I fear we're heading that direction again.
And fortunately, things for Outlast looking a little bit more like their first 2 days than what we saw against Space Station. They call a timeout on the ropes, moments away from potential defeat. I mean, what do you do? What's the motivating factor here? It certainly did seem, as you now have noted, and I talked about that, the Packers' motivational speech was what really turned the tides. And I mean, he's leading by example. It's one thing when you get called out by one of your leaders, one of the most experienced people on the team, but it's an entirely different one when the guy then goes on to put up 7-8 kills over the next couple rounds, really showing that, yep, he's putting his money where his mouth is. So, For Fun screaming away, and really a very different feeling matchup than heading into round number 3. It honestly felt like Outlast and For Fun would be going bar for bar. And boy, if that was your prediction, you'd be wrong.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, we go to the basement here for potentially the final round in this game. For Fun are going to have to do all that they can to close things out with their 4 chances here now to win this before we head to overtime. Secure those 3 points. Interesting operators being chosen here. Volsper jumps on the Ram, and Silo will go on kind of the intel roam clearing operator. Back during kickoff, those roles were swapped. Silo was always the Ram player on this site, and Volsper was usually on the Snake. That's banned, so Deimos, of course, a good replacement. Wonder if that is maybe more of a permanent role swap that we'll see continuing on through stage 1 as Volsper and Silo trade off operators a little bit. Could just be something for this game, could just be something based on the operator bans as well, but definitely something to note. There are not really many anchors. All 5 players roaming either on the top floor or the mid floor from Outlast, so plenty to find if you're Silo.
Ram will go off 45 seconds into the round, and I mean, good pacing from For Fun here on these attacks. Pretty brisk at taking map control. We've seen some good drone work. They've been enabled by these intel ops as well, which is pretty standard these days. If you're not bringing a Deimos or a Snake or a Dokkaebi, unless you're a team named FaZe or DZ, you're pretty much trolling at this point. So For Fun will bring those intel operators. As Milio is the first target for that Dokkaebi call, will now be tracked by the death mark used of Deimos. Nesta coming in for the support. This is good coordination from Outlast. And they'll see Mike W fishing for a kill on the window. He gets out of there with his life intact. Halfway point of the round, Jesse.
Yeah, this is fine. You force some of the roamers back, but there's still quite a bit of a roam presence from Outlast. Inside of Cafeteria, you've got Veronix. He's probably the closest one to some of these attackers. You've got support from Logan as well, just playing inside of Vending and Lounge.
Why are we feeding
a couple
into
of these
this?
aggressive players on Outlast still existing out on the map. They do not want to go back
Y'all
in a
can see
5v5,
it.
Parker. They want to grab a man advantage early. They don't have a ton of utilities
This
in the
dude's
site to
just
solve
went
things out
into
to win on
basement.
time.
First floor, first floor, first floor.
Back to drones they will go. For Fun seeming like they're in pretty decent control here, especially with the timing being what it is. I'm not getting the vibe that they're running.
None of them were on site. There's no wall denial. We have a
But I do like
thermite.
the utility on the side of
Open
Outlast.
the wall.
If you do
They don't even have
struggle
a
with the
warden.
time
They have
and
a
you fail to
Solus,
manage the
but
clock effectively, Outlast has
he's not
plenty
even
of tools
above
that are both active and
storage.
passive.
What are we
to do some
doing?
serious damage, and now there's a retake from above. Veronix very active. Bino's been downed. There goes the Thorn. So Millie's found, and suddenly the two offsite players walking right into the waiting arms of For Fun, and Volsper's found a second for his troubles. Nesta and Trevmac will need to clutch. Mike W now finding another one, and Trevmac, the leader of this team. They always say the captain goes down with the ship. The ship's sinking. Can Trevmac bail them out, or is his time over? Oh boy, Volsper says that's enough, and they push this Outlast team down to the depths.
Interesting. That's all I can say
7
there.
rounds in a row as For Fun takes all 3 points in regulation.
They had us in the first 2 rounds, Parker, I'm not gonna lie, but reality comes right back down to earth. For Fun Esports, what a dominant turn after those first 2 round losses. Packer with an impassioned speech, and it just does not rock after that moment. A huge win for Fun and a necessary one here in the NAL.
Reloading, cover me!
Somebody's gonna get clowned on for having 7 deaths. I heard that. I think it was Parker. Biggest takeaways on these? I don't even know what I could have done, what I can take away from that. Honestly, from Outlast. I mean, they were trying so many different things. I'll give them that, but I feel like their gunfights that they did ultimately lose, they would have never even had to have had attackers right into them. And their attacks, I mean, I don't know.
If you blinked and missed it, I don't blame you. That one was over in a flash once For Fun got going. They took 7 rounds in a row to close this one out against Outlast in regulation. We've got Mike W ready to go, standing by for us after the win, and a great individual performance from him. Mike, congrats on the win. This one was a good one and a swift one after those first 2 rounds, but can you talk to me about the pivot between that second round and the third? We saw Packer get agitated. We saw him, definitely bringing some heat in the comms. What changed between that moment and the rest of the game when you just went for the sweep?
I think I'm definitely Packer yelling there, like you mentioned. He got everybody, to understand we need to play to not be scared, right? Which we know we're not scared, but it's also we're looking to play discipline and not give them a way into the game, because I mean, they're not a good team, so it's like, why would we give them that opportunity? But we did it to a degree where it just hurt us more than anything.
Well, congrats to you, Mr. Mike Dubb, and something selfishly I want to know is, I love watching you guys play. You guys seem to play with a ton of confidence, despite being a lot of younger players and rookies. And I just want to know, from you, where does that confidence kind of come from? Because you guys are not afraid to play some of the top teams. Obviously today was Outlast, but you're not afraid to make plays, go for solo plays. We've seen Packer a couple times, even just sneaking up the breach, just peeking out. Not afraid to go for any 50-50s. So where does that confidence kind of come from?
I think it definitely. I mean, it starts at the leadership, right, with Bino and with Packer, and I think they're both great leaders, and they never show a lack of confidence or any sense of fear, and I think that kind of rubs off on everyone else. I mean, for me personally, I can say that I play with confidence because I know I can hang. I've known for a while that I can hang. Since SI 25 quals, I for sure knew I could hang. I mean, I've thought since before that, but I mean, it's just confidence because we know what we're capable of, and we know that playing scared's only going to hurt us. Is going to hurt us more than if we were to play overly confident. And we know that's what teams don't expect out of us, is the most confidence.
Well, Mike, you were clearly hanging on the rim here, dunking on all of Outlast this series. I mean, 12-7, great performance from you. I kind of want to navigate and pick your brain is, what have been the biggest obstacles for you coming into the league and obviously going from kickoff, coming into now, and just all the hurdles you've gone through and the team has gone through to kind of persevere into today and make sure that you guys are going to be in tip-top by the end of this group stage?
I think the biggest hurdle as a team has just been figuring out our identity and how we want to play. We have had the issue of where we have too many ideas, we have too many voices, too many people, with Bino and then Packer being also a big voice on top of Bino, and then me also being a voice, and then our coach as well. So strategically, there's a lot of voices. We want to, really refine our identity and make sure we kind of stick to one idea, even if that idea is, comes from, the collective idea. But I think that's been the biggest thing, is really just refining our team identity. For me individually, I think after between kickoff and stage 1, for me, it was just ego got in the way a lot and got in the way of our practice sometimes. And I think that hurt the team in practice. But I think we've worked through that. The guys have been great about that. They've given me a lot of grace. So I think things are looking up.
Love to hear it.
Yeah, well, appreciate your time as always, Mike W. Congratulations on the win. A big 3 points going forward into the rest of stage 1. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Well, Mike W., one of 2 players here who had very impressive individual performances. It was both him and Packer leading the way for For Fun Esports. It really was that turnaround. From that second round to the third, they then proceed to win 7 rounds in a row, and they were a huge part of it.
Yeah, I think with what he mentioned of obviously Packer being the veteran, being able to take into that leadership and then have it be showcased of, learning from what he's saying, being able to speak into it, being able to play off of that, clearly speaks into it. But even Mike W., I think him as a player, he's obviously developing extremely well into the player that he is now. I really like the structure that he brings to this team. He's a very integral piece for this team. He locks down positions. He plays those supportive roles extremely well, and then able to top the charts. That really is the cherry on top. When your supportive player is putting up the numbers that he is, and then you have the follow-up from Packer that's going to be the more aggressive, more getting in your face. We saw him time and time again, Packer peaking angles that me and you were like, I would never peek that in a game, given those are highly contested areas. Wow. Clear distinction as why For Fun Esports found success today.
Yeah, 11-3. Didn't realize Packer, doing that well, but it makes a ton of sense, especially with the operators that were left up, just kind of having their way. And maybe I overglazed Outlast just a little bit, because ever since we got those 2 attacking rounds, they got absolutely nothing on defense. And I think a big part of that was the information operators, again, being left up. I think the Snake was taken off the board, but they were still abusing the Deimos. They were still abusing the Dokkaebi and just walking around the map and having their way. And Outlast, I think in the last round, it was even the worst. They had the win condition in hand, the clash on cargo stairs, time's ticking. There's no utility for Fun Esports to kind of win the round. And what did they do? They went for a flank play and just kind of tossed it in the trash. So
I think that's what worried me when you talked about in the beginning. Is you said you wanted them to get aggressive. You want to see these attacks be electric, and that's great in theory in the beginning, as me and to catch a team off guard. But once you run out of those ideas, once you can't go for those aggressive takes, is exactly what it turns into. It just ends up turning into mush. You're very telegraphed. Everyone understands what you're trying to go for, and then the round just falls apart. And if anything, it just snowballs into worse, and we just saw 7 rounds back-to-back for the side for fun.
Yeah, we knew it would be an uphill climb here for Outlast. It often is for them.
Back at the 7, too.
Yeah, but they just could not make it work. But on the other side now, we move on to 100 Thieves and Shopify Rebellion. I guess
this is gonna
an
be
uphill
a
battle here
game.
for 100 Thieves. They've got to take on one of the 3 undefeated teams that we have here right now in Stage 1. And Lax, this is no small task because SR have been looking unbelievable coming off of SLC. I mean, they can't be touched right now. What's working well?
Honestly, there are 3 things that stick out to me outside of the basics, but one of the ones clearly is playing into the meta. You can clearly see they play very well using the shields. They play into that information on attacks, but not just that, they then pivot that even into defense. They use the information from the shields. They use the information from the trap operators. They're doing a very good job at understanding how they can play into this meta and play it into each individual's roles. Then you look into their conversions. They are currently the best team with being able to get the opening kill and converting it into a round 1, 93% success rate. That is very high. So that is obviously painting a very big margin for them. And then the third one is a very strong IGL. Obviously, Canadian gets a lot of flack online for not putting up numbers, not contributing to those stats. Fact of the matter is that is not why he's on the team. We touch on this time and time again. I feel like it has to be reiterated every single stage, every single event. Troy is not meant there to get kills. He is meant there to be the brain. He is meant to be able to pick apart the site and put his teams and get them to be able to have success, and is continuing to do so clearly.
Yeah, he's an enabler. I mean, that's exactly what he is, and
that's the best way to put it.
Yeah, he's setting up Ambi and Spoit to kind of get all the frags, and I think a lot of people don't understand what a support player does, but that's neither here or there. I think the greatest point you touched on was the meta. I think in North America, you can maybe say Dark Zero, but definitely Shopify or Rebellion, is S tier in using the information ops, which is the meta, right? The Dokkaebi, the Deimos, the Solid Snake. The Solid Snake also, I mean, I think with that win rate was like over a 60% with Ambi. I mean, the F2 in Ambi's hands, I think is a big reason also why he's frying everybody right now. And then you have Troy on the Montane. Like, they just have so much information available. And when they used to lose rounds, it was before the information operators were kind of out. They were using a lot of utility operators, Grim, Capitao, and frequently you would see them getting powered in the mid rounds and the late rounds, and that is how they would lose because their attacks were telegraphed. But now with these new operators in their hands, with the Snake, with the Dokkaebi, with the Deimos, it makes it extremely hard to power them in that mid to late round, and I think it's a big reason why they're having such success on attack.
Well, Kyle, you mentioned the man that we've been spending so much time talking about over the last few weeks, and that is Ambi, part of this SR trio of death going into anybody walking into them, faces Ambi, faces Spoit, faces Surf, and they just have no recourse.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the 3 SR's keys to their success. We got to talk about the 3 pieces of the puzzle, and it clearly one has to be Ambi. He's the 3rd highest rated player here, and he was a walking highlight reel in SLC. He is going to be the one that is the biggest spearhead, getting in the face, taking these opening engagements, and getting multi-frags, which then inevitably makes the mid to late round very easy. Then we pivot over to Spoit. I mean, we obviously know Spoit got a lot of flack throughout the regular stage. Fox even highlighted it really wasn't that bad what people were making it out to be. Obviously, from SR's standpoint, the team wasn't playing to their strengths, but Spoit was still doing well, and he's doing even better than what we were seeing in SLC. He's keeping on pace to be able to be that player that we all know and love, and even what he brings to this team is the flexibility for me that Spoit can play any given role at any given time, alleviating some pressure from one of the other players to allow them to find success, but he's also finding success. Then the linchpin for me for this team that I've highlighted time and time again has to be Surf. I mean, this is all reliable in a sense that Surf can really lock down areas, especially in those mid to late rounds. It doesn't matter. He can be the X factor in clutch situations. It's nice to be able to have that, and also just being a former player, when your front line can be very strong and your mid game can be very strong, there is nothing better than having a very strong back line. And Surf, like I said, is that linchpin where you can always rely on him if you have a nice, successful early to mid part that you can just know Surf is still alive, he's still on the board, and he can make nothing out of something.
It's almost like they have the best player at every single slot.
You can make something out of nothing. I just completely... Sorry.
But it's almost like they literally have the best player in each role, which is typically what Troy Canadian teams normally have. And Surf finally getting his flowers. I mean, he's been consistent for a while now, but Spoit, all I think Spoit was, I think we all know how mechanically gifted Spoit is. I think it's literally just confidence, right? He finally found his confidence again at Salt Lake City. Maybe all it took was the haters to kind of get on him a little bit, motivate him a little bit, whatever it may be, but he found his confidence. Him and Ambi have been super confident. I don't really know if roles have been changed. We can kind of ask and try to figure that out. I feel like they're still playing their same style, but these operators are enabling them. They're also, again, they're more confident because of the Salt Lake City results. They're confident in their system. And yeah, we're going to have to see, are they going to also stay undefeated in the NAL stage? Because we also seen that their maps, if you look back in kickoff, they were playing a lot of their worst maps. Chalet was Wisconsin, and ever since the kickoff, they started banning Chalet, and they've started to become one of the best teams. So I think that has a big part to do with this.
Well, going up against those three players that we highlighted there, Lax, those three pieces to the puzzle is hard for anybody, but hard for a team especially struggling on the defensive side. Like, how do you stop them? And for 100 Thieves, Mint, we've talked about this, that they just don't have the defensive stats that you'd expect from a team like this.
Yeah, I mean, again, normally when you put a newer team together, you're going to be good on the defensive half, but look at the bottom. We're seeing 100 Thieves on the 37%. And what is their problem? I mean, for me, it's just panicky and moving a little bit too much. And the weird thing is that this actually was M80's problem when Hot and Cold was on M80, so I'm wondering if it's kind of stylistically, and I hate to throw him under the bus, it's one of my best friends as well, but I'm seeing a lot of the same problems here, and it does worry me, and it worries me in this matchup for sure. Again, we're about to be playing Shopify, who's having such success on the attack. I hope for their part that they're going to be banning maybe some information operators, but we'll have to figure out, again, it all depends what map we're going to be playing.
Right, it depends on the map here, and we talk about the attacking problems they've been having as well. We'll definitely see that come to fruition when we actually find out what map we're going to end up playing. These teams have played 3 unique maps each. They have not seen any overlap yet, but we will finally see that overlap here as we get a return to Border.
I mean, we haven't seen this 100 Thieves since kickoff, and wasn't really a great result for them. For the side for SR, they've had some pretty good success. One of those notable successes was beating Dark Zero on a map like Border. This is a very gunfight heavy-centric map, so obviously it plays favors in both of these teams and their dynamics, but for me, SR, I do believe, has kind of the tip of the spear for this, to say the least. I mean, Ambi's going to be a threat. I do expect very heavy commitment to stopping early aggression, especially for the side for SR, if 100 Thieves can kind of put a clamp on that, but by no means, I think it's really going to be more on 100 Thieves to be able to pivot at a given notice and not allow Troy to be able to find gaps, or even Ambi using those solid snakes, using those Dokkaebis, and then really just taking apart in those mid to late rounds.
Yeah, this is the perfect map where I'm really hoping they get rid of that solid snake, like you were just saying right there. Maybe
it gives so much information because it's a tiny map.
It does. It's such a tiny map, and it's so good outside break. I do think this is actually a good map pick for 100 Thieves. I'm pretty confident on this. I can see Spirits taking East Stairs with shields. I can see them working step by step, which has been really good for them. They've been very good in the man advantages, but they need to be able to close those man advantages out and actually end these rounds.
Are they beating SR right now then?
I'm not saying that. Maybe I almost.
I will say SR was the one team that exposed DZ and their shield, so maybe there's a little bit of mind game with Spirits going into this matchup.
Okay, we'll find out. Shopify Rebellion looking to stay undefeated. Their next challenger, 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves have been arguably improving, Jesse, and Shopify Rebellion have improved a ton. But we've got a bit of a stylistic matchup here that is going to tell us very quickly where this matchup is going, and that's conversion rates. The desk did touch on it a little bit. SR, the best team at converting those opening picks. 100 Thieves, Jesse, not the best team at doing so.
Yeah, certainly not. Laxing had a great graph there. 94% conversion for Shopify Rebellion through the first week here of stage 1. 100 Thieves, just 55%. That is number 1 and number 10. The best and the worst in the league. So Mint was right at the end there. You know, 100 Thieves are very good at getting that opening pick, getting that early advantage, but they have to be better at closing it out. They have to play with advantages a little bit cleaner than what we saw from them back in the first week. The second and only other stat, which Shopify Shopify Rebellion are the best at in the league is defense win rate, 71%. They highlighted on the desk. That's another one where 100 Thieves have been a little bit behind the curve. Their defenses just have not been looking too sharp. And with them starting on the defense side in particular here on Border, they're going to be really facing some tough competition. The desk was looking for a snake ban. We do get it. We'll pair it with a Ying, leaving the Monty wide open for Canadian.
Yeah, that's
providing the Canadian wants to play that. I mean, he doesn't admittedly play Monty on every single map and on every single site.
He does on this map, though.
Yes, of course. You might have noticed things are a little different for Richie. Right there on your screen a moment ago, Rexon is in Toronto playing at the Shopify offices, so he, Spoit, and Canadian will all be playing within, I think, arm's reach of each other. Admittedly, my knowledge of the Shopify office is not the best. 100 Thieves obviously spread out all over, playing from their various places. I think Gomez and Spirits live together, if memory serves correctly, but the rest of them are on their own. I could be wrong. Maybe Spirits is with Hot and Cold. I honestly can't remember. But either way, it'll be it's nice to see these teams embracing team houses and playing nearby yet again. In our later matchup, Wild Card, they all play out of the same location, and so do M80. M80 now playing out of Windsor, if memory serves correctly. Because I have to imagine it's a visa thing for Savage. But either way, we'll see if it changes anything with Rebellion, as this will be the first match, memory serves correctly, that Richie will not be playing at home, so Rexon will be playing on a completely different setup. And immediately, SR will be tasked with attacking on Border, a very active defense from Gomez over in Breaker.
Great drone here. Spoit on his signature Nomad. He loves this operator on Border. Will start to apply pressure onto the security player. It's going to be Adam with the DMR on Two-Brow playing this position. He will have quite the task playing aggressive on this position. He'll hear the air jab, Adam will. So goes for his one and only run out of the door this time around. With that air jab there, he can't really do much else. On the tube, maybe could go for some shenanigans with the freeze, but even still, it's going to be awkward clearing that side of the map, so Canadian starts to make his push in through east.
Leskush Mob Mine tossed out by Gomez, expecting to knock Canadian shield off, and no, he just gets out of the way as that gas canister lands directly in front of him. The two oldest players in the league, and I think you could pretty confidently say here the two best IGLs in NA history will collide. Surf finds Spirits as he'd flushed him out of that position down in lobby, playing just below the stairs. That'll free things up for Canadian, or so he assumes, as we can see a silhouette not too far down. There goes Kaysen, Surf finding yet another. Surf was highlighted by the desk before we got into this matchup, and he's immediately showing his prowess.
They're fighting tooth and nail for the space, Parker. They've already lost 2 bodies, and they're willing to lose more. Hot and Cold aggressive. Gomez as well. He's the first to fall out of those two. Leaves just Adam and Hot and Cold left alive in the 2v5. An impossible situation. The Nitro goes out in desperation, but it misses. Nice shot on Ambi.
Ambi, what are we doing?
Adam worried about the other side of the map. He'll have to do it
Surf
all now.
took out Canadian.
Surf manages to take out Canadian. That's not exactly what you want to see. Might this have given an opening for Adam? They'll bring Hot and Cold back from the dead. He was bleeding out, but down does not mean out. And now a 2v3 for 100 Thieves, both of them on very low HP. So hard to imagine them winning it, but I mean, they're starting to put this together, and Adam can quarterback such a long-range engagement. 30 seconds remain. Rexon and Spoit, the last two standing for SR, neither with a kill at this point in time. So canister goes down. Hatches opened up, so a drop can come in. 400 Thieves. Still time for Shopify Rebellion to get on the drones. Bomb site largely clear. They just need to deal with Adam all the way back inside of Armory. Spoit's looking for the cross, but Adam is tucked in, locked in. Hot and Cold can ascend the stairs to help whenever he wants. It's a very advantageous angle for Adam, but he loses it to Rexon, and Spoit will take care of what remained of Hot and Cold. A very winnable round that almost slipped through their fingers. Yeah, wow. Troy not happy about that one. I wouldn't be either. That was way too close for comfort. SR still takes round 1.
Laugh it off. You know, it's the first round here in this game. A tough one versus 100 Thieves. The SoCal boys, Hot and Cold and Adam, nearly make a disaster of that 2v5. But ultimately, the Rebellion are good enough to close it out. An unfortunate team kill in the midst of that. Canadian was on such low HP because of all the damage that Hot and Cold did to him with those toxic babes early in the round when he was trying to take East Stairs control. But for the Rebellion, always focused in that push, Parker. Always aware of what their objectives were. They took East. They pressured pressured in towards break room. They got those players controlling inside of office. And once they had that map control, able to focus in on that plant, I think just really the HP being so low from Houghton and Adam made that 2v2 in the final moments really difficult. So nice attempts to come through to clutch that one up, but ultimately not going to be good enough in the end. And the Rebels, who have been on a 3-game winning streak here on Border, will start with their first round win as well.
Yeah, I think it's a good time to really highlight what we're looking at in terms of the NAL standings. We've referenced it in the other matchups, but this one being its own, it's a good time. Shopify Rebellion and Dark Zero are the only teams with a perfect record so far. That's 3 regulation wins in the 3 matches that they've played. M80 is right behind them. I don't even want to say knocking at the door. They're halfway through the door at this point in time. M80 sitting at 8 points. They did ultimately go to overtime. That's the only real difference. It was still a victory for them. Everybody else is a full win worth of points below them. So you have to imagine there will be no movement in the top 3 whatsoever. These teams are not playing each other right now. Obviously, Shopify Rebellion currently got their hands full. DC and Wildcard will have some pretty interesting implications. It'll be our final matchup of the day. If Wildcard wins that, they will retake 4th place that they lost to Space Station earlier on. I think For Fun has actually claimed that spot now. And again, just a reminder for everybody, we are still very early into this stage, so there will be lots of movement in the standings today and tomorrow. So don't expect teams to start panicking just yet.
SR a 3-game winning streak on the stage and also here on the map of Border, beating teams on this map including Dark Zero and Cloud9 earlier in the season. Lots of pressure onto Spirits. He gets a shot. It's Kaysen actually from offices up behind the shield who will shut down Canadian. Said he plays Monty on all 3 sites here on Border and he continues that trend, but not a lot of success so far. Early damage now onto the young gunner, but he gets support from Gomez. Really good team play from 100 Thieves, Parker, playing around these east stairs and playing with their food.
I mean, I know that the Death likes to talk about the 3-pointed spear, but it really is a 4-pointed spear for this team, and you're seeing it here. Full sail as Spirits has his hands full. He manages to down Rex and Gomez with the secure. Gomez has been the hero so far of this round, but all these offensive threats for the Rebellion trying to make up for lost time. Suddenly it's Spoit in a 1v3, technically a 1v2, as Spirits is bleeding out and finished off by the Swede from above. 1 minute to go. Willie could win this, but Adam and Gomez are no slouches, and Adam very nearly came away with a win in the previous round. Does history repeat itself? Does Spoit win again, or does 100 Thieves fix the mistakes we saw in the last round?
Spoit's 1v3 versus Twisted Minds at the Major was just nominated for Esports Play of the Month. Another 1v3 in the cards here, but this one very difficult, very low time. Parker, he's got to go back and grab that Fuse Kit, which will waste even more. If Gomez and Adam are smart, they should just set up a crossfire here. Don't let Spoit into the bomb sites. But when Willie's on the other side, anything is possible.
He's playing time really effectively. All of these cursory pre-fires, giving his position away. Tuck now into the corner of Workshop, getting Diffuse Kit down, and it's a really easy swing. Misses out on Adam, who scoots by. Spoit's just running out of time. They still got one more in reserve if Adam fails. Adam will not. A nice cleanup from 100 Thieves, playing the clock so well, and they tie the game.
That was a good one.
Really nice there. I mean, you mentioned it, Parker. They're not playing together, which is a little bit scary in a 2v1, but the reason they play separate is because they know time is low, and they know Spoit has to get that Diffuse Kit on the ground. 2 long, drawn-out 1v1s, exactly what they needed to win that one out. So nice defense coming out from 100 Thieves. It starts with this coordination up towards top east stairs. You've got Spirits running down the stairs. You've got Kaysen at the top of the stairs. You've got Gomez in the hallway as well. I don't know if our newest analyst here on the North America League desk, Mint, takes requests, but that's a great round that I'd love to see from like a top-down POV, because it really felt like there was no safe way to look from the Rebellion. Canadian walks in on the Monty, but because there are players on all sides, there's just no real safe place for him to push. Love the coordination, love the positioning from 100 Thieves in that round, and they'll tie the game at 1.
No way you're already making requests of a guy who's worked maybe 3 hours in his T1 debut. Hey, Mint, by the way, I know that you just landed in Copenhagen and are probably getting rocked by jet lag, flying all the way from the west coast of America. And I know that this is still a new thing for you, and you might still be in co-streamer mode, but how do you feel like hopping on and analyzing something very near and dear to me on the Telestrator? How about that?
I think he'd crush it. That's why I'm asking, you know? I think Mint on a Telestrator, that's something the world needs to see.
I don't even know if Mint has ever seen a telestrator in flesh before. So, I mean, I'm trying to learn. I remember watching Leo Alfama do a segment on it, and I was bewildered at all the different things you need to press on that screen. I'm a very simple man, Jesse. You know, give me physical buttons. Don't give me a screen where I have to make it my own. So, I maybe put Laxing on the telestrator. Maybe he has more experience there. But either way, really phenomenal round by both of these teams. And I mean, when we talk about expectations on this, with the way that the Rebellion have been playing since Salt Lake City onward, yeah, they're going to be the clear favorites here. But there's always that little thing in the back of my mind wondering if we're going to see a regression from the Rebellion back to their days last year where they were a team that on paper could do well, but ultimately couldn't put it together in the server. 100 Thieves is definitely a team that is built to punish you if you take that step back. So Shopify Rebellion need to keep up with their winning ways, because even the smallest regression and the Thieves might be able to get something out of it.
Early damage on Ambi down below, but it's really this pressure on security that's taken all the attention up from 100 Thieves. We're back towards the top floor bomb site, but they're hunting roamers below. Gomez finds that opening frag, shutting down the entry player of the Rebellion. Canadian gives him a call and finds the frag as well. Really nicely done by Troy. Hops off of the Monty to try to get that kill. Instead, the other shield, Surf, is echoing through the building, finding so much space. Another one from Spoit. It's been chaos on border, Parker, but it's a two-man lead for SR.
These kills are really quite well spread out on the side of the Rebellion. I mean, Canadian getting a kill, that's not supposed to happen. Spoit's having a good go of it. Surf playing a very different role around the time of Salt Lake City onward. Maybe a bit more passive, maybe a bit more utility. Still tons of kill pressure and kill potential, but it has also allowed Spoit to flourish. And I mean, hey, a 3K in that round for the Swede. He's obviously happy about that one. So they can't hear you. So I do find it very funny that there might be people in the Shopify offices hearing a guy shouting about distant opponents. Either way, good round for Shopify Rebellion. And I mean, if this keeps up, I know I said it during the Outlast 4 Fun game.
I had to look at the stream to catch
this keeps up. This one could be a grueling matchup between two teams that are far more evenly balanced than we thought.
Yeah, it's been a fun game so far, no doubt about that. Op ban's coming through. Look at the Dokkaebi removed. So that's the one operator that Canadian did not play, did play other than the shield, I should say. It was Ambi piloting the Dokkaebi for the first 2 rounds. So it's just become bannable in ranked as of yesterday, actually, the Dokkaebi, or a couple days ago, 2 days ago, Tuesday. It's always been bannable here in professional play, and they will remove it now up against the Rebels. So forcing them on some different information-seeking operators. Again, I do think the shield presence is something to focus on for SR, because after the first 2 rounds where the Monty really did not work well for Canadian, he chose to pivot, and he threw Surf onto the shield. Not a new role for Surf by any means, but it's the first time he's picked up a shield here in Stage 1 of the North America League. Works very well for the Rebellion as they get that space through the top floor. They were able to clear in through East and through security at the same time. And now for the first time, we will see the bathroom bomb site being played out by 100 Thieves. Top floor on border is usually the strongest site, so the fact that they've lost it twice now does give me a little bit of concern here in this matchup.
5 seconds to go.
This 100 Thieves team is making steady progress as well. Jesse, huge organization, really big stakes at play here, and obviously conversion has been the talk of the town. It was something that was talked very frequently about on social media. It made it to Reddit. The desk obviously addressed it too. If you're constantly going up in numbers and then ultimately falling short and not able to capitalize on that, you do need to wonder what in the hell is actually going on. We'll see if they can fix it for this round. 100 Thieves of the opening pick. Down goes Ambi in the first 30 seconds, but it's going to be a rush. In goes Canadian, tucked into the corner. Spirit's unable to stop this. Caught by Spoit. The Swede sitting next to Canadian in real life, but doing the same inside the server. Canadian dies, but the damage is done, and it'll thrust 100 Thieves into a post plant with 40 seconds left. Out they go on to repel. This is a winnable position for 100 Thieves. Not all hope is lost, but they need to play it pretty much perfectly. And they've got to get through Spoit first, posted up on the window, sitting over top of that case. A run out now from the Thorn as Adam will take the fight directly to them. It's distracting Spoit for the time being. They need to coordinate really effectively. Spoit the swing, finds 2 on a nice collat. Adam still pressuring. Rexton finds 1, and the last will go down to Rexton as well. A gambit pays off, and the Rebellion stretch their lead.
What a beautiful little rush that was, Parker. It comes in 4v5 as well because Ambi went down so early before he even had a chance to take that fight. And he was all the way on the west side of the map fighting with Adam. So that ended up being maybe a bit of a distraction for the guys on 100 Thieves. Didn't expect that rush to come on as soon as it did. I want to give huge credit to Rexon in that round. He EMPs the Nitro Cell halfway through, which stops Spirits from denying that play. As Canadians getting it down. And then gets those 2 final kills as well, playing on the repel, denying that window pressure. So really nicely played by Rexon. I don't even need to say it, but I will anyways. Spoit by far the star of that round. Gets a massive 3K, now I believe 8 and 1 after that massive round. So huge from Spoit. Back-to-back 3Ks in rounds 3 and 4. And it forces attack timeout to come through from the piece.
His numbers since taking accountability for his play have been sensational. And I mean, it's not his play alone that has resulted in that. Again, it's been some minor role swaps. Surf is playing a bit more passive, Spoit a bit more active, and it's really working out. With this team, they have flourished. Surf is the kind of guy where he can be an entry on so many teams. But if you got a guy with his talent as your backup flex/support player, which was a role that Spoit played on quite frequently, you've got a player with tremendous abilities and great mechanical strengths on roles that are often thankless and hard to play on. That good decision making and those good mechanics combined are a lethal combination, especially when you are playing on a tough role in the final moments of rounds. So you've got a great player like Surf in reserve. He is tremendous. He's a player that I think is very, very heavily underrated. And people are starting to take notice, and he's doing the job, frankly, better than Spoit was. It was a bit of a mismatch. Having Spoit on that role, Jesse, did not make a ton of sense. They have freed him, and both of these players are now, I don't want to say better, because Surf's numbers have obviously gone down, but I think he is playing an immensely impactful amount of Siege on that specific role. And it's working for the Rebellion. 3-1 the scoreline.
The one lifeline for 100 Thieves, though, they will get to repeat the bomb site that they won through the first quarter. They're back onto Vent's workshop, and they've made just a single operator swap with Spirits jumping on this clash. We talked a lot about Canadian on the shields, but Spirits, an incredible shield player as well. It's kind of crazy. There are 3 Canadian pro players in our league, Parker, and all 3 of them are shield mains. I don't know if what that says about our country, but it's nothing good, I can tell you that.
I mean, here, shields are the goalies, I would argue. And Canada historically known for how good our goalies are. Not recently. Not recently, but historically. So we love the hard rolls.
Rexon gets his rolls done as expected. Finally gets those Selmas out to try to open up this east stairs position. Again, this was really the problem point for the Rebellion when they last attacked on this site. It was the real trio of Gomez, Kaysen, and Adam fragging out around this part of the map. Now it's given up relatively for free. It's a lot cleaner. They'll spot the clash on the drone, so they'll know that that one is coming. But I think with all the util they're bringing on the Rebellion, no shields this time, but Selmas and Capital bolts and drones from Ambi, they've got really good opportunities to force these players back and take this space without going into direct fights.
On Cold taking a bit of damage. Offensive threats for 100 Thieves have been quite quiet. Last 2 rounds, 100 Thieves have struck first. Ambi the target both times. Neither of them successfully converted. Those numbers that were highlighted during the desk and were talked about by you as well, not really improving here. 100 Thieves have 3 of the 4 first bloods at this point in time, and only a single round to show for it. The same issues that have been falling on the heads of this team are happening there again.
I talked to the whole letter.
That's a great point. Low defensive win rate so far, that's continuing. Low conversion so far, that's continuing. So the numbers, they don't lie, at least not in this matchup. Here's the opening pick, though. Hot and Cold will get one. It's something, but so far that's not been enough. They have to be able to collide that into more frags if they want to win this round.
I mean, it's Surf that goes down too. You're going to do that without those ROU projectors. They'll position Spirits very aggressively on the door, and there's nobody to contest him at the moment. Nitrocell will go out. Ambi collects Case, and Hot and Cold finds his second. It's IGL and IGL crime as Canadian dies, and suddenly SR is just 2 players. Out goes Gomez to Ambi. This clash still upright. Spirits has failed to defend and protect 2 of his teammates, and it's given SR a bit of an opening.
Damn, Rexon.
Hot and Cold down. There he goes to get the case.
A hell of a shot.
Spirits doesn't drop that shield. It's all up to Adam, and Spirits taking a hurt of damage. A lot of fire in front of him. Adam the drop. No coverage from Ambi. What can he do? He runs out of time. The clock ultimately giving it to 100 Thieves. That was a grueling fight. And if that had gone bad, you guys know Spirits would have been in the crosshairs. For us, the desk and the community. 100 Thieves wins their second round. The gap between these two teams, just a single round.
Some brilliant shots being showed out by Ambi, but unfortunately, I mean, his team just falling a little bit, Parker. And I'm going to actually defend the Clash play a little bit from Spirits there, because that was really an impossible situation for the Clash to protect everyone, because Shopify Rebellion were pushing from two complete opposite sides of the map. You had Ambi distracting so many bodies, most notably Kaysen and Spirits, over by the front door, but the bulk of the push from the Rebellion was coming in through Bathroom. It was coming in from Workshop. Spirits could only really defend from one of those two angles. He focuses on defending Ambi. It gets a little messy, as you hear it from Gomez himself, right? But they're confident enough to win those fights over on the Bathroom side of things. Ambi deals so much damage, but ultimately, as long as the Clash is alive, you're not going to be able to win that 1vx out. So, nicely played by 100 Thieves, and they drop one round away from tying this game.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, it is really quite stunning. 100 Thieves round after round after round, pouncing upon Shopify Rebellion, not allowing them much to get in the building. You have to go all the way back to round number 1, where Shopify Rebellion held a numbers advantage for the majority of the round. Beyond that, it's been 100 Thieves doing a terrific job for about the first minute and 40 seconds. And this has been really the story. You even said it last round. Bad on the defensive half, bad conversion rates. These problems are not getting solved by 100 Thieves. Now, I mean, I think anybody, you know, even those that lack vision can turn around and say this 100 Thieves roster is better than the kickoff iteration we saw. That said, as we've mentioned with lots of every team looks like they've made improvements since Salt Lake City, or even beyond that. 100 Thieves has made quite a few. But if every team is improving, your improvement needs to be better than theirs. 100 Thieves so far has been significantly better, enough to get them out of the basement, but not enough for them to beat the best. And right now they're trying to beat some of the best.
Exact same hold.
Gomez the first kill.
It's the exact same hold.
Will trade each other out hot and cold now on the board. Again, a great start for 100 Thieves. But Spoit is trying to keep these numbers close. He's arm in arm with Surf. This is a quick one, still over half the round to go, and Kaysen wants us to go to halftime as soon as possible. Spoit with 9 kills, looking to break double digits. Kaysen now sitting on this bomb chassis. Spoit in the B-bomb site, getting defuse kit down. Nobody within striking distance. Spoit off of the spot. Gomez the final kill, and 100 Thieves fixes their conversion issues, and because of that, Jesse, they've tied the game.
Chat, what the fuck?
Well, we are all tied up just like that. And, you know, Parker, Jesse, you asked for it, so we figured why not deliver? Laxing, talk us through that second round.
Yeah, the second round was really well put. I mean, Jesse already broke it down. I mean, he may as well have been on the telestration for it. But, I mean, this was a really good round. It really started with the Monty being killed on the stairs. I mean, this was a big call to be made. Monty's down. That now alleviates the pressure for the side of West Main. They now can push through. And, I mean, East Main. And then from here, you can clearly see Spirits is getting the information that they're still trying to take East. You have a player coming from break. You have a player coming to the hallway to go for the assist. And this is the exact trades that we needed to see from the 100 Thieves. This is the teamwork that we were seeing towards the very end. Now, that round 5 definitely got dicey. Ambi almost pulled that off. That was almost a round that went into their favor. But I think that was really the catalyst round for this team to realize, okay, we can win if we play together. If we play the trade game properly, we play our positions, we assist one another, we can easily fight this Rebellion at the forefront. And that's exactly what they were doing throughout the rest of the defense, and they ended on a 3-3 half. So I really got to give them the credit that they did persevere and really brought it to the Rebellion.
And give you credit too for breaking that down. That was good. I'm sorry, Jesse. I have not learned the telestration yet. We are not.
We're gonna get him there. We're gonna get
him there. We'll get there. But that half was exactly what I wanted to see from 100 Thieves. Again, like just to build on to that point. They have not been converting. They finally converted. Me and Lax, again, we were watching that round 5 where they almost threw with Spirits with the Clash, and we're sending 2 players outside to kill Ambi, and I'm like, please, anybody but Ambi, let's stop trying to power.
That's how much of a threat he is. You have to send everyone at him.
We got to send everyone. He's got an F2. Let's not do that. But they were able to come back, and it's now a 3-3 defensive half. I was a little scared after seeing the first round because they weren't trading each other. But again, in that second round, they were actually able to get the trades. And for the attack side, I'm looking forward to them attacking. I feel like they have been a pretty decent attacking team so far through the stage. And again, it's also going to be about converting the man advantages on attack as well, because they also have more advantages, I believe, than any other team across the NAL. Yeah. They have, I believe it's like 28 opening engage or whatever the engagements. I need to see them close that out as well. But Shopify, it's going to be a tough task.
It is definitely going to be a hard road, as we said, for 100 Thieves. SR, I mean, they're looking good, but this one is a close game.
I knew they were going to get rid of the Ying.
The Ying is gone.
I think they're ignoring the shields, like I said. I think they're forgetting about spirits, and they're going to let him play the shields. They're just going to get rid of the annoying, the cheese stuff, the glass, the Ying.
Glass.
Ooh. Oh, solid snake. All right, makes sense.
Solid ban.
It works.
So, yeah, no, I think this is a great strategy from the side of the Rebellion. I think it's a great strategy from the side of 100 Thieves. Honestly, again, I'm expecting the exact same result from both these teams. Very early aggression. Who's walking away with that opening kill? Who's able then to convert that man advantage all the way through?
All right, clean and simple. We're all tied up. Let's see the second half.
Jonah Mint Laxton, thank you very much.
Jesse, I was just going to say terrific question, and I just very quickly was going to go. You said Mint wants to go on the Telstrator. He said no. Please continue.
I was going to thank them. They broke down the round. That's all I really wanted. And listen, the points were great as well coming there from Mint after the Telestration breakdown from Laxing, where it's like we are starting to see 100 Thieves close out rounds that they should be winning. This has been their biggest problem so far, but they managed to find a couple of rounds there to tie things back up. It was looking desperate. 3-1 down to SR, but now they've given themselves a bit of a lifeline. You move to the attack on border. This is your better side for 100 Thieves. You have to imagine this is their opportunity to strike.
100%. And the numbers and everything that goes with it looking significantly better. 5 of the 6 rounds that have been completed, 100 Thieves cracked open with the opening pick. And, well, would you believe it? Everybody except for Spirits has been responsible for a successful opening duel. I say successful because Spirits was technically involved in an opening duel. He died. So obviously not where you want to be in that engagement. It was the only time that Shopify Rebellion were able to gain the smallest foothold at the beginning of the round. How does 100 Thieves tackle this attack? Well, they're bringing a lineup that is pretty commonly seen on these more pugilist-heavy games. You've got 3 Intel operators immediately being trotted out. No Snake is available, so he will be missed. But you got Dokkaebi, you got Deimos, and you got Lion to help enable whatever drone work you have.
This attacking side has often been where we've seen 100 Thieves start to come to life. I think, in particular, we've seen Kaysen really have some huge impact on the offense side, despite struggling on defense. He's on the Nomad, stepping right into Spoit's role here on the offensive side for 100 Thieves. So going to be interesting to see how he can try to combine with the shield play of Spirits to take this space. Over towards East is again going to be the focal point. Canadians here on the smoke to try to slow them down. Canadian loves playing aggressive on border with these toxic babes, but he has to be good in the early game.
And immediately the server empties out. 90 seconds in, 4 players in the ground. 100 Thieves coming out ahead in every single way. Spoit in a clutch or kick situation yet again. Very familiar territory with the way that these rounds have shaped out. He is yet to clutch up on his own. He needed Rexen with him last time around. What do the gods of fate have in store for the Swede with just about a minute left in this round? He's got to isolate these players. 100 Thieves are wrapping around, now going for a B execute. Spoit will respond to that. Creeping up, but he has to be worried about the 3rd player unaccounted for. Putting his body next to a singular doorway and hot
and cold shitting on Spoit. Who the fuck has that in their cards?
Perfectly played on the push, Parker. They do exactly what they need to, making chaos happen around East there. So see this time and time again from top pro level teams where they're really just focused on fighting for that space. It's definitely the best part of the map for attackers to try to entry through, especially with the shield. The Rebellion, they really try to fight for it. They've got the smoke there from Canadian, but it just gets a little bit messy with those kills going back and forth and not really favoring them. It was a little over 2 years ago when a young 18-year-old got drafted into the North American League on his birthday. He donned a Sonics jersey and played his first professional match just 4 days after turning 18. Ambi is now known as one of the best entry fraggers in the entire world 2 years later. And Kaysen has kind of been on a similar journey, Parker. He's right after turning 18 years old, been drafted into 100 Thieves. He's had maybe a bit of a slower start through the first week, but I think he's really starting to come alive. And you see the path that was blazed for him by Ambi, one of these young 18-year-olds who jumps in the league and who tries to make their name known as an aggressive entry fragger. He really was able to show up in that first attacking round here on Border, find a couple of critical frags, and start working 100 Thieves back into a position where they could realistically beat the Rebellion.
When I was looking at this matchup on paper, I was like, I think out of all the teams at the top, that 100 Thieves would have the best opportunity to knock off. It just has to be Shopify Rebellion. The way that this Shopify Rebellion team plays has been the kryptonite of Canadian throughout much of his history as an IGL. And I mean, Border is the perfect map to pull this off. A very small map that is incredibly aggressive with defenders acting like attackers, able to take engagements really early. As we said in the previous round, action can break out at a moment's notice. So 100 Thieves can take full advantage of that. They did on the previous round, and they did it with yet another opening pick. 6 of the 7 rounds have been won, or have been played by 100 Thieves getting these opening picks. And while they haven't won all of them, the conversion rate is significantly better, Jesse, as we go on than what we expected and what we saw at the start. So kudos to 100 Thieves for fixing a lot of these mistakes midway through the map.
Many positions have stayed the same despite the change in the bomb site for Shopify Rebellion. You've still got Canadian playing top at East Stairs. Spirits took a ton of damage walking into a Thorn Trap earlier on in this round. Now the Toxic Babes have put a little pause into him. The drones have been really good. They had a little bit of vision in towards Spoit, just playing aggressively around break room and around security. So the drones continue to find him out. They need to be able to capitalize on this to try to get themselves in on a pick. Spoits previously was able to shoot those Selmas off, but now we'll be playing a little bit more passive as the pressure is starting to heat up. Spear's having a really tough time on the Blackbeard. There is so much utility stopping him from entering the building.
Down goes Canadian, a really rough go of it. No shield to be had to deflect those bullets as 2 separate players from 100 Thieves strike first. Another round for 100 Thieves looking very likely here. Adam on the board now as he finds his second pick. Kaysen gone to Ambi, the Warden in the corner. They almost get him, and now it's Ambi on the run. Spoit, top of the team, king of this squad with kills. Ambi has an opportunity to surpass him now. 2 targets await Adam and Gomez. Adam breaking double digits. Still very much upright, watching that case. Tracked by the logic bombs, watched by the death mark. Ambi now just working his way through this bomb site, flicking left and right. Both targets so far evading him. They're stacked up. 100 Thieves waiting for Ambi on the swing. He's taking strips out of them. Adam on the ground. Shotgun out for Ambi, but Gomez wins the duel, and 100 Thieves has yet another round.
That has got to be one of the most miserable 1v2s I have ever had to watch. Ambi fighting for his life as he's getting called by the Dokkaebi, tracked by the Deimos, so much time, defuse kit in hand, everything 100 Thieves needed to win that round. They really did have in their pocket. Tough go of it from Ambi, but the tactical timeout gets called, and I think the conversation really has to be about how you start winning some of these entries, Parker. We have talked about it all game long, but that is now 7 opening picks in a row, and it's not like they're getting an opening pick and it's immediately getting traded, and the numbers are going back to even. Shopify Rebellion are bleeding players early round after early round after early round. And as soon as 100 Thieves get that lead, this is not the 100 Thieves that we saw a week ago. They're actually closing these rounds out. So something has to change here for Shopify Rebellion. Head coach Super will have a talk with the team now to try to get things back on track. Definitely feels like just the aggression that's coming through with Spirits on this Blackbeard, with both Kaysen and Adam really finding some big frags in the midst of this. It's been tough to crack. It's been tough to stop this aggression from coming through. And it's like, maybe it's just a bit too solo, you know, on the side of the Rebellion. All of these players are going down to some really tough gunfights. The utility is better for the attackers for sure, but you have to at least be able to trade it. You might not win every fight, but you have to answer back.
Go, boys.
Obviously very motivating on the side of 100 Thieves, who have now found their groove and found their rhythm. The issues with Shopify Rebellion are ones that are frankly a little above my pay grade. This looks like a bit of a regression for this team, and again, the kills are still coming
for SR. It's just, it's a relatively feckless entry, whether it be on attack or defending. So you've got Spoit dropping 9 kills. You got Ambi on 9 kills. Like these, typically when you've got these guys having these life games, or I mean, I guess for Ambi, it's not quite the life game that he had at Salt Lake City, but when you've got these guys dropping numbers like this, really the supporting cast is not as important. And yet here it is. You might have Spoit and Ambi doing really, really well, but Ambi has been the first one to die on this team 3 times. Canadian 3 times. That's just not going to get it done when they're walking in and immediately losing a very valuable member of this team, be it utility for Canadian or, as you said, one of the best entry fraggers in the world on Ambi.
It's really going to be a bold attempt here from Shopify Rebellion 2, Parker, because coming out of the attack timeout, they're changing nothing about this top floor defense here on board.
I'm telling you, I just picked that up. That is the exact same thing.
Just in the execution, all 5 operators repeating for SR as their second attempt at the top floor defense will come through now. 100 Thieves, you can't exactly say the same. They've dropped the Blackbeard that Spears has been playing so well, and for the first time, we will see the French-Canadian jump on the Glaz. This is something that Mint wanted to see banned out for 100 Thieves. They chose to ban out the Snake instead. What will Spirits be able to find? I thought maybe it'd be a rush, but so far we're not seeing that.
I hate to be the guy who just repeats himself over and over again, but, well, it gives me a golden opportunity. Surf will strike first. It's only the second first blood for SR, both of them done by Surf, and both of them on the Spirits. Kaysen will be the next casualty on the side of the Thieves. He's in the ground. Kaysen having a bit of a disappointing offensive game so far, but don't worry, you got Adam dropping 10 kills, and Hot and Cold is in a more forward fragging spot, so the IGL showing that he can still keep up. With that said, the Rebellion can ride out the remainder of this round in great shape unless all hell breaks loose, as it's a 5v3 with a little bit over a minute to go, and the defenders are in great shape.
The Warden countering the Glaz. This should be enough for the Rebellion to close out this game, Parker. Here comes a swing from Hot and Cold. He needs to win this fight, but they're not even giving him the opportunity. It's Spoit playing on the other side of things, very passive, just inside of this box, inside of security, trying to survive here rather than take these aggressive fights. They know they have the man advantage. There's a second for Surf. Gomez and Adam now with it all to do in a 2v5.
And Adam will out-duel Surf, cooling him off. I mean, Adam and Gomez have their work cut out for them, right? You've got skeleton key ammunition, some flashbangs, and you've got 1 logic bomb remaining. That's not a lot of gadgetry for 100 Thieves to use, but with the way that Adam has been fragging today, gadgetry hasn't really been that important. You've already done some serious damage. Canadian and Spoit unable to hop on cams. It looks like Ambi's now in the exact same situation, so only Rexon and Surf will be able to deal with that, should that be something that benefits them in these dying moments of the round. 100 Thieves, they're back against the wall. They're hoping to move to match point, but it's a daunting task. Gomez and Adam, though, are somehow finding an opening. They don't have the case. That's the bigger problem. Running out of time, and Rexon will find the final 2 kills, keeping Shopify Rebellion from staring down the barrel of the end of this match.
Well, nobody's throwing rounds away that they have no business losing, Parker. That's what we wanted to see from these teams, and that's what we're getting here in the latter half of Border. Nice little play coming out from Shopify Rebellion there. I think you can definitely give some credit over towards
This
Super
might be the
for calling
first
that
match
timeout
today
and changing
where I'm
frankly
gonna have to
nothing
do a different
in terms of the strategy. That was identical to what we saw in round number 7, but they're a little bit more composed. They're a little bit more ready for those swings when they come through, and it ends up working on the side of the Rebellion. Now, you can't ignore the idea that, of course, that was a very different push coming from 100 Thieves as well. So if we get back to that bomb site, round number 12 would be the next time that it's open. Be interested to see how 100 Thieves choose to approach that site.
I understand the Dokkaebi ban.
Glaz push not working out for them, and it's going to be a Dokkaebi ban as well that comes through. I don't dislike that ban. Dokkaebi's been very powerful operator, especially for Adam these last couple of rounds, but I was kind of expecting the Blackbeard to be the focal point, as Spirits has done so well with it so far. Not to be, though.
I mean, Spirits is a utility guy, right? If you're putting somebody in the hands of Glaz, or you're putting Glaz in the hands of somebody,
Customs?
other way around.
We're defending
Customs.
Customs?
Don't want to be fragging. We saw it first and foremost with Spoit all the way back in round number 4, where he held off the hordes as Canadian pulled off a successful plant down in that bathroom teller's bomb site.
I guess, yeah.
Prior to round 9 concluding, that was the last round that the Rebellion had won. It was quite a streak for 100 Thieves, taking 4 in a row to vault themselves into the lead, and they still do hold that lead. Though the gap could close at any moment, Rebellion win this round. We will go all 12 of regulation. It will be our most competitive match of the day. And I mean, if you look at the schedule, shouldn't really surprise you that games 1 and 2 were not exactly world-beating games that went the full distance. For those that are wondering, yeah, we still got some more matches today once this concludes. Up next, M80, who are technically undefeated, though one of those victories came in overtime, will go up against the insurgent Cloud9, a team doing, Jesse, much better than I think a lot of people expected. And we close up the day with the undefeated major champions of DZ, a perfect 3-0 in regulation. Up against Wildcard. That will be a terrific game, at least on paper. We'll see if it materializes in the server.
Shopify Rebellion going customs and supply, Parker. And for most teams, I would say that this is a bit of a pivot, trying to catch your opponent off guard, but this is something that Rebellion have done consistently since kickoff. They played it against M80 and were successful. They played it against 4AM back during the Salt Lake Major and were successful. They even ran this exact strategy against Cloud9 last week and were successful. So 100 Thieves need to be ready for this defense. They should be expecting what this defense looks like. The Rebellion have played this many times already, and it's a strategy that they have not really changed or iterated upon much over the last couple of months. So I want to see 100 Thieves with a good attack here.
You're hoping for it? They will surrender that first blood to Surf yet again, immediately traded off by Spirits, so they do strike first, but there's nothing really gained from it. Hot and cold, immediately giving the advantage to 100 Thieves. Canadian says, I can frag too. 3 kills for Canadians. Now he runs to contend with the Blitz, takes care of Spirits. Canadian on Canadian crime in the server. 100 Thieves are about to lose their lead, Jesse, unless Adam can pull off a miracle. And I don't know about you, but
I don't even know how to.
I don't know how religious some of their fans are. It's him in a 1v3. Spoit and Ambi still upright too. If it was the also rans on SR, maybe winnable. But I think Adam might have his hands a little bit too full. He can really drag this out, though, Jesse. There's still a minute to go.
Yeah, that's the thing. Lots of time on the clock, and Ambi is alone here top floor, so there's the potential to isolate fights. Diffuser easily picked up by Adam once again, so here's the 1v1 versus Ambi. If he wins this, man, it's not impossible.
He's given his position away. He's tucked one into the corner, and now Ambi will go for the run. It's a nice play to suggest that he might go through the soft wall. He does take care of Ambi, but that's 15 seconds off of the clock. Adam will now need to reset. He holds Diffuse Kit, but getting the case down, probably low priority. He needs to find Spoit and Canadian first.
Drops down in a good position. Can finally make it towards the bomb site. Remember, it's custom and supply. It's not even workshop, so he's got a long ways to go.
That was a good play by Ambi.
He sees it. Under 10 seconds, watched by a bulletproof camera. I appreciate what he's trying to do here, but it's really quite a hopeless endeavor. And there's the Soulless from above. Spoit sees him, target acquired, target handled. Spoit sending us to 12 rounds, even though that's the conclusion of the 10th. Because no matter what, these teams will need every round of regulation. Tie game 5-5.
Nice. That's a strategy that Shopify Rebellion have shown before, and it absolutely is. But Parker, the way they play it is so annoying to play against. They're moving their feet like they're all 18-year-olds running around out there. I mean, Canadian is 30 next week, for God's sake, but he's still running around the map, having huge impact as he just rotates to help his teammates. It starts with this aggressive play by Surf, runs out the wall to be able to take down Kaysen, and sure, he gets traded, but he opens the door for Canadian to make this rotation, find that angle in onto Spirits, get that early man advantage, then favoring the Rebellion in the 1v3. Had some hope for Adam, but not quite enough hope. We will go all 12, as you say, 5 and 5 apiece. Both of these teams feel cursed to always go the distance in their matchups, it seems, no matter who they're playing against.
Facts, bro.
Shopify Rebellion fans had a bit of a reprieve through some of Salt Lake City, but even most of their victories were really quite grueling matches. Long, drawn-out, harrowing could be the word that many would use to describe it. But whether you've cheered for him on Continuum or EG or SSG or Dark Zero or now the Rebellion, you know that Troy's teams do not usually dog-walk their competition. It is typically a very competitive matchup, and that's why they've been involved in some of the best matches we've ever seen in this esport.
Very good point.
Lose. As somebody who's not a fan of Troy nor the Shopify Rebellion, I don't need to worry about my own heart rate, but I do feel for their fans. 100 Thieves still very much in this, even though they have dropped those 2 most recent rounds. And SR has really put back-to-back performances up that are something to be proud of. Surf cracking things open, taking care of those first bloods, and then SR maneuvering very effectively through the attacking forces to secure those victories. I do wonder if 100 Thieves calls a timeout should they lose this round too.
The space here on top east is always so heavily contested, and it's always going to be Canadian playing the smoke in this position to try to lock it down. Again, this is the one map where you'll see Canadian get aggressive here, playing on the east stair spot, but it's actually Spoit, the first one to go down. Was really racking up the frags in the first half. Parker was at, I think, like 9-3 or something at some point. Maybe not exactly, but falling to 10-7. He has been struggling the last couple of rounds to get himself on the board statistically.
I think he's only had 1 kill in the last 5 rounds, if my numbers are anything to go off of, so.
Yeah.
I mean, Spoit has cooled off. Ambi has continued to be hot, but nobody else has really been able to pick up that pace. Surf's had some very high impact kills in the rounds that they've won, but beyond that, it hasn't really been as much of a team effort from the Rebellion as you'd hope. I guess you could say the same of 100 Thieves, right? Adams had some real standout moments, and he's positioned to do so yet again. The Spirits is now walked in. Hot and Cold dies to Rexton. Spirits completely gone. Poor coverage from Adam. He's just not able to see Rexton tucked into the corner. And Canadians' gas canisters also did serious damage here. So 100 Thieves have dropped that defuse kit in the Viper's nest.
Yeah.
Somebody, anybody on this team will have to fetch it, or kills will be the name of the game. Very doable, given it's a 3v3 for both sides.
So tough, though, with the defuse kit already surrendered inside the window. You have to either make a call. Do you jump in, try to recover, and then go for a different approach, or do you just try to hope that your 2 players up top can take some space? There is Surf still up here as well, playing around Armory. He's just dropped the hatch now, as we see on the outlines. So top floor conceded, but 30 seconds, and it's very obvious where this push is going to come in from 100 Thieves.
Somebody's going to look for the vault in. ROU projectors still 2 in pocket for Adam as they do some serious damage to him. There's the drop. Kasten taking matters into his own hands. He and Adam find an opening, and now Surf is called to action. Deputized to defend this bomb site, and Gomez will catch him on the cross. 100 Thieves moves to match point.
Incredible recovery on the attack there, Parker. Plan A completely falls to shambles. I thought this was going to be a complete opposite look from what we saw back in round number 4 when Shopify Rebellion went for the tellers, hop in, get the plant down. Really nice play with the EMPs and the shield plants. They try it as well on 100 Thieves, but it's not so successful. The Toxic Babes choke out Spirits. Rexing gets a couple of big kills, and it looks like it's a disaster, but somehow in the 3v3, they're managing to stay composed. This is that early death on the Spirits that should have doomed them, but instead, they're able to rally back. Kasten takes matters into his own hands, dropping in through the bathroom hatch. A miraculous play. Oh, and they're fired up as they hit match point.
This team, this organization has yet to win in regulation. They have an overtime victory. That is the best that they've been able to muster. They took out Wildcard 8-7 in one of the most bizarre and frankly frustrating ends to a game that we have seen all the way back in play day number 1. Beyond that, this team, this organization, with all of the pressure on their shoulders, they've been kicking the tires at coming into Siege for quite some time. They finally found a roster they liked. They made some moves. M80 dropped Houghton. 100 Thieves was the beneficiary of that, and they won the case in sweepstakes. And now they're a single round away from doing something that this org has not been able to do across 8 games so far. So, will 100 Thieves end up with all 3 points, blanking the Rebellion, or will overtime await us? 2 minutes and 30 seconds will ultimately tell us the answer.
SR, now do or die. They go to this top floor defense. They were successful here in round number 9, and at that moment I asked the question, are we going to see 100 Thieves pivot back towards the shield take? The east stairs push that was working so well for them. They pivoted away from the glass. It's not the same chaotic strategy they were going for previously, but it's not identical to their first push either. They're bringing new ideas round after round and keeping the Rebellion on their toes for how they want to approach this site. This time they're really setting players up outside the building, going for peaks, and they'll get it. 15 frags now for Adam as he finds the head of Rexton for potentially the final time this game.
Conversion rates could come back to haunt this 100 Thieves team, but they have been banging on all cylinders. They've only failed to convert that man advantage twice. That's much better than what we've seen from them historically. They've been pulverizing the Shopify Rebellion team on opening duels as well. This round is no different. And as you can see, Jesse, they suffered nothing for it. Everybody's still on full HP. I guess the only real good thing here is that Rexton has not been as much of a difference maker as they'd hoped. So, I mean, if you're SR, you've still got some offensive threats, one of whom is Ambi, and he takes care of Gomez. Just under half the round to go, and 4v4 the stat line.
Bit of a pivot here. They're going offside, Parker, and it's not working out for them. Ambi takes down Spirits in the Blitz. Another one for Adam. Equalizes us again at 3, but we're not done. Canadian hits the deck and finds Kaysen. Hot and Cold and Adam now the last two alive. Adam inside of Archives, Hot and outside the building.
Oh.
What a shot. They're still in this.
Adams found all 3, 17 kills, by the way, and ace within striking distance. As Hot will now come up for the assist over towards the B bomb site. Anticipating somebody from SR might be there. Adam still has this cross, takes care of Canadian, a quad kills all he'll get. No ace. Hot and Cold will win it through the smoke. Ambi dies, 100 Thieves wins it in a 12-round spectacle. And they have their first regulation win in NAL history.
They couldn't do it versus Wildcard. They couldn't do it versus M80. They couldn't even do it versus Cloud9. But the Shopify Rebellion,
my God.
they're the one team who fall in regulation. What a game from 100 Thieves.
I was not prepared for that. Two times in the same game, Hot and Cold shit on Ambi. That's wow. I don't even know what to say about that one. Wow.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Holy. I was not expecting that.
I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Get any more guesses, you bimbo! This is 5 fears with Outlast, and we're doing Guess the Operator. If our team is up, you get one guess. If you get that guess wrong, you're done. If you get it right, you can keep going. Okay? Is the defender a dude?
Yeah.
Did the defender at some point have an ACON?
Yeah.
Oh, now this is where it gets tricky.
Jaeger?
Is the defender Jaeger?
Yeah.
Ah!
Yeah.
Why did you ask so many questions, JJ? How did you get so many?
If you get it right, you can keep asking.
Is it a girl?
No.
Oh.
Is it Hard Breach?
Yes.
Is it Ace?
No.
Hard Breacher.
Is it Thermite?
You don't get any more guesses, you bimbo!
Is it Thermite?
Yes.
What? That's bullshit! You said nobody cheated! Yeah,
Is it a
take
defender?
No.
Is it an attacker?
Yeah, it would be an attacker.
Is it Finka?
It's not Finka.
Well, it's my turn now, right?
No, it's Millie's turn, you bimbo.
Is it a male?
No.
Does it have a DMR?
No.
Are they a part of the original release?
No.
Is it Nomad?
Yes, it is.
Bang!
Is it a defender?
Yes.
Are they male?
No.
Would you consider the defender a roamer?
Yes.
Is it mute?
No.
Is the defender Thunderbird?
No.
I was about to go for a crazy full.
Is the defender soulless?
No.
It's a 3-speed, brother!
No, they're not.
Is it a female?
Yeah.
They have an MPX.
No.
Azami?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ah.
All right, we gotta lock in.
Wait,
JJ.
who's winning? They're
We're
winning?
losing. We're losing.
Attacker?
No.
Are they a trap?
No.
Is it a male?
No.
Is it part of the original release?
No.
Do they have a shotgun?
Yeah.
Is it a secondary shotgun?
Yeah. It has a secondary shotgun.
Are they 3-speed?
No.
Were they bald?
No.
Is it the Mira secondary shotgun?
Yeah.
Okay. I just gotta take the guess at this point. I'm gonna set someone else up if I don't. No, Lucy.
No.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Is it Mira?
Yeah. You said Mira shotgun. I was like, bro.
Too bad Outlast didn't win the game. Oh, I gotta hear the desk off of this. I know it's going straight into another game, but I gotta hear the desk off of this. All right, buddy, watch out. I'll be right back, y'all.
Just like that, the Rebellion are no longer undefeated, and 100 Thieves are looking pretty good. A regulation win, a full 3 points over a very difficult opponent. We've got Hot and Cold standing by, ready to go for his interview after the win. Matt, congrats on getting this one and bouncing back from the loss last Playday. I know you had some choice words to say on Twitter, like, well, we lost to a bad team, so now we're a bad team. Do you feel better about things now that you took down a behemoth?
I mean, don't know if I would call them a behemoth. Maybe a behemoth of NA. You know, we're technically the second best team in the world now, guys. I think we've made it.
The math is mathing. Yeah.
Now we're moving to first tomorrow. We're moving to first. But I mean, last week, I think my tweet, like a lot of people took it like serious. I mean, it was serious. I was calling those guys shit. I think they are. They just, we didn't play like ourselves on attack, and we lost too many attacks, and then they just cheesed a couple rounds on their attack, and that's a BO1, you know? That's how it goes sometimes.
Well, hot and sexy, can I be the first to say congratulations on your big win over nothing like a hot and cold versus Troy Canadian matchup. A lot of beef there, huh? You want to tell the audience about the beef? I'm just kidding. We're gonna move on. You already kind of talked a little bit about the problems with some of your games. I actually want to know if you can give me some insight into a really funny round that I watched you guys do on the Vents defense.
Round 5.
Was that round 5 on that Vents defense? I believe, Matt, if you remember, you were the Solus hiding under the hatch. Yeah. You're fighting and hiding for your life, and then there's Spirits outside on Clash. He gets 2 people to come help him and get pieced up by Ambi. What were the comms like in this round?
Honestly, I was kind of zoned in on my own thing. I was just trying. I knew I had bomb down bathroom. I was trying to get it done, just staying alive. And all I can hear is just, Zaga or Spirits just yelling for help. I didn't know what was going on, honestly. I have to go back. I didn't even know he was outside. I have to go back and rewatch it. I just heard,
was way out there.
Can we power this guy outside? He's alone. And then that's all I heard, to be honest.
Well, Matt, congratulations on the win. A much-needed 3 points for you guys. A much-needed win for my tier list for you guys, as I said to you.
Keep us slow. Keep us slow. Keep us slow.
In all seriousness, something that I really noticed on your guys' attack in particular, whether it was from the M80 game or any of your guys' series, this time it looked like you guys really were getting those opening kills, going into your favor, but slowing down and also using the information ops into your guys' favor. So you guys really could use those, utilize it in those moments, make sure you could find out where a couple of those players are, alleviate the unknown possibilities, and then really go for the execute. And then it just looked practically flawless from there that we were hoping that we were seeing from the previous games.
Yeah, I mean, right now the meta is just, it's kind of like a handicap meta. You don't really need a drone anymore. You just play Doke, Deimos, Snake, and you just walk. So a map like Border, you don't really need to play like the super... you don't need to play like Ace all the time. You don't need to play Thermite. You don't need to play Mav. You just pick all those ops and then just let them run around and cause their own chaos. And I feel like we did that really well, very well today. We just kind of opened around the map, played slow, and then they were overflowing. That's what I like to call it. Just as soon as we were putting pressure on one part of the map, then they would just throw bodies at it, and then we would just catch them rotating. I mean, we had the Punisher on our team, Adam. And he was punishing. He was punishing.
He definitely was. I mean, just to follow up on that, obviously, with you saying this is a handicap meta, you don't need a drone too much. Does that make your IGLing a lot easier, or does it make it a little hard in a sense of more people are adding onto it because they can kind of take their own initiative because they have their own information?
I mean, it's kind of both, I guess, right? Like, some rounds is just going to be easy because they have their own info. They're just going to walk and kill this guy. Yep. Or some rounds it makes it harder because they have their own info, and then now they're calling something that I don't want them to do, and now we're kind of we're off pace. But I think that's kind of been the main issue for us is just being on the same page, especially for our defenses. I know Kyle's given us a lot of shit watching back our first game mainly, but
I would never.
We would get a lot of winning advantages, and then we would just throw it away. And
I think
we're slowly trying to work on that in practice. It still lingers, but I mean, I feel like that lingers for every team, right?
I think there was a stat that me and Mint were actually looking at that you guys actually have like one of the leading. I can't remember what it was.
Advantages.
Yeah, you had the most advantages out of any team in the league, clearly, but obviously then it was being thrown away, as you were saying. So. Obviously, today, got over the edge, got the 3 points you needed. Congratulations.
To convert, yeah.
Worked out today against Shopify Rebellion. Matt, congratulations. Thanks for your time, as always, and I hope you guys continue to have success down the road.
Thank you, guys. Love you, Kyle.
Love you.
Well, what a win for 100 Thieves. They do it on the back of some incredible team play, but we would be remiss if we do not give Adam his flowers. 18-8. The guy was floating out there.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about it. Adam, 18 bomb. If you ask Adam what his favorite map is, I guarantee you he says border. I mean, all the way back, even when he was on wild card, this guy's just sitting out break with a DMR, and we see, what is he on right here? Dokkaebi. He's on a DMR. Lion, another round. I'm very surprised he's not on the 417 right here, but Adam on border, yeah, he is the Punisher. He's going to be shutting down a lot of different angles because that's kind of what border is. The defense has to get aggressive at some point. You barely have to walk into the map.
And I think it showcases what Hanko was talking about, of just being able to play off their own information, and what we were seeing from Adam time and time again, where he was taking on those gunfights all by himself, didn't need assistance from the team, and then was really just able to lock down positions where then it left SR kind of in a chokehold, whether they had to go for this pick, they had to make something happen, but clearly Adam, 18-8, what a performance from him to push them over the edge, and like I said, a much needed 3 points after last week.
Yeah, and seeing that tier list at the open of the show, 100 Thieves is like, all right, well,
hey, sometimes you gotta be at the bottom and then work your way up, use it as motivation.
All right, well,
see me as a hater.
The motivation clearly worked. Maybe they need more haters. There's now no longer 3 undefeated teams here in the NAL. There are just 2. And one of them faces yet another challenger. It is M80 now, who have 8 points to their name due to an overtime win. They take on Cloud9, a team here looking to replicate the success that 100 Thieves just had. When we think about this Cloud9 team, the first thing that we talked about in the first week was the addition with the new changes. You bring in Monk, you bring in Panba.
Yeah.
And you have to talk about now that we found out Panba is IGLing this team, Lax. And, well, we saw the verdict last playday. It's working well.
Yeah, I think on all fronts, it's really been paying off for this Cloud9 roster. I actually have a lot more respect for this team. However, for Panba, he's the captain now, and he made a very bold claim as the previous playday, saying, I always thought I was the better than any other IGLs I've been under. Now, man, I talked to you about this. Maybe that was in reference to a specific player of Nave, but when you look at his history, when he came into the league, these are the first 3 playdays of any of the IGLs he's been under, whether it was BC, whether it was Troy, Nave, Hot and Cold, and now Panba. Panba made the claim that he is a better IGL than those players. And funny enough, he has to end this stage first if that claim is true. So I just had to, I had to look back in history and see how far this goes. And even if it is towards Nave, that first stage with Nave, they got first. So in order to, like I said, make that statement really be true, he has to end this stage in first place.
When you say we got first, I was there at that time.
True,
we got Kobe Lack.
You're old.
Thank you. But yeah, I mean, obviously I worked with Pamazoo, and I've had I've made some comments on my stream about him because a lot of people in 100 Thieves were wondering, why is Gomez not dropped? Why is Pamba not there, right? And I guess from the outside looking in, it makes a lot of sense. Pamazoo, one of the historied players in our league. I mean, he was the Charlotte Major MVP. Some call him a Finca crutch, but at the end of the day, I mean, one, Gomez is working out for 100 Thieves, so everything seems to be working there. But and Pamba seems to be working here. But 2, Pamba is a stubborn player. And I'm not afraid to say that. I love Rob, but he can be stubborn. He sees the game at a very high level. Super smart player, one of the smartest players I've ever been around, but he wants to play the game a certain way. So it makes a lot of sense to me that he goes to a younger team here where maybe he couldn't have his way on 100 Thieves, or maybe he couldn't get his way on DZ, but now he most certainly has his way on Cloud9, and it seemed to be working.
Yeah, now he can get those young players to follow his lead as IGL, and we're seeing maybe some potential there. They have a difficult opponent, though, right now, Kyle. They have M80, who, as we said, is undefeated. They only missed out the 1 point because of overtime, and they also have been looking good. Now, if you were a critic of M80, though, could you say, well, they haven't played the most insane team so far? They've had a better run of it in terms of the schedule?
Yeah, I mean, interesting you say that. If I was a critic of M80, why would I ever be a critic? It's not like they dropped Hot and Cold or anything. But, yeah, you could make a claim actually that they might be farming some of the bottom tier teams. And it's sad to say some of the bottom teams are the teams my friends are on, SSG, and they ended up beating 100 Thieves as well in overtime, which is a game that you and Fresh were talking about. 100 Thieves should have won that game. But they haven't played the Shopifys. They haven't played the DZs. They haven't played these upper echelon of teams that were putting in your S tier. So realistically,
Why'd you say it like that?
Why'd I say like
there's some hate behind
you're,
it.
and you're not here. Well, I don't agree that M80. I believe M80 is more of an A tier team, and I believe that yes, Cloud9 are on the up and up. They've won 5 rounds against some really good teams, that SR and DZ. They beat 100 Thieves. We just watched 100 Thieves look really good last game. I don't see why we can't see the same thing right here. Cloud9 might look really good, upset another undefeated team.
And both of these teams went to Fortress on playday number 3. Where do you think we're going this time, Lex?
Honestly, I don't know. I think they obviously have a big map pool in comparison to Cloud9. Going to Clubhouse now, I think this is a little bit of a gamble, but however, if I'm thinking for M80, clearly seeing that they're the one that left this up, I think there is a little strategic element to this. Obviously, Cloud9 is very unpredictable in their playstyle so far. They haven't gone up against it yet, and they don't want to allow the unpredictable playstyle to really flourish on bigger maps or even a map that they haven't seen them play on. So bring them to something more neutral. Bring them something to a Clubhouse where you can't, you're going to expect everything that's going to be thrown at you. It's really just about the fundamentals at that point. Who's making the least amount of mistakes? Who's able to punish and capitalize off those mistakes being made? So I think this is a great call from M80 to just eliminate and alleviate that factor of allowing Cloud9 to really get scrappy or pull something out of a hat and make something happen. So I really like the choice from M80.
So I'm going to go devil's advocate here, of course. I'm thinking Cloud9 has the possibility of upset, but I really like Clubhouse as a map choice for them because there's a little theory that I like to live by, which is you don't take the worst team to club. The worst team always seems to get the edge on a club. We've seen Outlast. What were they able to do? They were able to even get a point off of SSG, and they haven't looked the same on any other map, right? We strategically always talk about SSG beating DZ on Clubhouse. Well, SSG is technically a weaker team than DZ. It always just seems to fall true because it is that default map, and it's also going to limit M80's fast plays. They are so fast in getting their entries in, which is a great thing that Savage brought into this team, enabling Ash and enabling Diffuser. And Clubhouse, I don't see how they're going to really be able to do that. I think, I'm going to have to give the edge to Cloud9 on this one.
All right, Cloud9. Hot, the edge to Cloud9.
I disagree.
Good.
Great. We'll find out as we get into this one. Cloud9, hot off a win. M80 looking to stay undefeated under Savage's leadership.
It's been really quite a good go of it for this new M80 look. And with what 100 Thieves has put up so far this year, Jesse, I think it's very fair to say that this is really quite a roster move that has benefited both teams. M80 looks like a brand new organization, brand new roster, firing all cylinders. 100 Thieves very quickly ascending the ladder here in North America. So it's one of those rare times where both teams came out with a pretty big dub. Now the question is, does M80 come out with a dub today? Cloud9, an insurgent team. They are scary good when they are on. Does that continue today against M80?
It's going to be a tough task. There's no doubt about that, Parker. Cloud9 have shown some really impressive things, I think, so far throughout this league. 7-5 versus the Rebellion, 7-5 versus Wildcard, and then a victory versus 100 Thieves. For a team like Cloud9, who really weren't that impressive throughout kickoff, and I would say for the last couple of years, that's a pretty big statement, I think, to come out and have those close results. This would be a step above, though. Beating a team like M80, who have yet to lose a game in Stage 1, I think would make all the difference in the world. So it'll be a tall task, but Cloud9, they got Mint on their side. They maybe got some of the fans on their side as well. This is far from a foregone conclusion, so we'll just have to wait and see, Parker. I have to imagine this will be an excellent game. Clubhouse, a very interesting map pick as well. M80 have lost this map the last 4 times they've played it, although all 4 of those games were with at least a slightly different roster.
I mean, imagine you're living in Las Vegas, having your best life. You're with your fiance, you're with your dog, everything's great, you're co-streaming, and then suddenly, freak occurrence results in you getting called up to Tier 1, and you get to make your debut while your best friend over on the side of hot and cold wins his game. And you now get paid to officially hate watch M80, who could lose here against Cloud9. Could you come up with a better day for Mint to make his debut? That's for certain. I think M80 has looked fantastic with Savage. Everybody on this team is pulling their own weight. Obviously, they had a bit of a weird go of it with their winning in overtime. But other than that, this is a team that could very easily be 3-0. There were 2 teams undefeated in regulation before the start of today. That was Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion. We could end up with DZ losing their match next and M80 losing here, and then it'll throw the entire standings of this region into chaos. M80 are hoping to pick up from where they left off. They started the day with the best round differential of all of the teams. They are usually quite clean on their executes, and that's where they will be attacking on first. So 6 rounds, seeing how those executes unfold.
It's a great point you make about the round differential, Parker. People sometimes see M80 on the standings. They're a point below the other 2 undefeated teams, and sure, they've had some close losses. So you might think, okay, well, maybe this is the weakest of the top 3, but statistically, they have won the highest percentage of rounds out of any team here in the North America League, so they're no doubt a scary opponent for Cloud9 to go up against. early here on this Jim attack. They've done a great job creating pressure all around the map. This drone inside of Jim is frankly really, really powerful. It has been spotting Eddie over and over again. And the fact that they don't know that it's there could cause some really big problems for this team later on in the round. He's playing passive just inside the bathroom, so it shouldn't be the end of the world. But if Eddie tries to get aggressive, there's no doubt he'll be read by the M80 and surely punished.
4 players on M80 started the day in the top 10 highest rated players in this league. Ashen 4th, Gavin 7th, Diffuser 9th, Savage 10th. Gunner has been the worst rated player on this team, and even then, he's 20 kills, 20 deaths, 91 EPS. It's really not, if that's your worst player, you're in pretty good shape. C9's best player is Pambazoo. He's downed, Eddie is down, Monk is in the ground, C9 falling apart. But they've managed to get their licks in. Jesse, Ashen, and Gavin have been taken care of by M80, and Pambazoo is recoverable. Center will pick him up. So C9 will go back to even footing. A bit of a scare. Pambazoo, with how good he can be, the most experienced player on this team, you typically want him alive when the rubber hits the road.
Crazy they picked him up. He was right in front of the open window, but nobody was out there to deny it. Here comes a Nitro, shot out of the air, so Uzi won't be getting a freebie with that one. 3v3 is so scary in this position. M80, where does this push actually come from? They still have players grouped up over beside Jacuzzi, as well as this guy outside the main windows. He will move to the hatch, and here we see Savage and Diffuser, the main front of this push, trying to work their way in the breach.
And Pambazoo making his presence felt. Savage down. Diffuser will now need to hold this round together. He has an opportunity to get Savage back. How many people knocked into DBNO but pulled right back from the brink by their teammates are we going to see in a single round? Diffuser has found a window of opportunity for that Diffuse kit to get planted. Savage goes, Diffuser has to bail off, and surely that's the round. The clock will give it to C9 if Center doesn't get that final kill either way. Big round for the team that many had written off, but is making
Let's fucking go, Cloud9. Come on.
Yeah, really close. M80 not going for the traditional cash side clear to take construction control, go step by step slowly. They just really focused on that breach. I think maybe feeling emboldened by the drones that they had and the information they had over towards that Jacuzzi and Gym side of the map. So didn't bother taking too much map control in that push, just playing from outside the building, fighting from the windows, fighting from the Jacuzzi breach. Ended up being a really scrappy contest, but Cloud9 just a little bit better in those gunfights when they needed to the most. Savage in that 2v2 was holding the perfect rotate on, I believe it was Center coming out of Logi, but just wasn't aiming head level, and that can make all the difference at a level like this. Get smoked on the headshot and Diffuser in the 1v2. You said it, no chance to clutch that one up. So a good start from Cloud9 defending here on Clubhouse. The last time we saw Clubhouse here in the North America League, it was, well, I guess it was Wildcard Shopfire Rebellion. That was a pretty defender-sided map. The time before that was SSG Outlast, which was an incredible defender-sided map as well. So we expect Cloud9 to do well in this first half. The only question is by how much?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see it unfold, right? I think you kind of need to throw your expectations of this Cloud9 roster into the bin. For those that are curious of what the 3 games so far have been for Cloud9, they started off against SR. That was a pretty tough first matchup, and yet they pushed them to the brink, ultimately still losing, but all 12 rounds were needed. A 5-7 loss for C9. And they suffered the same fate at the hands of Wildcard. Again, another playoff level team in NA, and they pushed them to the 12th and final round. They managed to beat 100 Thieves on Friday of last week, 7-4, and then have M80 and 5 Fears up next. That means that the 4 of the 5 teams that C9 has to start against were the teams that represented North America at Salt Lake City.
That is impressive.
Running the gauntlet. So the fact that C9's been competitive, albeit a loss against 2 of them, and 1 against the 1 team that didn't make it, that honestly bodes very well for this roster. And a lot of praise needs to go to Pambazoo for the experience and leadership that he provides.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that this is probably the best roster Cloud9 has had since Laxing was on the team. I mean, it's been a hot minute with Cloud9 being in the scene for so long, but this team finally looks like they might have the potential to push for a land spot. Certainly playoffs is going to be their goal for this group stage. CCTV Cash is going to be on first defense spot, and it's a big swing from Pamba that pays off. Can he get 2? No, he cannot. And with this down being picked up too, it's not even going to be a kill secured. So a 2-man lead now for M80 here in the second round.
I mean, wasn't this very similar to what we saw in round number 1? And Cloud9 still persevered, so obviously don't count them out. I know obviously a lot has been said about Pambazoo on this team. He is their best rated player, but the supporting cast of C9 has done their job very well. And truth be told, it's crazy that half this roster didn't even play in the very first match. They were all names I'd never recognized before, but I mean, they're really starting to pick up the pace here. They got their work cut out for them, though, as Monk patrols Rafters. They thought they had the all-clear. ADS is working very effectively. He dances around those nades. I don't think he's going to survive, but yet somehow he does. How on earth does Monk live as long as he does? C9 getting their licks in against M80. And what looked like an almost foregone conclusion has become quite far from it.
I mean,
it's a 2v2, Jesse.
Kind of a default.
25 seconds too. The time is not on their side. Gavin is going for an incredibly late rotation, deciding that the Raptors' position maybe not the way he wants. Yes, we'll commit to it once again. Gunner outside the breach, so difficult to work this.
Rafters.
Yeah, I do not love this positioning on the side of M80. Center in a rat spot.
Wow! Holy shit!
It runs in the family, I suppose. As Surf
That's
got some big
Center
moments
is
in his
Surf's
matchup,
brother.
and now
That's right.
Center
Yo, Cloud9's on the up and up.
Huge round for Cloud9.
Holy.
What a comeback that was too, Parker. You thought it was over down 5v3. It felt like they had all the momentum in the world, but I know he only gets 1 kill in that round. For me, Monk has to be the MVP. What a ridiculous play. In 2026, playing Rafters in Rainbow Six Siege is one of the most painful things you can possibly do. Fett has a great series of videos on the evolution of this position in Siege. Rafters is always talked about as a real power position defending CC on this site. Monk delays so much time and also gets a kill while eating a million pieces of utility. At the same time, there are swings coming through from Uzi, who gets a big 2K in that round as well. Center, of course, closes things out here in the final 2v2. Everybody plays that so well on the side of Cloud9. There's a lot is asked of them, frankly, in that round, but they answer the call exactly as they need to, and it is 2-0 for Cloud9. What a start for the underdogs.
10 seconds to insert. You didn't really call them the underdogs. I mean, I suppose in a literal sense, yes, but I mean, Cloud9 enters the day with a round differential of -1. Every team outside of the big 3 has a negative round differential, which I honestly don't know the last time that happened in any of the top tier leagues. When there's obviously massive skill disparity in, say, a T2 or a T3 league, yeah, I'm accustomed to seeing that. But Dark Zero, Shopify Rebellion, and M80 are the only teams with positive round differentials, and all of them started the day with double-digit pluses next to their name. Wildcard and Cloud9 both at -1 for their round differential. So again, even though Cloud9 is an underdog, they've been competitive. And I will repeat for those who didn't hear it 2 rounds ago, 4 of the first 5 opponents that Cloud9 faces are the 4 teams that went to Salt Lake City to represent North America. So if Cloud9 can pick up points in their first 5 games against these opponents, when they have to go up against the likes of Outlast and For Fun and Space Station, those should be pretty free points. And that means that Cloud9's fortunes of making the playoffs and even finishing top 4 will surge. You're obviously feeling really good about this one, Jesse, because take a look at Center.
Ooh, he just got droned.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tough one. The drone's stuck up behind him. Gunner can go pick up his drone now. He just runs right past as he wants to get to the bomb site. They might be going for a fast execute off this space.
And it looks like that's the play. Eddie gunned down. Uzi, the only one on the board so far. Say goodbye to Savage. Pambazoo will die as well. Monk looking for the flank. They have him read like a book. Gavin will close that chapter as Uzi finds himself in a 1v4. It becomes a 1v3. Case is down. Uzi, not more than that. Just a single kill shut down by M80 trying to retake the bomb site. It will not be a perfect rotation for the defenders. That bottom floor bomb site is a little bit too hard to hold. M80 will get on the board.
Yeah, beautiful little tempo play to get them active here in this match at Clubhouse. That round felt like maybe a must-win in order to avoid the wrath of a very angry Fabian tack timeout, but they don't have to suffer through that, you'd expect, because they did a really good job spotting that gap, going for the play. I think that round's a good example of maybe Cloud9 showing their hand a little bit, kind of going over what they want to play. Here comes the Fabian tack timeout. Actually, they will choose to run it. Cloud9 have been very aggressive on a lot of these defenses. You know, they're willing to go for swings. They're willing to take risks in the early game. And the M80, they've done a good job of catching out a lot of those aggro plays. We just saw it in Dirt Tunnel, of course, with Center getting shut down on that play. But even going back to like round number 2, right? Pamba's aggressive down inside a lounge, and they shut him down really nicely. So the early game has been won by M80 in the majority of the time. But sometimes in these late rounds, things are slipping away from them. They're kind of losing things out on the clock. They're stalling out just a little bit. Round 3 wasn't an example of that, of course. They closed that out really nicely, but interested to hear what Fabian might have to say in this timeout, sort of get the guys back on track in a game that he feels like they should be up a little bit more dominantly than they are.
M80 playing in Windsor, Ontario, as it's easier to secure a Canadian visa than it is to secure an American visa at the current point in time. That's why Savage is there with them. It looks like Gavin is not with the team. That is just my assumption based on the backgrounds. It's entirely possible that he's there, but it does look like the other 4 are. It was announced during Salt Lake City that Fabian is a new father. And of course, we congratulated him at that current point in time, but he is at home with wife and baby. Obviously, you know, I make jokes about Fabian being a heartless monster, but there's still enough heart in him to know that he's not going to be giving up the time of the newborn to go be with his boys in South Detroit, let's put it that way. So the team obviously playing in abnormal circumstances, and it hasn't really knocked them astride at all. This team looks quite focused. Obviously, they have their hands full against Cloud9, but they're attacking on Clubhouse. That's historically quite challenging, and even though the numbers have looked a lot better as of late for attackers, you know, there's still other variables and factors that need to come into play. So good time for a timeout, especially if Fabian thinks that there's something wrong with the team's attitude or motivation. You can screw their heads on right before the match gets too far away from you.
Parker, I've been meaning to comment on this since the game began, but I haven't had the chance. For maybe the first time in months, Kaid has stayed unbanned on Clubhouse, and it will finally be brought out by Eddie. This is an operator that is basically permanently banned on Club because the wall breaching is just so critically important. Now, M80 have played a lot of this Maverick. They've had answers in case the Kaid comes through, and I don't think it's something that they're going to be surprised to see, as Ashen is immediately going to start opening this wall up. But it is a little bit curious that it took Cloud9 so long to start bringing this operator. Maybe just deciding that, hey, we don't want to show it through the first 3 rounds so that we can play it in overtime if we do get there. Maybe it just wasn't part of the strat book, so they didn't even think to bring it out. But after the attack timeout, they think to themselves, hey, you know what? It would be good to start bringing this, keep our walls a little bit safer, a little bit closed, more than we'd like to, more than we've previously seen. Claw has been cleared out at this point, so it ends up being a waiting game, and this is always the danger with the Maverick. Oh, that's not what we wanted to do.
Every single bomb site on Clubhouse in the NAL is defender-sided, and I mean, obviously, again, small sample sizes. This map has been played twice. Attacking win rate is 31%. That is really quite poor. For those that do math, that means the defenders have won 69% of all the rounds, which of course is very nice. No bomb site except for Bar Stage has a positive attack win rate. So this really should be M80 running headfirst against a wall. If they can manage to get 2, maybe 3 rounds, I feel like they're in great shape moving forward. You just got to get there first. And M80's already halfway there. This particular round, though, they will immediately trade blows. Gavin and Monk, a perfect 1-for-1 trade on each other. Now they're dealing with this cash hole, deeply entrenched. Trying to isolate Pambazoo, who's going to play in a spot often referred to as suicide. It's where you know at some point you're just going to die. You're not going to make it out with your life intact, and there you go. Savage will be the one to flush him out, though. It was a joint effort. And despite the soil canister slowing them down, M80's assault is unrelenting. Final 30 seconds, and they double up on these Cloud9 defenders. Eddie in center, Eddie with 0 kills, center with 6, and center's been able to save some of these rounds. Anything is possible. But M80 look like they're back in fine form and are eager to tie things up. There goes Eddie, center underneath the blitz, waiting for the vault over. He gets Diffuser and Savage for his troubles. Grabs Gunner as well. It's a 1v1 as Ashen gets the Diffuse kit down. Center will scramble and Ashen clutches out for M80 to tie the game.
It's a 1v1 from the two Chicago boys in this matchup, but Ashen with the experience is just a little bit sharper. What a play that was from center, Parker. He has been by far the top frag for Cloud9 today, and he comes so close to clutching that out in the 1v4. The rat spot just under the breach. That was exactly the play he had to make to win that round, because yes, they were in a two-man deficit, but the time was almost at 0. I mean, that extension into cash wasted 2.5 minutes nearly. It was crazy how long it took M80 to take that space, to take that control. Center realizes that the time is low. 15 seconds here, by the way, 1v4. He catches 2 here on the jump in, wins the 1v1 duel versus Gunner after he drops his Logi hatch as well, and man, this would have been the best clutch of Center's career by far, but denied by Ashen. Holy is right, I think, after that round. Good lord.
You're definitely you're toeing the line today. First with the reading a JJ tweet, which is always fraught with peril, and now almost saying swears on cast. You don't say swears, so just make sure you're, this is a family show, Jesse. You got to adhere to those rules, even if it is people brutally and violently murdering each other. But that's besides the point. Just can't say those curse words. Center having a terrific day. Surf did not have the best day of his career, but still a pretty solid and commendable day despite the result. And again, it's really quite a family affair. Oh my goodness. How on earth does Ashen lose that fight? It seemed like he was afflicted with some choice paralysis. And Pambazoo reads it perfectly. That is a rough one for Ashen, and one that I'm sure will piss off the M80 guys.
Yeah, Ashen was just getting off the rappel, so he was stuck in the animation, which made it a really awkward position for him. Panda gets the read on it one way or another. Probably caught him droning with that soulless scanner, so was confident to take that swing. And that's what I said during the TAC timeout, right? Cloud9 have been playing aggressive today. They want to make some swings happen. They want to apply pressure to M80 early. The fact that you took the Blackbeard off the board and the guy who just won the 1v1 clutch, that's a critical kill to get here, as now M80 are left with just one shield to approach this bomb site.
Yeah, and I mean, don't even count out Ashen's fragging potential. Blackbeard is likely going to frag better than a Blitz, or at least be in situations where you expect him to frag better than a Blitz. So losing a guy who's tied with Gavin for team lead in kills is really quite detrimental. And I mean, Ashen's been sensational for this team. The 4th highest rated player heading into today's matches, and far and away one of the best offensive threats across the entire league. So M80 will suffer through this, but they can recover with still half of the round to go. They just need next steps, and that'll be through construction as they assemble their forces near some silhouettes. Diffuser caught with his pants down. Center gets 2. Jesse, the kills are just falling into his lap. Eddie will toss out a Nitro Cell, a 3rd from Center, and C9 win a banger of a round.
Center has been on fire today, Parker. It is impossible to overstate how well this man is doing. Less than a week ago, he posted the best game of his career. That was against 100 Thieves back on Friday, the 12th. It was a really nice game, 11-9. Of course, it's been a short career for Center so far, making his rookie debut back during March. But even still, this has been another level for Center to show up on. He's been just frying people, running around with these DMRs, making the swings matter when he has to play on a shotgun, whether it's Warden or Smoke. They had some intel on his position here too. I think they were aware of his spot, but as soon as that throwable comes out, as soon as he loses his gate, he recognizes that, man, I can make this swing happen.
Gav's about to drop 37, bro.
37's the prediction. I could see it if he keeps playing like this.
12 kills through 5 completed rounds.
That's crazy.
That's a head shaker, especially for a guy who is tied with Uzi on the bottom of the team heading into today's match. Center plays a tough role. He's often playing shields on a lot of attacks, so he's the guy, at least on attack, you're not expecting to get a lot of kills. His defending ops are typically more support oriented, so he's usually not the guy that's tasked with getting those kills. But I mean, look at a player like Shepard, look at a player like Brede, look at a player like Bosco. These are guys who play very similar operators, well, when those players did play. Shepard and Bosco at this point are retired. But they were incredibly good at fragging from those positions. And I mean, not that I think that this is the genesis of Center joining such an elite group of players, but I mean, if he continues to play like he's doing today, especially up against opponents like M80, it's not like he's beating up a bunch of T2, T3 teams. Center's able to make some serious magic happen with these ops, and it's nice to see for Cloud9. I do worry a little bit that they're being bailed out by him and that eventually he'll cool off and it'll allow M80 back into this match.
I asked Vivid at the start of the stage what the roles were like for this new C9. He told me, listen, Monk is on the entry, everybody else is basically Flex, Pamba's Flex IGL, and Center, he's our agent of chaos. That's the way he described it to me, and of course he's also their hard support player, but I think it's a good title for Center to be playing with. He makes things happen, he gets aggressive, he gets in your head despite the roles that he might be put on. Taking some early damage now, playing just outside of Logi at the moment. A lot of damage onto him, a lot of damage onto Eddie as well, but you have to imagine he is just a moment away from popping off as he has through all 5 rounds so far.
Just kind of waiting at this point in time on the side of M80. There's Savage baiting for a kill, fishing for one. He'll get it. Pambazoo answers back. Down goes Gunner. Been a bit of a rougher day for Gunner when it comes to the kills department, but that's okay because the rest of the team is doing about the same, so he's in very good company. Problem is you need that tide to lift all these boats equally. M80 right now hoping that over the next 50 seconds, they'll find the 4 remaining players on C9 and push themselves to a tie, which, again, for attackers on Clubhouse would be quite good. Gavin does find an opportunity onto Eddie. Down goes Savage. So C9, a very hard team to put much space between. Suddenly, though, it's cracked wide open, and Uzi will need to clutch out a 1v3. Up to the yawning chasm, out on Jacuzzi, and Ashen will give him a swirly. Tie game heading into halftime with M80 winning the final round of the first half.
Well, perfect spot to be here, 3-3 on the attacker side of Club. It feels good for M80 here, but let's focus on Cloud9 for a moment. They came out of the gates swinging. The first 2 rounds were looking pretty strong.
Yeah, I really like what we saw from both 1 and 2 rounds. I mean, it was really scrappy in the mid, and then once it got to that late round, it really came down to discipline from the side of Cloud9. Understanding it's a 2v2, Diffuser has to be planted, and that's a key thing to take away is Diffuser has to be planted, so now it's essentially going to be a 2v1, and they played both of these scenarios perfectly.
Yeah, I think that's what's impressed me about Cloud9 too. I feel like that Cloud9 of the past would not have done that. Having Pambazoo and having some veteran experience in there and teaching him how to be disciplined at the right moments, or when to even go for these mid-round aggressive plays, which seems to be really tilting M80 as well when they're running out on the Blackbeard, or right before they're about to execute, you see Center kind of walking out of sight and getting killed, or even right here. Center.
Yeah, I mean, even in this round 4, I mean, this was such good heroics from Center, but I think this is where the inexperience really comes in. There's that last little bit, it comes down to that 1v1. Center just full sprints in, where once that diffuser goes down, that's another added 45 seconds onto the clock where he can just wait, and you clearly see
Center was locked
to go for the kill.
in.
If Center's just posted up, predicting that, he possibly then
He almost had
favor.
that,
They
bro.
ended now in a 4-2 half. 3-3 by all means isn't the end of the world. It's good. It's a good half for both sides. I am
we
a
talk
little
about this
scared
scoreline
of the
right now?
attacking side because you
we
can't
talk about this
go for
Cloud9
these super fast, aggressive
and
takes.
M80.
It is going to be really telegraphed. You're going to
3-3
understand
half.
almost immediately what a team is going
talk
for.
about
I
this
do
for a
want to
second?
see maybe more split takes from them and then see if they can exploit a gap.
Is
or at
this
least pull
NA's
some
fucking,
attention
like,
away
are
and
we
then
back
maybe
on top
go
now?
for something quick.
Well, especially as Parker said, right? If
Or
Center
Cloud9?
That as well. That's a
he
big
had
one.
3,
Is up
4
here like
rounds where he
this?
had triple
Bro.
kills. I mean, 12-3 right now. If he slows down, do you start to get concerned for Cloud9's hopes?
I think he's going for 37, isn't that?
really
isn't that
have,
what
hey.
Pambazoo said? I think that might be what it takes to get the map, unless someone
Maybe,
else kind of wakes up. I mean, the thing is, he's going to hop onto the attack
Maybe
side.
the-
He's
maybe
gonna
the
hop onto
IGLs
shields
are
as
shining,
well,
you know
so
what I
he's gonna
mean?
be
I
that
mean-
main pushing power for the team, and I do think
I
we
don't
will
know.
probably see some of that split type of attacks, because that is what Pambazoo likes. That is part of his theory. So
I think we
would
need to see it.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the Solid Snake and the Deimos or the Dokkaebi like every round.
And when you say split attacks, can you just clarify for the people at home, what does that mean in practice?
It's just like if you're playing a CCTV cache, you're taking from hot tub, you're taking from outside CCTV balk, and you're essentially attacking from one side or the other. And then if in theory, if you can pull the attention away and put more pressure onto Master side, then that's the information for the player on hot to be like, okay, we got 3 players over here. Let's now attack Garage. Let's now attack CC. Let's come up red. Let's switch our takes. And if it works out, you get the picks on both sides, then it's just really constricting the site and then really putting the pressure on the defenders of they have to look in both sides they're going to be attacked on the front.
All right, we'll see if M80 can just keep this up and make the defense on Club look easy as we get into the second half. Guys?
Devin I don't know what's going on with Outlast. I ain't gonna lie.
Game so
but hey, they need to stay there.
Good enough for a 3-3 split for Cloud.
It's giving me and my team.
They will now have to move on to the more difficult side of Clubhouse. They will have to keep this momentum up. The desk said it, you said it, Parker. I'll say it as well. We'll see Center on Shields for the majority of this half. Has played 65% of all attacking rounds on a shield so far through the North America League Stage 1. And we do see it for this first attack as well as he hops in for the Blitz. So other players will need to come alive. Monk, the young rookie, added to this team just at the start of this stage. 2-5 on the defensive half. He switches over. He's the primary entry. We have to see more out of him. I want to see more out of Eddie, and I want to see more of the supporting cast of Cloud9 so that they can continue to keep this game close.
Swapping mags. Well, I mean, there's a lot of things that we are going to wonder moving forward. And I mean, again, when we looked at the schedule for today, there were a couple matchups that we suspected would be foregone conclusions. And for the most part, most things have gone according to plan. The 100 Thieves Shopify Rebellion matchup, this one, and then the DZ wildcard game are, to me, the big question marks. You know, again, on paper, I looked at M80 as being the clear favorite here, but Cloud9 have very steadily made improvements. They are looking like a team that is gelling very effectively, but how much of that in today's game has been Center papering over some issues? Because if he's not popping off, the round is basically over, as the desk noted. One person is not going to save you time and time again. Ambi could not drag SR by himself to a championship, same with Spoid. And that's why DZ were ultimately just the better team, because they were more well-rounded and had greater depth. So far, M80 looks like the better unit.
They realized it very quickly and went right straight down.
Who's going to be the hero is the question you ask quite often. And I mean, for M80, I guess they can share that
very quickly. It was a minute and a half.
Need a hero here attacking on
they didn't waste time face clearing this
interesting,
shit.
actually, at the last moment, Center moved off of the Blitz and over onto the Glass. I wonder if maybe they droned out Savage.
Like, hey.
I know Savage was trying to hide the Clash.
They're fucking hard anchoring. Let's get down here.
If they found him on a drone or not, but if they did see him, that would have been a good reason to swap off that operator. They've got Pamba here on the Capital, one of the best Clash counters in the game either way. So they should have the tools to deal with the suppressive operator being run by the captain of M80. They've also very, I think, quickly read into the fact that this is a hard anchor strat coming up from M80. There's really no example of a roam here at all. There's no evidence that this might be an aggressive play. So Cloud9 said, let's take this space as quickly as we can. They've now got it. They've opened up all of the hatches and they've started to work on the floorboards. When this push comes in, it'll be sooner rather than later. It's going to be an explosive 5v5.
And there goes the smokes. A good visualization of above.
Yes, it is.
Center will be the first one looking for contact. Uzi is on the board. Down goes Ash and traded out immediately. That's one Center's gonna want back. An ugly engagement that breaks in favor of M80. Pambazoo sitting upstairs going, where's my team at?
Dude said LOL. No, bro.
And yeah, I mean, it's pretty unthinkable that the Glaz lost that engagement against a fully blinded Clash down below. This round is over, by the way. 10 seconds. Pambazoo will drop Moto. Bullet Tracers flying overhead. He gets one, but that's all she wrote. M80 takes the lead.
And the typing begins from North America's most prolific text chatter. Of course, it does start here on the defensive side. And I mean, you're right, Parker. That was a tough gunfight for Center to lose up against a Clash that was both blind and also Center was in the smoke. So a couple different utilities being used to try to win that fight for Center, but it's not all on him either. I mean, every other player also lost their fights. Just because we weren't spectating them doesn't mean it didn't happen. Diffuser got a massive double kill onto both Uzi and Eddie in the midst of that round. He was just playing kind of in the dirt tunnel position.
This is what I do when I'm able to watch
there in the midst of that round, finding those players as they came in through Armory, as they came down those main stairs.
This is what I do.
Diffuser did a great job from playing just under that kitchen hatch to be able to get a couple of big frags too. So all across the board. M80 finding big success on that hard anchor. Cloud9, a good read, a good idea, but as is often the case with these less experienced teams, the execution, the fumble point there for Cloud9 will have another attempt now as they attack onto Gym Bedroom for round number 8.
10 seconds insertion.
Really good stuff here from both of these teams, and yeah, a great round from M80. Man, if I'm center, losing that contest against the Clash is, frankly, a head scratcher, puzzling, a bit, honestly, a bit embarrassing, because that really would have changed, I think, at least a sizable portion of the round. You keep Church control, you deny M80 the rotate, you also get access to the bomb site. But when you fail to capitalize on that position, Savage can immediately pivot. You've lost a huge way into the site, and it leaves Panbazoo all alone with nobody to hold across and apply pressure alongside Panbazoo onto those remaining players. And you saw immediately M80 rotated to cover that spot that was held by the Glaz and surrendered when those smokes went off near Moto. So all told, I like M80's responses here, and this is something that we've seen time and time again through stage one.
Seeing so many
Savage calling, somebody else on the team calling it. I'm not going to give credit here to somebody I don't know.
I understand it's Clubhouse, but
M80 are
seeing a lot of default holds
making
here.
The next step.
Just saying,
like, has been made. They are terrific.
You know what they're doing. You know how they're holding it.
It's just really tricky to beat a team that
you know where they are. You know what angles they're looking for. It's default shit.
Savage has reclaimed his spot on the Clash. Diffuser here on the Mira as well. I was a little surprised.
They may be doing that because it's on the Cloud9.
You know what I mean? Windows. That's usually where you'll see pro teams put these
they're
windows.
They're not going to use their special fancy straps.
But of course, they've got one here in Bathroom, and the other one's probably just outside of Logic through Secret. I would have to imagine looking into the site.
You know what I mean?
Here comes the smokes. They're starting to breach this. They don't want this mirror window to exist any longer. I think the impact's gone out, but it's not quite enough. The mirror window survives, but down below it's going to get breached, which forces Diffuser out of this position.
As designed, I'll plug one of those holes.
Interesting.
Amazingly slow round from a fragging department. Jesse, just a little over a minute left, and everybody is still alive. Savage scouting on the jacuzzi wall. There's no follow-up on the side of M80, so Cloud9 is aware of one of these defenders. Will now go scouting for information above. There go the smokes. You're hoping, if you're Cloud9, for a much better performance out of Glaz this time around.
It's going to be Uzi who's holding it, and he's firing into the site, but the Clash, I mean, you just can't get past the shield. Nitro deals a lot of damage to Eddie, and they start to push up, but the Glaz gets his value.
I mean, Uzi's fragging out. Monk gets one of his own, and C9 has switched things around. They isolated the Clash. They took everybody else out, and they win a flawless round to tie the game. Incredible bounce back by C9.
We said it had to be some of these supporting cast players who step up and have impact. It can't just be the center show here on the attack, and I think that's exactly what we got to see in round 8, Parker. That defense not going the way that M80 were hoping for it. Finding a lot of good success with that Glaz to get some space from Uzi. We see Monk as well dropping in, I think just through the Logi hatch. He found his way in through Cash, might have even worked his way in through the garage side of the map. Yeah. So you find the space across different parts of the map. I know our desk wanted to see some split pushes with pressure coming in from different sides. That's exactly what we just got out of Cloud9. While we were all focused on the Glaz, the Clash was looking this way as well. Uzi was getting a multi-kill. Monk kind of came in from the back and was able to find that gap to give the man count advantage back over to Cloud9 as well. So tie us up back at 4. This game still anybody's to call. And M80 not out of the woods just yet. This game will not be any easier on the second half.
What on earth is Center saying in chat?
I didn't catch it. What he said.
I didn't read it, to be honest.
He was talking about a banned skin, and I know that teams have protested that before. Not sure if that was a serious comment or not, or if the admins are aware of it, but this might surprise people, but we are not admins. We don't know. I don't even know the full list of skins that are and aren't allowed. That's not really my job, and frankly, it's even if it. Well, I mean, I don't want it to be my job. Let's put it that way. The admins already have a tough enough job as is. They don't need me mucking it up by weighing in here. But I have to imagine at this point in time, since nothing's been called, that it was just a bit of friendly banter that was coming in from Center.
Play it out regardless. Usually when it is like a skin issue,
that's
usually
another
the
depot
admins
hole.
will give you a warning too as well, but obviously it can change depending on what the given rule book is. Start to work on the classic hard breach here for Clubhouse, getting these walls open without too many problems. One more round before the bans can come through. It's just the mute that's super out here to keep this closed, except no, is Gunnar gonna trick this with the Miro window? Yes, he will.
Very
Only one
good.
exothermic charge denied from that way. Eddie will have one more as he's also opted to open up the con single wall.
Eddie, you
but
should have done this
is still
shit to
not
begin
free.
with,
It's really
bro.
awkward. If they pop this window, they could impact this one too.
Exothermic charge going off. Sound call is good, so they've opened it up. They will use a Zoto canister to freeze the advance, and that Black Mirror will now open up an even greater line of sight in from the second wall that wasn't impacted by that exothermic charge.
Where's the
C9's pace at taking control of the
Doki
map
doing?
has been pretty good. It's their gunfights
Doki's just
that
hanging
were
out.
ugly
Monk, what
again.
are we doing?
It's Center who
You and his
really
Blackbeard
stole the
should have
show
already
in that
pinched this
first
dude
half.
out
If
of lounge.
Center
What are we doing?
misses on 2 of those clutches, we're talking.
We had to wait on Pamba to come down here to
scoreline.
tell us what to do?
It looks like Cloud9.
Y'all should be
back
doing
in
this
a
shit without your fucking
5-7
IGL.
territory. I mean, that's
Your IGL's
still
up
very
here trying to get the
possible.
wall open. What
Even
the
though
fuck?
C9 does have a victory to their name, they've been going up against some of the toughest competition here in the
And they
region.
died
I
to
mean,
some-
they're going to have an even harder task as M80 takes down Pambazoo, the leader of C9.
Hey, yo, this attack was they butchered this attack.
To exert influence over the next 50
You need to
seconds
just give up on Raptors, bro. You got
Such
45
a big
seconds
play
left.
by
Get off
Gunnar,
of Raptors.
recognizing there's nobody still holding over towards Khan, so he can make that aggro move, relieve some pressure off of Diffuser. He's still the main focal point of this attack. He's seen by the Blackbeard, but even if he doesn't get a kill, Parker, all of this time he's wasting is so good for his team, and he finds Monk. Wow.
Steady as she goes for these teams.
25 seconds left, and the Blackbeard is finally on the fucking
pacing
on
of this
Raptors.
Cloud9 advance must go faster. It must improve.
Yeah.
The Center will look for the cross. He's got one tucked into the corner. Hit by a drive-by by Ash in a bewildering play. But that's why he's the highest rated player on his team. Gunnar and Savage on cleanup duty. And M80 will take the lead over C9.
Yeah, really solid defense from M80 there, Parker. Even in the 3v3, you could tell that was heavily favored towards M80 just because of the positioning they had and most importantly, the time on the clock. Diffuser down inside of Lounge wasted
was unfortunate.
so much time and went
Cloud9
one for one.
just
They spent nearly
absolutely
the entire
botched that
round trying to
shit.
fish him out of bottom
I don't know what
garage.
the hell they were
just
doing
couldn't
there.
do it. As they were all looking at him as well, we saw Gunnar make an aggressive move over towards construction, play those master windows to be able to get a pick on a player outside the building. It's really risky because the Thermite had opened up the con wall, so there clearly was the potential for an attacker to be there, but recognizing that that wasn't the case, Gunnar chose to play aggressive there, and they did exactly what they needed to in the 3v3 with 3 Nitro cells as well. Getting that plant down from Center was going to be really, really difficult, so I like that play coming out from M80. They will then go through the ban phase and remove that Thermite, so going to make hard breaching all the more difficult, but with the Mira ban coming through from Cloud9 as well, I don't imagine they'll have any problems opening these walls, whether they use Habana, Maverick, or just cans.
Got word that the admins right now are following up on Center's comments about the skins, so there will be some form of declaration and decision made by these admins. I don't know what there is to look at, to be completely honest with you, and again, it's not really our jurisdiction. We can just sit and wait. I didn't even see what skin he was specifically talking about, but for those that are unaware, there are certain uniforms that are not allowed in pro play for a variety of reasons. This was a fight that players actually had for quite some time, and the devs eventually acknowledged that certain skins were not fit for comp play. I don't know what the decision is, but it looks like from a tech pause and a decision maybe made by the admins is immediately pivoted into a Cloud9 timeout. So Cloud9 not able to talk during that tech pause. Teams are not allowed to talk during tech issues, but here C9 and their coaching staff will be able to communicate. And I mean, with M80 starting to run away with this on the stronger side of Clubhouse, I don't dislike this decision.
Head coach of Cloud9 is Vivid. Vivid was actually organizing a podcast with the team that Cloud9 put out on their socials this week, which had some really good insights, talking about the team, how they've chosen to make these roster moves and what the future might look like for Cloud9 and Rainbow Six Siege. Again, I think this iteration of C9 is probably the best that the organization has posted in quite a few years. An opportunity to take down M80 still sits in front of them, but they're going to have to be better on some of these attacks, Parker. Despite how some of them have gone, despite the numbers being close, I really do think the time has been a big issue for them. Both in these last couple of rounds, it feels like the actual execute is not coming in until the final 30 or 20 seconds of the round. And sometimes that's just how Clubhouse works. You know, it's a big map. There's a lot to clear. Even this like garage, like it's directly next to the outside, but it's so difficult. You're gonna have to use so many resources. Even the best teams in the world will take their time with it. But they gotta find some way to break through. You're playing against the best, but you're here for a reason inside the NAL. They have to be flawless if they want the regulation win. Otherwise, overtime or a loss is all that they can accomplish. Hopefully after this timeout, they're able to wrap their minds around it and find a way to break through.
Well, it seems that the skin is fine. The decision that was made, communicated to us by our member of production, that apparently one of the players, like I said, misseen the skin, and it was actually one that was allowed. So no harm, no foul here, but always good to keep a keen eye on that sort of thing. For people that are most curious, you think back to like some of those Dust Line and Wind Bastion skins where you cannot see anything. I remember there was a picture, I think it was like a Jaeger in Villa, and it was like, where is the operator? And it was as somebody who grew up with Where's Waldo, it's the hardest I've ever had to look to find something in a photo, let me tell you that much. So I completely get it. So in the name of fairness, there are a number of skins that are not approved. In fact, most skins or operator kits are not allowed just for competitive integrity, which frankly, you know, people are going to call me a Ubisoft glazer here, but a lot of esports is marketing. You are actively harming potential sales of skins by not allowing them to be shown off in an esport. So kudos to Ubisoft for ultimately making the decision that competitive integrity supersedes the financial needs of this game and the scene, and obviously players very much enjoy it as well. So admins have ruled that all is well and good. We continue onwards, and M80 holds the lead. All 12 rounds looking very likely. That is good news for Cloud9 because that presents them a window to win in regulation, but it's also bad news because they've gone to all 12 rounds multiple times, and well, they've yet to win an actual 12-round matchup. They've lost 5-7 and 5-7.
Yeah, the 5-7 scoreline's definitely got some trauma attached to it for Cloud9, so they're hoping to avoid that. Well, they're hoping to get it still, but hoping to at least make this one competitive, get overtime if they need to. It was a heavy roam game from M80, and it still is. Gunner's gone back to site, but Savage and Gavin still remain on the top floor. Center doesn't remain anywhere because he is just disconnected, and we're so deep into the round, I don't think it'll be allowed for a rehost. Uzi gets a pick back onto Ash. He was one of the hard anchors. There's still roamers up above. They haven't been cleared out. Gavin's got the vert angle straight onto Eddie, and Savage is here with him too.
Down goes Savage. Pambazoo continuing onwards. A lot of his impact is going to be stuff that isn't shown on the score sheet. Gavin to the rescue as one player on the side of C9 drops, and it's Pambazoo. Center disconnected, so Pambazoo's last alive. It's him against Diffuser and Gavin, and he's got sight control. At least some of it taking care of Diffuser. It's been a while since we've had a Pamba party. Are we popping champagne? Are we throwing confetti? No! Gavin says party is over. No fun allowed. M80 moves to match point.
What a dick,
that's
Gavin.
Incredible clutches denied by M80 now in this game, and that's got to be heartbreaking just with how that round went down. Of course, it sucks that Center gets disconnected in that round. It does them no favors, of course, especially when the game goes down to a 1v1, but at the same time, the read from Cloud9 was not great on that defense. Once the Scopos teleported back towards the site, I think they just assumed there was no more of a roam game. They realized there's a roamer as they get shot in the back of the head trying to rotate down those main stairs. They say, okay, shoot, let's deal with this roamer. They kill one of them, but they still don't have the read on the second roamer. There was so much aggression being brought by M80, and I don't think Cloud9 ever realized just to what extent that roam game was playing on the top floor. So obviously sucks to disconnect there. It could have gone either way. You really can't tell how Center's involvement would have changed that round. But regardless, mistakes still being made by Cloud9 and M80 doing a good job of punishing that. Two opportunities now to close this one out, assuming that round is fine, and it should be here based on the rule set that I'm aware of. So we'll get Center back and towards the game, and Cloud9 will be playing from behind.
You call your timeout, it doesn't work, and it was a fair bit of time to languish with that tech pause into the tactical timeout. And M80 just looking like the well-oiled machine that they have appeared to be for so long. There was obviously a bit of regression there. They didn't like their results. They moved hot and cold off of that roster. It was a very controversial decision, to say the least. People were kind of hoping, I think fair to say, that whoever they brought in to replace hot and cold would be a big fat fall on their face. And that didn't end up happening. They brought Savage in, and he has turned that team into an absolute nightmare to go up against. M80 will be playing tomorrow against Shopify Rebellion. That will be a very, very enlightening matchup, because SR had some troubles today. They were exploited and weaknesses were shown by 100 Thieves. You can say maybe it was a rough day. Maybe it's Rexon acclimating to actually playing on LAN, or in a different environment with his teammates at the Shopify HQ here in Toronto. Maybe it was that 100 Thieves overperformed. Maybe it was the map of border. Who knows? You can hypothesize as much as you want. But at the end of the day, M80 and SR will clash tomorrow, and those are two Titans who will be in contest for the top of the NA leaderboard. The schedule for M80 doesn't get any easier for what it's worth. They wrap up the play days with 5 Fears, Dark Zero, and Wildcard. Now, obviously, 5 Fears has shown that they've regressed and come back down to earth a little bit, but those are still 3 teams that made it to Salt Lake City. In fact, after tomorrow's matchup, which is actually against Outlast, after they get past Outlast, then it's SR, and all the 4 remaining teams that they go up against are the teams that made it to Salt Lake. So it will be a grind for M80. If M80 does not put enough distance between themselves and the rest of these teams, come play day 6 onward, M80 might be in a position where they are at the mercy of the other teams ahead of them in the standings doing well. Also, can't help but note that Gavin is playing on a Cloud9 chair. Curious, Jesse.
A little bit of insider trading, perhaps, but we do have some updates coming in from our admins. Because there was no damage done in the round when Center disconnected, that round will be nullified, and we will be replaying round 10. So the scoreline will sit at 4-5 favoring M80, but because it wasn't a fair 5v5 contest, we will run that one back. So Gavin gets up, maybe just realizing it's going to take a minute to rehost this lobby to reset the scoreboard, but never fear, we've got the situation sorted out, and it's just going to be a matter of time before we get back into things.
Our next matchup, which will be the final matchup of the day once we get through this one, is going to be DZ versus Wildcard. That will be yet another clash of teams that made it to Salt Lake City, and made it not just to Salt Lake City, but made it to the main stage. These were 2 of the top 8 teams. Now DZ would go on to win the entire thing. Wildcard was playing with a sub, and while Hot and Cold was a great part of that team, Wildcard do look better with Adrian. They play more of their own style, and of course you're going to want to play with your full roster. You're never going to want to suit up and go up against a team that's playing with a sub. Crazy things have happened, but typically you're better with the team you actually practice with. So that'll be up next. It's been a pretty fast day so far. And I mean, again, we're just starting to get more map data. We're starting to get more operator data, and we're starting to get a good look at the standings, where in North America, before the day began, the top 3 were running away with it. That gap has closed quite a bit. But if DZ prevail and M80 prevail here, the gap between the top and the 3rd, 4th, 5th teams will grow yet again.
Yeah, it's also an interesting conversation with the standings too, Parker, because since the Rebellion lost today and they didn't advance their points, M80 have a chance to jump up into 1st. And of course, Dark Zero will have an opportunity to jump them, but Dark Zero are playing a very good team in Wildcard right after this as well. So if M80 can close this one out, even if it's just in overtime or whether it's regulation, they could be in a position to finish our 4th playday at the very top of the standings, which for a team who didn't even make it to Salt Lake City, who made a controversial roster move because of that failure, would be a massive jump, a massive statement from them. Mint will, of course, quickly remind us that they have not played the strongest competition so far in the group stage, and so we will wait for them to face off against the other NA Titans to see where they actually finish in the standings. But still, you're never going to complain if you end up in 1st place. Doesn't matter who you're playing against. You can only go up against the opponents that you face. So M80 in a potential very strong spot to go up 4-0 and potentially be the only team left undefeated after today.
It's one of the longer tech pauses we've had in quite some time here,
No
Jesse. And you
shit.
can see the looks on the players' faces. They are very eager to get into this, especially M80 as they sit one round away, potentially 3 minutes from putting this one into the books.
2 rounds, but yes.
They replaying the round.
Yes, that's what we said. 5-4 is going to be the score coming into this one.
Oh.
You never listen to me, do you?
What?
Egregious. You never listen to... Okay.
It's so easy.
You're the hardest person to cast with on this planet.
I think that is incorrect. I think it would be harder for, like, what if you were casting with somebody who didn't speak English? I think that would be even more challenging.
I think we would have better chemistry, frankly. I think they'd at least listen to me. They'd listen to the words I have to say, and even if they didn't understand them, I imagine they would greet them with a smile, as I would to them.
That's possible, but you wouldn't
Parker and Jesse
necessarily
are
have that
fucking
same
crazy.
level of chemistry because
This
you
is
couldn't
fun.
understand each other.
What chemistry? Parker, what chemistry?
It's a type of science, Jesse.
We're getting off the rails. Gavin's back at the very least, sitting in his comfy Cloud9 chair, so hopefully that means we are not too far gone from this one coming back in.
I'll be
If you
right
look at
back.
some of these players on Cloud9 who have been really stepping up over the last couple of play days, I want to touch on Monk again to maybe bring the conversation back down to earth, Parker, because he was the MVP in their 7-5 loss against Shopify Rebellion. He really popped off and I think turned a lot of heads after the very first play day, but he's failed to go positive since that game. And I'm still waiting for Monk to prove once again that he is that young gunner that we really were excited to see explode back on into the scene. Obviously, this is a difficult game for him. There's no doubt about it. Going up against names like Gavin, Diffuser, Ashen, it's going to be tough to post positive stats as an entry player, but still a couple of players I'd like to see get more active. Eddie's another one who's been really good for Cloud9 so far this stage, but has yet to really pop off inside the server today. It's not been as good as we've seen from him. Currently sitting at the bottom of the standings, 2-7 is his current stat line.
All right, round is now being replayed. So, Jesse, did you know that? Did you know that we were playing the round?
Oh, are we, Parker? Are we replaying the round?
I'm gonna do some breaking news for you, Jesse. We're replaying the round. I know that you didn't listen when I said it earlier in the cast, but we're gonna be replaying the round.
Wow, thank you for that vital information, Parker. I really appreciate you telling me that.
You never listen to me.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I'd go so far as to say, Jesse, you were the hardest person to cast with on the
Attackers are
planet.
heading out to defuse a bomb.
Back down to the bottom floor basement for M80. You gonna yap or you gonna talk with you? What do you want to go for here, Parker?
You go ahead.
Last time it was a very...
You go.
Loading mag.
Last time it was a very heavy roam game from M80 where they had some players that caught Cloud9 off guard. They had, of course, Gunner playing up here on the Scopos, as he oh so commonly does on this bomb site, but they also had Savage up here. I believe it was Gavin that was playing on the roam game as well. This time it's a little bit of a different look. They're almost like faking a fake roam here. They're getting Ashen to rat top floor in bathroom. They've set up these mute jammers, and a lot of teams will set up mute jammers but then not actually roam to fake a roam. But I wonder if M80 have maybe set up the mute jammers in order to fake that they're faking the roam in hopes that Cloud9 will once again not realize the extent of the roam game. That's a missed drone right there. Center did not spot out Ashen, so for the second straight time, Cloud9 will not be aware of the roam game that exists on the top floor.
I did want to see some good Scopos, to be fair. I was hoping for more Scopos. I like Scopos. Okay.
Oh, that's Diffuse Kit and the best player on Cloud9 that just got taken out.
You know he's locked in when he didn't immediately go to all chat, because that is 100% a typer right there. Like, you get that kill, you start typing.
Puts the jammer down so that he can't get like tracked by a Deimos or anything or called by a Dokkaebi. Obviously the util is not here, but that's the thought process for Ashen for keeping one of those in his pocket. His position will get, his operator, I should say, will get revealed after that frag.
So is M80 now taking full advantage of this? Is this not even really it's not even really a spider web. I don't even know what you call it. Is Ocean's 11 Ocean's 12 did, I suppose. M80 is just continuing to roll Savage from above. Pambazoo in a very similar position to where he was before. And it looks like a hopeless spot to be in. For the second time in the match, M80 moves to match point.
Parker, I don't want to be mean, but I think their 4v5 attempt went better than that one did. A disaster for Cloud9 on the push. They again failed to get the information that they need up on that top floor roam, and then they're really struggling with the Denari pressure as well. I think Pampa shot 2 separate Grimbees into those tripwires as well, and then they instantly just generated back, so not even really good for util clear in that sense. Ashen, I believe, ended up with just 1 frag on the vert, but he did so much to distract that it allowed Savage in the anchor position to get then 2 frags later on in the round. Just feels like M80 are an unstoppable force on the defense of Clubhouse now. They outclass Cloud9. And the longer this game goes, the tougher it's going to get for Cloud9 to keep their mental up and to stay in it.
This has been the longest 2 rounds of my life. Jesse, what I'm about to say does not come from a place of exaggeration. I don't remember my life before round 9 began.
You don't remember Center? You don't remember Center on 13 kills?
I don't even know who that is.
That's fair enough.
This is my first time I've seen his name.
Oh, well.
I will say, it is quite a shame. It is quite a shame that the stat lines have been erased due to the rehost. Because you do lose, for those that are tuning in, the absolute dog walking that Center was giving M80 through about the first third, I would say, of this match. And now, unfortunately, as the desk talked about, as you talked about, as I talked about, Center has come back down to earth, and nobody on Cloud9, except for maybe Pambazoo, has been able to pick up those pieces. And again, Cloud9, maybe they overperformed in their matchup last week. They are a good team. They have the bones to be a very good team, and I do think with time, this can be a very consistent top 6 squad. But they're still green. They're still finding their footing. Pambazoo is IGLing. This is an abnormal position for a lot of these players to be in. They are doing very effectively with what they've been given. And again, stage 1 is for those EWC spots. Depending on the player, a lot of them, their focus is on making it to Japan. Everybody wants to go to Japan. Let's not kid ourselves here. That's going to hit a lot on stage 2. So for some of these teams, they didn't expect to make EWC. They didn't expect top 4. It's about getting game day reps in, gelling as a squad. And I think if you ask them, this Cloud9 team was probably hoping to compete for a top 6 spot, but I don't think realistically they thought they'd be a top 4 team in the region. They could get there one day. They're putting up great numbers against excellent teams, but they're just about an inch or 2 short of where they need to be.
They'll have an execute here to prove that they are ready for it. They're going to jump in and start this plant now as Center gets it on the ground, but everybody's just falling. Parker, Ashen, and Gunnar with 1 apiece. Here comes the push from Diffuser to shut down the plant attempt as well. Down to a 2v2. It's not a rough spot for Cloud9, but there are defenders all over the map to watch out for. Diffuser's in sight, Savage is across the map, so 2 separate 1v1s now lurk in potential. Uzi's so patient. He has to watch for this frag, and he will find it.
And puts Diffuser in a clutch or kick position. It certainly seemed like we were screaming towards a conclusion here, but Cloud9 will send us to round 12, providing they can find and punish Diffuser, who knows that the entrance to this bomb site will likely come through that Logi spot. He doesn't have any intel to play off of, though, and while Diffuser is a very talented player with great game sense, he might just have his hands full with these attackers. Gets a read on 1, a really good push.
Nice.
In lockstep, C9.
Well, that was a perfect. I don't know if they set up the 3-2-1.
Yeah,
I don't know if they did that.
Team play from Monk and Uzi, the 2 youngest players on this team, 2 20-year-olds, to be able to make that play happen, really well coordinated. They didn't have the Diffuse kit. Don't forget that. And Diffuser is also one of the most mechanically talented players in the world. So if you gave him 2 1v1s, there's a high chance that he's able to win those out. But they don't even offer the opportunity. Diffuser does his best in that round, but ultimately Savage was so disconnected.
Look at this.
Probably the better play for
that
Savage
was
after getting
perfect.
caught
I don't
on
know if they did that
scanner was to
on
rotate
purpose
back
or not,
down
but
those
that was
brown
fucking
stairs and up main to play alongside
nice.
Diffuser, but he doesn't know where all those defenders or attackers are. There might be somebody waiting for him down below, so takes a bit of a gamble to get aggressive there, loses the fight to Monk, puts Diffuser in an unwinnable situation. So very much alive in this game. You talk about Cloud9, they're maybe not a team expecting top 4. They're maybe not a team who have hit their ceiling, and I think that's all true, but they are a team that could beat M80. The second half has definitely looked better for the team in green, but don't count out Cloud9 just yet. One round is all that separates them from overtime, and at that point, anything's possible.
Cloud9 has been a surprising team. They surprised us when they went all 12 against Shopify Rebellion on the very first day. They surprised us when they did the same up against Wildcard on the second day, and they certainly surprised us when they beat 100 Thieves 7-4 on the most recent play day. They have another opportunity to surprise us here. They've been doing it against really tough competition, Jesse. Again, I think it bears repeating. This Cloud9 team has started up against the toughest opponents humanly possible. They get a bit of a reprieve against 5 Fears and Outlast in the next 2 games, one tomorrow and then the other on June 25th. But ultimately, this team is consistently running uphill. And yet they are
It appears they're doing the default
and prepped. So Cloud9
full clear.
In a good spot. My thing is, for them, again, who's going to be this hero? You need somebody on this team to take charge. Monk looked like that player through a lot of the early games. He's been a bit quiet today. He just had a great round. Can we see that again to propel Cloud9 to overtime?
See what
They'd be hoping for on the side of Cloud9. Get somebody active, get yourself a man advantage, start to work those picks.
We know they have those
zombie defense
Raptors,
looks, right? There's a lot to deal with on the side of M80, most notably Diffuser. He's down inside the basements. He was previously lounge. They just droned out lounge, so they know nobody's down there, but they're still aware that Diffuser likes to play aggressive in and around this position. He will take lounge control now. Weary of this player could just walk on in. I believe it's Uzi outside that door, throwing fire capital bolts up towards Gavin, but nothing yet.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Down goes one on the side of M80. Gavin, that's a rough one to go through, but M80 still with the upper hand here. A little bit over a minute to go. And these teams are insistent on bringing the fire to one another. Uzi will now watch as Cloud9's opportunity to go to overtime might have been as much of a dream as you'd expect it to be, but you fail to make playoffs, that dream becomes a nightmare, and these are much needed points for this Cloud9 team. Again, the schedule does them no favors. They are meeting the fury of their opponents head on. But this M80 team has seemed like a different beast since picking up Savage. He's one of the 2 remaining standing for his squad. He can lead by example. Diffuser's with him as well. Time is running out. In goes Uzi amidst the flames. He sees Diffuser, tear strips through him. He might have thought he had it down. He did not.
Man, that's unfortunate.
Throws his body out of clubhouse, and M80 take it in 12 rounds.
The 7-5 trauma continues for Cloud9.
Cloud9
so close, but all of the points will go to M80. They remain undefeated through stage 1. We've got one more game left in Playday 4.
That's unfortunate. That was a good fucking game. Cloud9 is really, Richie, I don't know if you've seen this, man. Cloud9 is really giving them hell. They just, no matter how good you play, if you're losing all your fucking games, nobody cares. I think it's Wildcard and Dark Zero up next. That's gonna be a good game. Don't know who the last one is. There's 5 games, I think. Let me check my general chat. Richie left my shit up, which I truly appreciate. Oops. But I don't think he's actively here. Curious to see what the desk has to say about that game. I noticed a lot of attacks aren't happening how they should have been, and I'm quite sure, I know I would have been as IGL. I'm quite sure Pampa was irritated by it.
M80 remain undefeated, and they take down Cloud9 in regulation. Those last few rounds may have taken a minute, but they get the job done. And we've got Ashen ready to speak after this one. Ashen, congrats again. I feel like we've spoken to you a couple times already. You guys are continuing to rack up some points here. Talk to me about what was different about this matchup. I mean, Cloud9 seemed like it wasn't a walk in the park. They gave you a little trouble, but you guys were able to pull it out. What was different about this matchup?
Yeah, I think early on, like, we kind of started the game slow. Our micro-communication between each other wasn't the best. And I think that's when, once we flipped to defense, you know, obviously it kind of got a little better, but also on one of those rounds, center had like a life round, so that didn't help. But yeah, we just kind of started off a little slow, but towards the end we kind of got our grasp.
Well, Ashen, congratulations yet again, still undefeated. I do want to talk about the map selection. Obviously, you guys have a way bigger map pool than Cloud9. I am curious as to why Clubhouse. My theory was, obviously, there's a lot of unpredictable playstyles from Cloud9. They do like to get scrappy. I thought maybe you guys went to a Clubhouse to kind of alleviate that factor, not give them the benefit of the doubt where they can pull something out of a round and make it work.
Yeah, I mean, they're good at cheesing. I mean, that's just kind of how they are. They're good at playing the shields, the Yang, the Glaz, and so Club's one of those maps where you can just kind of beat a team fundamentally. And I think they were still, you know, forcing some of the cheese play, and it was working against us a little bit. Or at least even on defense, like we were just, or on attack, we were starting a little sloppy, so it didn't look as good there. But I think just overall, like, our fundamentals were just better, so that's why we wanted to go to Clubhouse.
Well, Ashen, congrats on being 4-0 undefeated at the moment still. So you guys are still trucking along. Everyone's been asking you guys about, you know, Savage coming in. I feel like you guys have been asking like a ton of like, how's the attack looking? I kind of want to flip the script a little bit, talk about your guys' defense. Because what I've noticed is, I think with Savage coming in, it seems like with your guys' defense, the old M80, you guys seem to move a ton. Getting picked off at different moments and things like that. Did Savage kind of come in here and did he change the defense at all? Is there different roles that might be switched up, or is this just something you guys have kind of been working on? Because honestly, it's looked a lot clean. Like, I've been more impressed with your guys' defense this entire stage. It's looked very clean.
Yeah, a couple role swaps, obviously. I think me, more the roamers, me and Gunner, especially if it's a solo guy. And then I think on certain maps we have D playing sight, just holding it down. But I think what he's brought to our defense is just, no matter what, it's all on the same page. He's just kind of roped everyone into it. And I think, we've kept some of the same stuff as before, added a lot of new stuff, but just, it's like we're a wave, it's none of the solo stuff. And that's maybe why we were moving around a bit too much, is because we were all just doing our own thing. It's more of us actually moving as a team now, and everyone, all 5 players getting involved. And it's really good to play with, and just to see, looking back.
I mean, that's how it's supposed to be.
It's definitely a lot stronger.
Super noticeable.
All right, Ashton, as always, thank you so much for your time. Congrats on another win, and I assume we'll be talking to you in just a few days. Thanks so much, man.
Yep, you will.
Alrighty. Well, another win for M80. They are one of 2 teams that remain undefeated here in Stage 1. Cloud9, as I said to Ashton, they put up a fight, right? Center was going absolutely crazy. We saw a battle here, but it was M80 who pushed it over the line at the end of the day.
We did. I was just reminded he will see us tomorrow because they're playing Outlast. That's a little bit unfortunate. But, well, yeah, I mean, typical Cloud9, right? Jesse even called it 5-7. They just can't seem to get over the hump against what we're kind of considering the big teams. Your S-tier teams. I said that a little bit nicer.
A little more respectable.
A little bit more respectable, yeah. I mean, because, look, I might move them into A+ after that game. We'll see. They are still looking really, really good.
I like their defense.
This guy's adding tiers now.
Yeah, no.
Okay, well, I do see them making Salt Lake City, and that's pretty early, all right? Is that Glaze or what?
EWC?
Oh, right. Osaka, of course. But yeah, I mean, again, M80 was impressive with defenses. You called out their Clubhouse as well. That is a newer map for them. Old M80 was not good at Clubhouse. I don't know if that was a hot and cold. Maybe he wasn't able to IGL, but now they pulled out Bank, which they weren't good on before. They pulled out Clubhouse. So they're just kind of showing how flexible they are as a team. And they're also really good with these fast pushes that I was highlighting earlier in the day, where they're using Savage on the Blitz and him hopping on drones and enabling Diffuser and Ashen. But Clubhouse is a fundamental map, and they just proved that they know how to play the fundamentals really, really well, showing so many different versions of this team.
Yeah, I want to transition over to Cloud9. I mean, Center had a really good game. It is unfortunate. Obviously, he ended the half 2-3, and then to end the attacking half to end the series, 15-8. He only tallied 3 kills onto that on the attacking side. It's a little unfortunate, and it does worry me for long term. Is yes, they are fighting tooth and nail, can't get over the hump, can't get those 3 points. But it looks like they're running out of steam in a best-of-1, so that doesn't really paint a good picture for me if they do end up getting in playoffs. Obviously, there's still a lot of games to be played. There's still a lot of time to work on. But as we know, those best-of-3s really are a marathon. You can't put everything into one game. Once you get in those best-of-3 series, you have to be able to have the endurance to show through. And for Center, even in there, like I said, wonderful performance from him, but that needs to stay consistent through both halves.
Well, you could say we've saved the best for last. I don't know, depends on your opinion, but we at least get to take another look at our Salt Lake City Major champions as they rehash a battle we have seen quite a few times now against Wildcard. Lax, this DZ team, we've talked about them before. They have not skipped a beat coming off that major win. They have adapted to the new season, to the new changes with Dokkaebi like it was nothing. I mean, they have missed absolutely 0 steps.
I mean, best way to put it, they have unparalleled attacks, to say the least. And this round in particular, round 11, was a great showcasing of not only the discipline that Dark Zero instill in their attacks, but just also how they incorporated the new Dokkaebi change to be able to swing this into their favor, gain the information, understand that they can single out one of these players with the information. They find the player outside in Bar Hall, and now they have their call. They know that Fenz has to either commit to taking the gunfight and take the explosion from not answering the call, or he answers the call and they collapse onto him. And as you can clearly see, Fenz goes to turn off the call. Both players push on it, and it's the communication, the coordination between DZ that really separates them from the rest.
100%. I mean, he played that absolutely perfectly. Of course, NJR coming down the stairs, makes the phone call, hiding behind the wall right there, or the door frame, and then them just collapsing 2v1. Like, their fundamentals are on a different planet. I don't know where this DZ came from. And maybe I hate watched them in the past, but they are absolutely our best team in North America. It is insane.
Well, earlier you pointed out the 3 pieces to the puzzle that were SSG. Here for Dark Zero, or rather a Shopify Rebellion, here for Dark Zero you have, what, the 3 Musketeers?
3 Musketeers. I hope we cooked here, and we absolutely did. I mean, these 3 have been on a tear for Dark Zero.
Good.
NJR, as I said, when they brought the addition of NJR and Kino, he really turned back the clock. It really allowed him to be far more flexible and versatile in his roles. He doesn't have to play such a hard support role. You'll see him flex around where it's needed. Newers has obviously been a terror on that entry engagement, and also being a thorn of adding a lot of ghost pressure, being able to flank on a moment's notice, and then NJR just being that real staple, that mailbox, so to speak. And then even some rounds, we see him really get elusive, where he will be the one taking the engagements. He'll be the one opening up a round. But again, it's just the structure and the dynamic of this team that, again, it's just unparalleled. There isn't anyone else, in my opinion, that is really coming close to this team, but it really is just the mental that shines through, whether it's in or outside of the server.
Yeah, they're just extremely flexible, right? I mean, that's the number one thing Foltz talked about when they built this team, is he wanted flexible players, and he wanted players that when they were going to be able to go for an execute, they'd stay alive. This is a team that stays alive.
Yeah.
I don't know how Jack only has 15 deaths while NJR and Newers had 40. That's actually insane to see. I didn't even realize that, but yeah, like you said, even Nick is flying around the map with the new Dokkaebi.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned, I don't know if you mentioned it, but Wildcard, this is a team that always mentions, Spiker does, he loves to play against these former SSG, now DZ guys. Organizationally, this goes very much the other way. Dark Zero always have the edge here. But Wildcard are looking to find that spark again. What they were doing so well at the Major, putting Baby Shark in positions to thrive. He has not been thriving right now, Mint. He has, went 0-5 earlier on in that Shopify Rebellion game. Such a difference between his performance in Salt Lake and his performance in Kickoff.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think anyone knows this. They would be the first to tell you he's the X factor on the team currently, and just regionally, he seems to struggle, except for one random stage 2. I think it was last year where he actually popped off and they were a top 14.
And that was towards the very end.
And that was towards the very end. But other than that, domestically, he seems to struggle. It's like he's been figured out. 19 and 27 right there. And so none of his lurks are working. In that Shopify game, him actually going 0-5 to start, their attacks have looked pretty abysmal, and I think he is a big reason for that. And like, not to throw all the blame onto Baby Shark, of course, I think he's a fabulous player, but he is the X factor. He's not getting in. He's not getting the backstabs that needs to happen.
I mean, I think blame has to be put there, though, because he is an important piece for this team and for their success, especially at an international level, where we really see him ramp up. We see his performance. We see multi-frags. We see entries going into his favor, and that's just what we're not seeing regionally. So, yeah, maybe he has been figured out. But if that's the thing, if you're a solo player and you aren't being able to find that success, then that's where you have to pivot back and play with the team. Use your team to your advantage. Gain information. Play with the team. Don't just rely on your own strengths. Play with the team and turn that into a strength. And I think that's where he really needs to dial it back and understand, if the team's figuring me out, then I need to change something and work with the team rather against my own team.
Before we get into the map bans, I do want to talk about your concerns that you potentially have with the wild card map pool. You don't love what you're seeing right now?
I definitely don't love what I'm seeing here. Normally, when you're a top team, you have a couple of maps that are your home ground, your home turf, and really, you can't even see it, but Consulate is actually their home turf. It's the map that's banned on them 94% of the time, which is why they're 0-1 on it. I believe the last time they played it was against FaZe Clan, who's actually the best Consulate team in the world. So take that aside. Once you get away from that, they only have Border and Cafe as their maps with a actual winning percentage.
And even those, they aren't the prettiest games either. They're pretty neck and neck. One of those rounds goes a different way, and then boom, completely different outcome.
Absolutely. And Cafe is actually the map that has been banned on them every single series so far during the NAL. So that leaves just Border, and Border was one of the maps that they were actually banning the most. So their map pool's all over the place. They're playing a lot of Clubhouse. They're playing a lot of these like other default maps, and I just feel like that is another big reason why they can't find their footing regionally.
Well, let's take a look at where we're going into this matchup. You may have alluded to it there. We're going to end up on Cafe. I'll stick with you, Nick. What do you make of this?
Well, I just said they haven't been able to get Cafe, and they're going to get Cafe, but it's against Dark Zero, and this is Dark Zero's basically best map. I mean, they're 5-0 on Cafe since they obviously have made this roster, right? Since they made the change. So this again kind of goes into that point though of like, yes, we're going to a map that I said that they were okay on 2-1 and they have a winning percentage on, but like, is this a problem with your map pool that you're playing Dark Zero on a map they haven't lost yet?
I mean, my biggest thing also is when you're just even looking at the stats, I mean, their success rate on attack is 37%. They aren't even hitting above 50. So when you're looking at this series, obviously defense, they should find some success, but it's the attacks you're really going to want to look at here, and how are they going to be able to get away with getting into some of the maps? Is Baby Shark going to be able to open up some of these rounds? Are we going to see Spiker on those shield operators? We've already highlighted he hasn't found the exact same success that maybe Dash has had, where shields, I think, are tremendous for this map to be able to take space. So
100%.
personally, I would like to shields be played and be used. Is Spiker to use them? I honestly don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, but you're right. I would like to see a Montaigne kind of come out from these guys. I do think they are missing some of that information sometimes. And yes, Spiker is fragging out, which is also a problem. Because he's fragging out, he doesn't want to hop on the shields, but he is one of the IGLs that does frag out. It's a tough problem.
We talked about the history between these two teams. Very recently, it's not good for Wildcard. It really isn't.
11-1.
In Salt Lake City, they played twice. Wildcard took no maps off Dark Zero over 2 best-of-3s. They played in the kickoff playoffs. That was the last time and only time where this Wildcard organization has been successful against Dark Zero. We are now seeing, Lax, this Wildcard roster with Adrian again. The last time that Adrian was on this team, they were able to beat Dark Zero in a best-of-3, but are you seeing enough from them here to say that they can do it again?
I think if there was a lot more to read, granted, I am impressed with what we've seen early on. Games have been relatively close. It's not been, very chaotic like it typically has been. But Dark Zero, it's just a night and day difference. I mean, they are on a completely different level, whether it's on their attacking half, whether it's their defense. They've been perfect on all fronts. And you look at the side from Wildcard, they're struggling in roles. They're struggling in positions. They're struggling in who can take the reins, who's able to actually perform. Baby Shark that we just highlighted hasn't been able to perform as well. Maybe he will this game, but there's too many unknowns for Wildcard for me right now, where I'm looking at this matchup in particular to be like, yeah, I think Wildcard really can battle here, where DZ has been consistent across the board, no matter who their opponent has been.
All right, well, Dark Zero looking to end the day undefeated like M80 are at this point to continue to reinforce their top spot here in the standings. So for our final time today, over to Parker and Jesse we go.
A clash of the Titans, Jesse, as two teams that competed on North American soil in Salt Lake City, not actually against each other, but in terms of, well, actually, no, that's not true. They did play in the quarterfinals, maybe not the grand final, but still a very different look. And now we have an opportunity to see them again, but this time with Wildcard firing on all cylinders. I know that Dark Zero are the defending major champions, and I know that they are a team that shows no weakness, and I know that they have tons of depth, Jesse, and I know that they have a lot of really good players.
Yeah, so this is going to be a tough game for Wildcard. Exactly correct.
I finished my point, by the way. I hope you understand that.
Yeah, I got it. It was a good bit. And you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, the desk went over the history. I think 11-1 was the stat they threw out, including 2 games in Salt Lake City. Dark Zero winning both of them without dropping a single map. So there's no doubt this will be a tough game. But, and there's a big but, Wildcard did not have their full 5-man roster the last 2 times they played against Dark Zero in Salt Lake City. The last time that they did play against them with Adrian on the team, they won that game. Though that was the NAL kickoff playoffs. Wildcard did win that matchup. So they might only have 1 win in their history against this DZ org, but it might be the most important match and the only one that matters as we load on into Cafe here. Strong map for Dark Zero, no doubt about that. I thought the Desk did a great job breaking it down. 5-0 record on Cafe since DZ assembled this new roster, so it'll never be easy playing against the major champions. Wildcard have a lot to go up against, but this team, they consistently beat expectations, and they're hoping to do so again today.
I've just been referencing how good these players have been doing before getting into the matchups. Noted in the previous game that M80 entered the day with 4 players in the top 10. I'll do you one better here. 3 players in Dark Zero's roster are in the top 5. J90 is atop the standings. Newers is not far behind, and NJR is in 5th. This has been an incredible performance for this DZ team. You got to go way down to see Fultz at the bottom, but of course somebody's got to be bottom frag on a team, and of course it's going to be the guy that is more often than not doing the hardest job on the team, IGLing them. But he's not the person that I'm most concerned with in this lobby. It's Baby Shark on the side of Wildcard. Baby Shark tends to do very well internationally, but domestically, He's a shadow of himself. More of a baby, less of a shark. And he's 45th of 50 players in this lobby. That is downright terrible for the role that he is on. If Baby Shark is not able to turn this around, Wildcard are going to be down a major offensive threat and will struggle up against these teams that have tons of scoring potential across everybody on the roster.
Yeah, it's consistency's been a problem for Baby Shark nearly his whole career, right? And so getting that back to the highest level, we know how good he is. That's going to be the focus for him in this game, and as the stage continues to move on, Wildcard will defend on Reading Room and Fireplace for their very first bomb site here. There is plenty of data to go back for between these couple of teams, but of course, since Wildcard didn't play with their full roster back during the major, we don't know exactly how they want to be running this one. It's a very aggressive extend up towards this top floor with Baby Shark, Bay, and Kansan all trying to lock things down, but it is Spiker who strikes first, C4ing the player who had entered Piano.
That's rough for NJR. That's rough for the mayor. There'll be a cross now, unlikely to be held by anybody else. Kino, though, very quickly making up for lost time, finds a second. Bay and Baby Shark both taken out, and a third lies at the feet of Kino as he tries to keep them busy. Wildcard on the run because one curly-haired Brazilian man is making them pay on the top floor of Cafe.
Kino is such a scary player, man. They literally banned out him specifically. He's the only shield player on Dark Zero. They ban out 2 shields, so what does he do? He goes and grabs the third and gets a man advantage for the team. Now, job is not done, but he is still devastatingly scary. He gets into a plant position here and can start to put it on the ground with the shield on his back.
Spiker likes to frag from his position, and he has found 2 kills so far. DZ will find their IGL on the board too. Fultz eliminating Kansan into a 2v2. We will go. 30 seconds remaining as Kino held that defuse kit, barging his way like the Kool-Aid man into reading. And it's read very effectively by Adrian, as you see the Roni and the Commando, both in the hands of these defenders. It's the super shorty for Spiker that ultimately fails him. Adrian will need to save the day, the one player on this wildcard roster absent from Salt Lake City, and he has an opportunity to make a solid impact. But Fultz catches him on the cross. He was a Fultz in NJR clothing, you could say, on that one, and DZ takes round number 1.
Leo Biondi, Kino for Dark Zero, really just showing how impactful he can be. No doubt one of the best shield players in the entire world. He is so annoying with the operators that he likes to play, Parker, and because of that, he's so good at taking that space, making it for his team. He just really runs in after they lose that opening death to the C4 and says, I don't care, I'm going to move quickly through this. And I think a lot of lesser shield players would have taken their time a little bit. Maybe would have cleared corners a little bit safer. They would have been worried about the sounds they were making. But Kino is so good at reading the situation, understanding where those defenders are positioning themselves, and deciding, hey, my best scenario here is to just walk in and take these frags to make it happen quickly so that my team can get back on the right foot, so that we can take the advantage back from these players. And then even in the 2v2, recognizes that he can't plant because there's a guy pressuring them from inside a pillar. There's a guy who goes up above. Adrian has an opportunity to win the round for them there, but he just misses the shots. And ultimately, Kino is so smart in the way that he wins that round alongside Bolt in 2v2. Kino celebrating his 24th birthday back on Monday, and will be happy with the result this team has put up both last week and this week so far.
Did you say Canadian's birthday was next week as well? Lots of birthdays around this time.
Yeah. Hot and Cold's is soon as well, I believe next week.
Yeah, and mine is on your wedding day.
And I'm excited. We'll have you a party hat, don't worry.
Oh, Jesse, I just think it's so great that now from here on out, when I think of July 2nd, I'll think of your wedding and not my own birthday. I think that's what a treat that'll be.
Yeah, I mean, it's the more important day, so it makes sense. Yeah.
There is nothing I want to do more on my date of birth than spend it in Edmonton with you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
It was not sincere. There was nothing I said that was truthful there. Dark Zero will be very quick to take control of this top floor, and they did it through a unconventional style. They ran up the stairs. Usually you drop the hatches. So, hey, I mean, kudos to DZ for that. And they'll find the weapon. Hey, yet to find a single kill himself. 0-2 to start off with, and it's Kino as the main and sharpest point of this spear. 4 kills on his side of things. There are more to come, I'm sure. It's knocked Wildcard back. Still plenty of time, though, for both of these teams to right the ship.
I'm just going to say it, 24-year-old Kino has yet to lose a gunfight, 4-0 through official competition since his birthday, so we'll keep that stat rolling for you all, don't worry. Full top floor control now under the hand of Dark Zero. There are a couple of players lurking down in the basement, but Adrian's already used his C4, so it's only Spiker who can play with a Nitro Cell to try to deny this plant from the vertical. He looks like he wants to use it early. This is the exact position that he got the opening pick in back in round number 1, but nobody's currently inside Piano, so he's got to bide his time until somebody walks in.
Stream Home Makeover Edition upstairs, J90 looking for maybe to flip the cafe and make it look a little nicer. I don't know if there's any prospective buyers this time of year, but definitely some remodeling going on up there to put some pressure on these defenders. As using this information, they'll go for broke. I like that. Honestly, I think that was a good call from Wildcard. They were maybe just a bit too hasty, relying off the information of Adrian's pulse. He and Baby Shark are not much longer for this earth. Kansan gone, and unless Spiker can get a single kill, it'll be a flawless end. He'll drag Fultz down with him, so IGL on IGL crime. He gets NJR as well through the fireplace. He's burning this Dark Zero team that's not stacking up. Singular engagements are great when you got a Roni in your hand, and Spiker is happy to greet these players. Newers gets him, though, over by Pillar as the defuse kit was about to be planted, and DZ off to a 2-0 start.
Looking dominant as ever. The Salt Lake City major champions up now 2-0 versus Wildcard. And again, Keynote's able to take that space, get the opening pick, and then really enable NJR to get that two-piece as well. You said that you didn't mind that aggression from NJR. I'll agree with you. I just feel like Wildcard are recognizing that in the early game, they're consistently being put on the back foot. So this top floor roam has been getting crushed, mostly just by Kino running through on the Blackbeard. I'm sure they will ban it after round 3, but for now, they've got to come up with some other way to get past it. They have to find some way to slow him down because he'll get one more opportunity to play it. Head coach Lagonis will take this as an opportunity to talk to the team down 2-0. It's a very early tack timeout, but I think it's the right call. I mean, Wildcard are finding no success on the top floor roam, so they're making desperation plays like up the white stairs to try to recover the round when things don't go their way. They're getting hard punished for that as well, and you know, there's some nice exit frags from Spiker thrown out here to pad his KD as one of the top fragging IGLs in the league, but ultimately, Wildcard have had nothing this game.
I like this play. I really do. I don't know if they had an idea as to which operators they were in particular or who was as close as they are, because do keep in mind that when you put away that cardiac sensor and pull out your shotgun, they're just like we say with drones, intel is not going to remain static. It's going to change. So the moment that you pull that cardiac sensor away, this might surprise some people, but attackers can move, just as if you drone out a room and you say, yeah, it's all clear, and then 10 seconds somebody vaults in there and goes, what are you talking about? There's somebody in there. Operators do have legs, last I checked, and they are able to move around the map. If you're down in numbers, you cannot always afford to stand pat because you will get swallowed whole, particularly if you are on a bomb site where there is an abundance of soft destruction. Cafe is one of those maps where restlessness will often be your undoing. Most of the walls and most of the floors around these bomb sites are fully destructible. And because of that, if you are outnumbered, the attackers, if they settle in, or the defenders, if you are an outnumbered attacker, can very easily do damage to you by taking vertical control, horizontal control, outfoxing you with gunplay and drones, or using utility. So ultimately a good call by Wildcard, just didn't end up coming to pass. This one, I don't really know about this. Adrian gambling his life over on that delivery wall. He does some serious damage to NGR, Jesse, but that is quite the gamble for, frankly, a very powerful operator.
Yeah, if you lose that fight, all of a sudden VIP is completely free for the attackers, so it's a huge risk, but maybe just feeling that this game requires some risks in order to be successful, does walk away with a great bit of damage into NJR, so he'll be happy with that. Still being droned out. Is this being held? It should be, but it looks like he's going to get back safe and sound into his little home inside of VIP. Still wants to play at aggro with the DMR, of course, but will have to settle to just play in sight. This is a full anchor strat from Wildcard, as we usually see on the bottom floor of Cafe, and DZ will happily take this space. I'm very happy seeing Kansan bringing the Echo back on this bottom floor of Cafe. You'll remember his miraculous clutch versus M80 last April, Parker, where he got a denial at the very last possible second here on this bomb site.
I was going to make a comment when I was talking about vertical pressure, about how Fuse is such an oppressive operator on this map, and, you know, thank you, Kino, for showing off immediately what this op can do. We've seen it on Chalet as well, where you'll take a Fuse on a floor different from where the bomb site is, and we'll use those pucks, those cluster charges, for some soft destruction. It obviously works in spades. Kino's job is done, and his life is done. Adrian punishing him, 1 minute to go. J90 holding that defuse kit. The Rams' job is done as well. No boogie drones. As NJR posted up on white stairs to watch the cross, J90 will get diffuser down successfully. Every logic bomb? Nope. Finally, Fultz is going to start using them. Okay, he'd used one a moment before. Now there's two in pocket. He just used one. Wildcard being harassed by this, and they've managed to make DZ bleed. Down goes Spiker to J90. Another will die at his hands. As Adrian's finished off, Kansan dies to NJR, who gets active on white stairs. It's a 2v2, and Bay and Baby Shark are making this work as they've stitched together an impressive late round. Now it's NJR as they had hopped on the defuse kit. A great gambit by Baby Shark, and he's got plenty of time for the counter disable. A big victory for Wildcard as they deny Dark Zero 3 in a row and finally themselves get on the board.
I'm almost certain if Baby Shark just sticks the defuse the first time, he wins the round, but gets his kill too. Why not? Step up and find that frag. The breach in through Freezer wasn't quite what it needed to be, so NJR had to army crawl through just to be able to get that position. Little bit scary and in there for Wildcard, but the retake strat is absolutely perfect to come on through and make that chaos happen. I don't know if they realized the plant was going down. They killed Kino, who was the initial player holding that defuse kit, and they might have thought to themselves, okay, Kino's gone. We don't have to worry about a plant. But J90 instantly locked that defuse kit back up and got the plant down, getting 2 kills in the post plant as well. Really close for Dark Zero, but in the end, that flank back towards the top floor from Bay was excellent. And Baby Shark does a really good job playing in the site as well. So DZ, they prove they can bleed. They lose a close 1v2 here on the bottom floor of Cafe, and Wildcard will get a round, but even still, it feels like in some of these moments, Dark Zero are just so dominant, and it almost looks like they're playing 5v1 in the server with how confident they look in some of these moments.
Curious what the tech pause is here. Maybe they're also worried about a skin in the C9 M80 game.
Yeah. You think they want to go back and replay the previous game?
I would like M80 C9 to go back to 5-4 and then M80 go to match point for a third time in the same game. I think that'd be very exciting. I don't know about you.
Sure, why not, Parker?
We can make history, Jesse. We can make history.
Is this pause good or bad for Wildcard, do you think, Parker? Because I think despite winning that last round, I would still say they're on the back foot. And sometimes, I don't think Wildcard have a bad mental necessarily, but sometimes for teams that do have bad mentals, stewing in this pause can be kind of devastating for your future rounds.
Apparently the issue I am being told was that there were some crashes with the admin and observers, so we have to rehost the lobby, so everybody is going to get back into this one. I will answer your question, maybe not the way you'd expected me to answer it. I don't think it's bad for Dark Zero, because if you saw in the matchup against Shopify Rebellion in Salt Lake City, DZ's mental was ironclad. There was no getting under their skin whatsoever. Those guys were as cool as not just one, not just two, but many cucumbers, in fact. I don't know if it's going to affect Wildcard. I have to imagine the team that has consistently made top 4 at international events is probably not going to be too bothered by this, frankly. So it's entirely possible that it doesn't affect anybody. But I think for certain it won't have any impact whatsoever on DZ. But Kino, you're not allowed to talk during tech pauses, okay? Do you understand the rules, Kino? You're breaking the rules right now. Kino, you're still talking. I can see you in NJR's cam. You're breaking the rules. Okay, see, look at Spiker. Look at Spiker on your screen. See what he's not doing? He's not talking. Kansan? He's not talking. They're not talking. They're following the rules. Kino, I'm going to need you to follow the rules.
Sometimes the vibes are just too good, Parker, and you got to yap a little bit, even if it's not strategizing for the next round. Sometimes you just got to let those lips fly, and I think for Kino, no doubt the best player through these first 3 rounds. He's feeling himself after how that has gone on. Playing with the Fuse shield even in that last round, I mean, you highlighted just the impact it was able to have to clear out some of that space, get him into a plant position. Even if he did ultimately die, it's not a perfect game from Kino anymore. he has still had by far the biggest impact. If you didn't catch it, by the way, they did indeed ban his Blackbeard, so there will be no more shields available to Dark Zero, other than, I guess, the Fuse Shield, if they want to run that back for their next kitchen attack. But the main problem operator that has been afflicting Wildcard will be taken off the board here, so I think that gives them a little bit of hope. If they don't have to play against those shields anymore, they might even stop playing some of these more trap-focused operators. You don't have to run the Thorn as much.
I thought they
you don't have
weren't
to be
supposed
as
to
focused
talk.
on Nitro Cells, and you can just kind of play more of a basic defense game. All you have to worry about is Dokkaebi and Snake and all these other oppressive operators, but don't worry about that.
Jane, I know you're not allowed to talk. Jesse, I don't think they understand.
Wow, Parker. I know the admins sometimes are not so...
No, Jesse, the admins crash. They're not in the game. They have no idea this is happening. See, this is why we're in this situation, Jesse. The
So you
inmates are running the asylum, Jesse.
And now it's up to you, and you alone, Parker, to do the police work that nobody else will do.
And you know me, number one, I love the police. Number two, I have said on this broadcast many, many times, I am in fact an admin. I've never said the opposite. So obviously, I know, and you've heard me many, many times, right?
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, you often say that.
I often say that, actually. While we're here, let's talk about what's happened so far today. So spoilers are inbound based on Spiker's screen in the left corner of your screen. It looks like we are back in action, so we are moments away from getting the all clear to resume. There's been some movement in the standings. Dark Zero still sits atop the standings with 9 points. Shopify, Rebellion, and M80 were still in those positions, though M80 should have vaulted up to first overall with their most recent victory. That will knock Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion down. For Fun Esports, 100 Thieves, and Space Station Gaming picking up victories today. All of those have bumped them into the top 6 at this point in time. Now, again, for people who are a little curious as to why there's so much movement going on, this is just our 4th play day. There's going to be a lot more movement until we lock in these top 6 teams for playoffs with EWC spots on the line. The big losers so far today are Cloud9 and 5 Fears. Both of them have fallen out of the top 6 because of their losses. Wildcard has also been moved out of the top 6, but as you can see, well, maybe not right now because that's NJR, but Wildcard are in the matchup right now. And if they win, they will go back into a playoff spot and it would push Space Station down. I don't know exactly what happened with this tech pause. We saw that Spiker crashed, so something is going wrong, but...
I don't believe Spiker crashed. I think operator bans might have been wrong because I think they banned it. I think it was a Clash ban input when it was supposed to be a Castle. So quick little rehost for that.
Operator bans were incorrect, so the lobby is being rehosted.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, at least nothing is wrong, right? Like sometimes a tech pause happens and we're like, well, their power is out. It could be hours before they get back, but we just need to rehost the lobby. It shouldn't take too long for us, so that's at least a little bit of reprieve for us all, but yeah, you wouldn't want Wildcard to not be able to play with that Clash and to be able to play with the Castle. Often the Azami Castle is such a strong duo ban on Cafe because there's so many strong window positions that you can play around as an attacker. If there's a Kiba on the window or a Castle on the window, obviously that becomes a million times more difficult, but Dark Zero wanting to ban both those operators out. I wouldn't say that window play has been a big part of their game so far, but even still, it's important for them to have those options available.
I appreciate that we're not getting the chest cam and Newers this time. We get to see his beautiful face. For those that recall, I don't know if he was standing last time or what it was, but we were getting a pretty damn good look of his sponsors. That was just about the only thing that was actually in the shot. And of course, sponsors are important, Jesse. I don't know if you know this. While we've got you here, we have another play day for you tomorrow. We started off with a super week, so we had 3 matches last week. That's not the pace that we are going to be keeping with. We have 1 game tomorrow, 2 games next week, and then 2 games the week after. As for tomorrow's play day, the match that I am going to be watching most intently, well, there's 2 of them, in fact. It's 100 Thieves versus Dark Zero, and then C9 versus 5 Fears. We start off the day tomorrow with Shopify Rebellion going up against 4 Fun. That's an opportunity for SR to bounce back after a disappointing matchup against 100 Thieves today. Our second match of the day, M80 versus Outlast. Outlast has shown some very obvious struggles. We don't need to keep banging beating on that drum. M80, with how they've looked so far, that's got to be a game that if you want to be one of the top teams in this league, you got to win if you're M80. 100 Thieves versus DZ is going to be an interesting one, Jesse. And before we move on to the rest of the matches, I don't know what your thoughts are, but that is... I don't know if I feel the same about 100 Thieves going up against DZ as I did against SR. I think it's unpredictable when you face SR, depending on the map. I think unpredictability will not be as important for that game, but I do think there is a chance that 100 Thieves could humble the so far undefeated major champs.
I think there's a chance at it, but I also think Dark Zero are the best team in the world, and I don't see anybody being the favorites when they go up against them. I would be not shocked, but certainly a little surprised if Dark Zero lose any games throughout the group stage heading in towards playoffs. Best of ones, anything can happen, of course, but I just think they've been so consistent, so strong in the matches that they've had to play so far here domestically, but also internationally as well. When we got to see them in Salt Lake City, Dark Zero team have really been looking so good, and it's important to see them bounce back too. You know, people I think already are starting to forget the struggles that Dark Zero have had over the last couple of years. Basically, since dropping Canadian, this team had consistently failed to get top 8 at big international events. Yeah, here and there they would make it to those events, but they had some really disappointing performances, like going out in the top 16 at Reload, top 12 at SI 2025, you know, not even making it to some certain majors, like what we saw kind of in stage 2, making it to Munich. That was a failure from Dark Zero as well. So they revamped everything at the start of this year. They dropped all of their players except for NJR. They bought up the core of Space Station Gaming, and since then they have been nearly undefeated. They've really been crushing the competition through kickoff, through the major, and now so far through this first week of stage 1 as well. So it'll be one of the tougher matches, no doubt, as this one should be up against Wildcard, but the moment DZ are playing at a pace that I don't think anybody can really match up against, and it's up to somebody to prove me wrong on that statement. So far, nobody really has.
And I mean, is it going to be the team that historically does well internationally but struggles to be a top 4 team domestically, which is what Wildcard is? I mean, that's the question that I think needs to be answered right here and now. Wildcard tends to flourish against international competition, or maybe they're just a LAN team. Domestically, when they're playing against other NA teams online, Wildcard look like the 5th best team in the region more often than not. So basically, all Wildcard needs to do is just squeeze into the playoffs, eke their way to LAN, and then they typically do well. It's the job of getting to LAN that is hardest. And I mean, you're going to go up against the best team in the region right now, which is DZ.
I will say, though,
it's a heady ask.
A bit of a devil's advocate. I agree with what you're saying. That's a nasty thorn trap. They had to throw that through the skylight, by the way, and it deals 99 damage over to J90. That's a TikTok strat if I've ever seen it, but this Wildcard team did get 2nd place in kickoff, as I was trying to say. That's the only result we have with them on this full 5-man roster.
Adrenal Surge will go in. Grim, Nook, Finka, Aruni, this is really, Amaru, this is really quite the lineup here from DZ, and they've immediately found these wild card targets. Adrian and Spiker, last 2 standing, only a minute off of the clock. Blink and you miss most of this action. Adrian and Spiker, unbelievable. They've yet to get a single kill, Jesse. That's crazy work. For 3 rounds? Looks like they might have gotten 1, but these are so well-timed from Kino as the Adrenal Surge picks them back up off of the ground. DZ staying in this one because of the medic of Finka. Down he goes, but there goes the rest of Wildcard. DZ making up for lost time. Another win in their win column.
Kino's just one of the most entertaining players we have here in NA, Parker. He says, fine, you're going to ban all of my shields? Well, let me just grab an LMG. They go for a really creative push with the Nook dropping down through the hatch. Both teams were trying to get creative in the midst of that. You know, it was a long tech pause after round 3 heading into round 4. Both teams tried some creative stuff with a Thorn Trap up on the roof that dealt all that damage to J90, but the strat from DZ a little bit better. They get sneaky with it, dropping Newers in on the Nook. NJR and the Amaru too. Nice. I didn't see him do anything with the Gara hook. I didn't see him get aggressive. He was outside of the building for a lot of that, but Dark Zero brought the tools to make some shenanigans happen there in round number 4, and they are rewarded with a 3-1 lead.
Razor wire deployed.
been a while since I feel like you and I have casted a cafe match. There are a couple of these maps that, for whatever reason, just we seem to avoid. Consulate's another one. Truth be told, Jesse, I cannot actually remember the last time I casted Consulate. It's probably been months.
Teams love to ban it because, like, if you start Consulate attack, you're in a really bad position. So nobody wants to be the team who chooses it and then has to start on the attack.
The modern day skyscraper.
Yeah.
Welcome back. Welcome back, skyscraper. I do appreciate that for the second round in a row, Wildcard will take their chances with an early engagement. Newers almost losing his head to Baby Shark, but those bullets completely missed. For those, by the way, in the previous round who are wondering why I said that the Wildcard players didn't have any kills, it was a joke because we rehosted the lobby, not because I don't actually think they have no kills. Just sometimes you gotta make the horse drink when you're into the water. You know, like sometimes.
Does this fucking dude really jump
just
out?
feel like I led my horse to water. My job here is done. That is an unbelievable play by Newers, and he literally gets caught out typing, Jesse. Immediate karma. Just, it hits him so swiftly as he gets the pick and then traded out immediately. Oh my goodness.
That's so funny. Newers and Bay have gone back and forth their whole careers. The two small-town Illinois entry fraggers who have been dueling it out for a little while now. Goes the way of Newers, but hard punished by Baby Shark. Unfortunately, everything else has fallen apart for Wildcard, as it seems to consistently here on Cafe. Now down to a 2v4 as these numbers just have not gone their way. Kino on the glass, continuing the shenanigans, will repel on into Piano. Spiker is top floor, but he's all the way over in Cocktail, somewhat disconnected from Adrian. He's just trying to rat here, Parker. He needs to make a big play if they have any hope of winning this round.
Out go the smokes. Nice play by Spiker. He's been sensational, whether it's the Roni or whether it's the Commando in hand, it doesn't matter. And that Roni, only a tiny number of bullets, and they go by in a hurry. He's isolated now inside Laundry. Can Kino follow up? Yes, but Adrian has the cross, and DZ's been baited into a trap. NJR will need to save the round as they've been thrust into turmoil. Adrian on the fadeaway, Spiker the follow-up, and Wildcard steal it from Dark Zero.
Well, how's that for an amazing play? I said Spiker had to do something crazy to win that round, and he certainly does. He gets one beautiful pick after getting, not misdroned, but maybe they assume he falls back towards his teammates, makes the ill-advised play to stick around, but he gets rewarded for it, finding that frag. But then what does he do? Doesn't continue to stay aggressive. That is when he falls back in the 2v3 to play alongside Adrian, the support duo from Wildcard, clutching things up there in what looked like a dire round. There's so many shenanigans in this round, even the early game, with the missed spawn peek from Baby Shark, the double jump out then following up Bay. A couple of players then fall right after that. There was so much going on in this one. In the end, though, I think the glass kind of came back to bite them. If Kino is on any real gun, that probably goes better for them. Vibes are high, though, Parker. 3-2 on the scoreboard.
I'm thinking we're going to have a long one here, Jesse.
I can see that. I can see this going 15 rounds.
Frankly, I kind of like it. The Siege that we've had today, I mean, Siege is always good, and I've been quite enjoying watching North America play, but I'm not going to say no to another competitive match. I think it'd be good. I think it'd be good for the viewers. I don't know, chat. What do you think? Do you think we should have a long game?
No.
Baby Shark says maybe a little bit longer. As for the third round in a row, they have gone fishing, and he will land a big one. J90 picked off before he can even get close to the building.
Yeah, and honestly, that's such an important pick, Parker, because Baby Shark in the last round went for a spawn peek, had the kill in the palm of his hand, and whiffed every shot onto Newers. He eventually jumps out, gets a kill back, his captain clutches things up, and you hear the excitement in his voice after round 5 concludes. Now it feels like he's playing with some momentum. Now it feels like they're playing with some action. Bay will follow it up with a Nitro Cell pick straight up onto Newers, so that's now a 2-man lead for Wildcard here in the final round of the half. It just feels like ever since that clutch, there's been a bit of a momentum shift, and Wildcard are playing a little bit more confident. They're taking a few more risks, and it's really paying off.
NJR dancing around that Nitro Cell. The rest of DZ, though, unable to dance around the bullets. Shot out by Wildcard as they are screaming towards a flawless round. Nobody on Wildcard has taken a single point of damage. As I say that, Baby Shark shrugs off a couple bullets, but nobody's lost their lives just yet. A Nitro Cell and a Zoto canister actually work against this Wildcard defense. It allows NJR to hang on Repel, albeit debuffed by that freeze of the canister a little bit longer. Now an upside down Repel, tons of time. If NJR wants to prolong this round, he has every opportunity to do so. How many times have we seen a player go all the way up to the roof to take a timeout for his team? That won't come to pass. A Nitro Cell gives us an explosive end to the first half, and we are no closer to a conclusion. 3-3 through the first 6 rounds.
Well, we said we saved the best for last, and I think that's absolutely coming to fruition here. 3-3, Dark Zero Wildcard, neck and neck right now. Lax, what are you seeing so far in this game?
Best situation for a half, 3-3 for Dark Zero. However, some of those attacks really should have went in Dark Zero's favor. I mean, specifically that round 3, it did get very chaotic. I think it was just a little bit of an overstep for Jack in that one round in Freezer. If he doesn't overextend there and just commits to focusing on the diffuser being, the plants being diffused, I think he can then focus there. They win that round. Even in the round where Adrian gets that 2K, I mean, it was big heroics from wildcard players to be able to get those rounds into their favor. But again, the issue for me wasn't ever the defenses for wildcard, it was their attacking half. And when we looked at those stats, they were only winning like 36% of the time. So that really is going to come into question for me again, that we highlighted. Are we going to be able to see the shields utilized just how effectively Dark Zero was using them?
No, exactly. And talking about their bans, right? They were actually banning all 3 shields on the Kino, which we're basically calling him a shield crutch at that point. And he was their top performer. I think he was, 6-3, 1-0 on the entry in that half. So obviously, Dark Zero is a more established team. They're not going to just crutch on one type of operator. They're not just going to use shields. They know how to use the information operators. They know how to use the utility operators. There's multiple ways to play this game, and Dark Zero, they're not just a shield crutch team. So I don't know if the game plan went into that, but like you were saying as well, it was just all clutches from Wildcard. That's the only way that they're kind of winning rounds. Kansan's 0-4 right now, which he's one of the most consistent players as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's also a big one. And then especially once we get to their attacking half, I'm curious, do we see them get rid of the Azami? Do we see them get rid of the Miras to make it easier to get into the building, not have to deal with that? And then if they aren't getting rid of those, then what's going to be the recourse and to deal with those? Are we going to see, like I said, more shields being brought into it? Are we going to see smokes being brought into it? Glazes, Ying, any of the cheese to try to get any bit of control, because Cafe is really hard to get into if a team is fighting aggressive, which I'm sure DZ's going to.
I'm sure they're going to, and I mean, they're just such a good defensive team because of how many support players they technically have on the team, right? They're just all pillars, and speaking of pillars, maybe we'll see like a Dokkaebi ban that could be really good on Baby Shark. Typically, for a lot of their attacks, he is lurking in the basement on that first floor, and it doesn't matter whether they're attacking the second floor or the third floor, so I do expect that to kind of come out. But yeah, no information bans coming out from the side of from Dark Zero.
I like counter bans from both sides, especially getting rid of the Azami, getting rid of the mirror, getting rid of that kind of honestly, I'm losing track of word. It's 1 a.m. over here, but I mean, regardless, both sides really good bans. I do like that. However, I think we are going to have to be watching from Wildcard's perspective to really see what they can replicate and maybe take from what Dark Zero was doing to them.
Right, Wildcard now move on to the attacking side. So clearly a lot of work left to do, but right now it's a dead heat.
Bomb located by attackers.
I know of dry heat, Jesse, and I know of a wet heat, but I've never heard of a dead heat before. Anyway, continue.
All evened up, Parker, 3 apiece, and honestly, that Nomad ban, it intrigues me, okay? It tickles my brain in a very interesting way, because that kind of speaks to me that Dark Zero are going to start playing very aggressive. Now, Nomad ban on Cafe is already a bit weird to me because Gridlock is sometimes seen as an even better operator because she's so good to throw those track stingers in on those red stairs and the white stairs as well, but I expect some aggression coming out from Dark Zero in the second half. I expect them to want to play with their food a little bit and make some big flanks here as they try to defend against Wildcard.
What about an alive heat?
What would that even be, Parker?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know what a dead heat is.
It's a very common phrase. I feel like you're being too harsh on our good friend Jonah. I think, honestly, I'd rather cast with Jonah than you.
Reloading. You have been very hurtful today. With all of your negativity surrounding my ability to do my job with you, And you just
Sometimes
you giggle.
needed.
You giggle. That's your response. Unbelievable. This has been a great 6 rounds so far. We have been treated to a very competitive, honestly, a pretty good showcase of skills here as well. It's not like we stumbled into a 3-3 with some bad siege. This has been pretty damn good between both teams. I suspect the second half will excite us all the same. And immediately Wildcard have picked up from where they left off. Kino, the first one to die. I mean, the rehost really does kind of punish Kino the most. He was terrific. I think he was 5-0 to start the first 3 rounds.
Yes.
1-4 since coming back. People would think he's having a bad day. That's not the case. Kino's actually been quite good. He's just been a little slower since coming back, but so is all of Dark Zero for that record.
Yeah, when you combine the 2 halves, or the 2 first quarters, I should say, he is still highest rated player on DZ. Now, he has some teammates joining him in the grave. NJR goes down, J90 maybe close to follow, eats a bit of damage after getting his first frag up inside a piano. Now he's a bit alone. He's got to be careful about what positions he wants to play. He's got Newers inside a cocktail, so he's not completely isolated. But as these attackers start to close in on this top floor, we're 2 minutes deep on the rounds. They have to be able to find this pick, but they're just face-checking it. Parker, J90 a freebie.
Ooh, just misses out on yet another. He goes back for more, a bit too greedy. And he's immediately punished by Wildcard, who now seem to have the upper hand, but it's not about up. It's about down. And there's Newers gunning Adrian as he repels immediately through the window. They've got case control. Fultz is giving that information, so now they'll play the objective instead of the man. Right call to make, something that a lot of you watching this at lower ranks will often forget to do. This is a game where the attackers need to defuse the bombs. If you have case control, do not go hunting kills. Sit near the case. Control the objective. That's exactly what DZ is doing, and Wildcard know this. They have to go retrieve that defuse kit with very limited time remaining. Adrian, what Newers had started is now finished off, and Baby Shark with Bailiff out will be in pursuit. Newers fades away, gets both of them. Excellent patience, great discipline, and DZ make it look so easy as they pick up the first round of the second half.
And Parker kind of is so easy when the information is so lacking on the side of the attack. You could tell they were clearing in that 2v2, and even before when they were trying to clear J90 out of the top floor, they really just had no clue of where these players were at. And sometimes your drones are gonna get shot. You know, you're gonna use all your utility on Grim. You're not gonna have that information. Fine, I get it. But it's 2026. We got Dokkaebi, we got Deimos, we got Snake. I mean, it has never been easier for attackers to have information. And when you look at Dark Zero's bans, you know, it's nice to ban out the Nomad. You can get it more aggressive. It's nice to ban out the Ying, right? You don't have to worry about the flashes coming in at you. But, like, you left all 3 of those information operators up on the board. Even Lion, Jackal, right? Not that we're going to see a Jackal ban, but, like, there's so many tools available to you. Wildcard don't really bring any of them. They bring the Grim, which is good for info, but that's literally it. And then they get hard punished based on the positions that are being played by Dark Zero. You know, I don't want to count the chickens before they hatch, but again, looking at this lineup from Wildcard, if they again choose not to bring any of these intel operators, I'm worried about the rat spots that DZ want to play. I'm worried about the positions that Dark Zero will be running around in.
Exact same.
It's really hard to attack on any map, but especially Cafe, if you don't know what corners players are sitting in.
A very vertical map that can be tackled any which way. This top floor, typically call it the top floor bomb site, though there's no bombs there. This time around is always a major obstacle for teams, and you can often see a site down below in either that mining dining portion or over on the side of reading. Teams will invest so much of their utility on that top floor. Both attackers and defenders, and it'll be really hard to wrestle out. One of the things the devs wanted with this Cafe remake that they did years ago was make it so it was easier to get inside the building, and I think they've accomplished that. I wouldn't be opposed to them making it maybe even a bit easier, because with newer operators, it's made it a big challenge to gain a foothold yet again, but that's a whole other conversation for another day. Jesse, just like I'm not an admin, I'm also not a dev. And despite the fact that I didn't like Withstand, I had no power over it being removed. So the things I say about Cafe don't particularly matter here. Wildcard, it's now incumbent upon them, Jesse, to actually get into the building and do so safely.
What do? You don't make admin decisions. You don't balance.
I have no idea. It's a great question, and one I'm still trying to find an answer for.
We'll work on figuring that one out. Here comes the util, but Kino strikes first with the TCSG, removes Adrian from this match, and that's the only util operator they had. Lines him up. He's playing these windows oh so perfectly. Slams Spiker. That's the Capitaugon as well. These displacement operators have now been completely taken off the board. DZ will leave the top floor anyways, but that's because they're in a 5v3. They have no need to stick around on this top floor and risk losing their bodies in more gunfights. Play the nitros from down below, try to win the duels with your explosives, but this is a really dominant spot for DZ to be in.
And here they come down the stairs with what little is left of them. They're being fed into the Dark Zero machine. DZ in a perfect position to stretch their lead. All they got to do is find Kansan. Excuse me, that shot on Fultz. Oh my, I'm blushing. Still posted up on white stairs. Talk, Newers. You're dead. You've got all the time. You got all the time in the world.
We're baiting for kills here. Parker does not have the fuse kit. Does not have time to win these. Is praying for Dark Zero to swing him.
Down goes Kansan, and that's a big round for DZ. Even if it did kind of kill a little bit of the casting momentum there, that's totally okay. Dark Zero putting in some good work here on the second half of this map. I know you said he was baiting for kills. Could have also potentially been letting the team talk through it. We just obviously didn't see if they were speaking.
Maybe. I feel like if you're trying to get your team to talk, you go on the roof. You don't stay in the building. But in any case, had no hope of winning that one out. So the result is the same, whichever way you want to cut it. It's another 3K coming through from the kid from Sao Paulo. Kino, beautiful play with that TCSG shotgun, the way he plays just on that top floor. And then again, I think it's so smart to fall back. You're in a 5v3. You have no need to want to play around that top floor and risk dying in those spots. So
I couldn't see that, Jay, sorry.
Wow, you just killed him.
And he's apologizing after a 3K. I mean, don't sweat it. Kino, you're the MVP of this game so far.
Is 1 and 4. He's up to 4 and 4. Doing the Lord's work and defending on the madhouse that is Cafe. Down to the bottom floor, DZ will go. An excellent start to the second half for them. Don't think that tech pause really did impact either of these teams. I know it was something that we talked about when we were filling time, but I don't think it's really had much of an impact at all. Wildcard was dialed in through the remainder of that first half, and now they have the unfortunate task of attacking a map that looks like it's incredibly favorable to the defenders, and DZ understands that assignment very well. Wildcard struggling to find a foothold here, and Baby Shark will show exactly why. Even NJR's typing in chat. Jesse, the mayor rarely makes statements. He uses his publicist, but you're hearing it from him directly.
Oh, it's never a good sign when NJR hits the keys. That's for damn sure, Parker. And, you know, he's feeling confident with it. He'll take down Baby Shark. That's another player that, again, like, we've talked about his mental in the past. He can sometimes be one of those players who can get in his own head about his own performance. So if you're going to type at anybody, it can be tactical to type to Baby Shark in some of these moments. It's all part of the game at the end of the day. This is a full man anchor setup once again from Dark Zero, but it honestly wouldn't shock me if they do want to start taking some peeks up these stairs. They probably won't, and they definitely shouldn't, but with a Nomad ban and no gridlock being played, there's always that opportunity. Dark Zero, they love playing with the momentum, so there could be that option to try to get aggressive here in the mid game, but assuming that's not the case, it'll be on Wildcard to rip open these floorboards and look for a pick.
That's a big loss for the Dokkaebi as well. The intel that you get from those logic bombs would have been huge. Bay's had a bit of a sluggish day so far, but he's starting to warm up. I mean, he's got an F2 in hand. That thing melts you. It's like a dry heat. It melts really quickly. So with that, Bay has been able to put us back onto even footing between these teams. And again, that top floor very swiftly worked through by Wildcard. Now the next step. Open up any holes you can and push these defenders into your waiting arms. You've got the ROU projectors. Spiker is applying them right now. They're not going off yet. DZ is likely keeping track of where these are going to go so that they're prepared for the execute.
Worried about the VIP player. Adrian's facing a lot of pressure, but he's kind of just baiting as well. Like, he's waiting for Spiker to go for this drop. I believe they have the hatch open. 45 seconds still as he's got these little lines of sight being broken off. As soon as he wants to, he can pop up those walls and go for the execute.
There goes Newers to Kansan. Newer's not having a ton of impact on this round, and as the Warden, he can be particularly impactful at such close range. They haven't gotten J90 out of the position. Never mind. Bay drops, slaughters him, and will immediately go on to info from downtown. Kino hucking those gas canisters. I don't know if they're going deep enough to do any serious damage, as Bay has now found an opportunity tucked in the kitchen. He's getting that defuse kit down. The coverage has been good so far. How about Pixel Perfect? NJR walking away, but he's got Wildcard's attention. They have his, and he's got his hands full with multiple attackers. All three remaining players on Wildcard sitting over top of that defuse kit, waiting for NJR to appear. They'll get the kill, and Wildcard closes the gap with Dark Zero.
Huge round from Bay, steps up there for a big multi-kill and gets the plant down. And I mean, it's not a coincidence that the first round Wildcard decides to throw somebody on the Snake. That Snake player gets a triple kill, gets the plant, and wins the round for the team. These intel operators are so powerful in today's game, and Wildcard do a really good job of exploiting on that. They just have to find ways to empower Bay, I feel. Find somebody to get them on a good gun, get them on a good information operator, and make that space for your team. You go back to rounds 7 and 8, Bay is playing the gridlock. It's not a bad operator by any means, but Bay is the primary entry on this team. He's arguably the most talented player on this team. You want to empower him in any way that you can. Gives them a bit of a lifeline here in the second half of Cafe, and we are just one round away from a tie match, one round away from match points. Either way it goes, it'll be determined by round 10 here.
Reading.
Been a close one again, as we anticipated, and I didn't think we would go quietly into the good night, as
new feed active.
Well, somebody smarter than me has said. For those that are wondering what today has shaped up like, as we just are a couple seconds away from getting into live action, spoilers inbound. Space Station Gaming started the day with a 7-4 victory over 5 Fears. For fun, taking down Outlast with 7 consecutive rounds in a 7-2 scoreline. 100 Thieves prevailed over Shopify Rebellion, giving them their first regulation victory under that org. It was a 7-5 scoreline, and then our most recent matchup that concluded before this began was M80 versus C9. It also went the distance. So the last 2 of our games, one by 100 Thieves and one by M80, were done in that 12th round. There's very high likelihood we end up going all 12 here. Dark Zero at the current time in the driver's seat, and more likely between the two to carry on a victory. But again, we play in the server, not on paper. And with that, Wildcard might have just said, not too soon. 3 unanswered kills. They're in the building 50 seconds in. Keto and NJR, desperation will set in. This has been quite a pace by Wildcard.
Yeah, it's just been perfect, Parker. They had all the angles they needed on those top floor positions. Here's a big swing to come out, but it's not good enough. Kino gets body shot a little bit at the end, and NJR is left in an impossible 1v5 with an incredible amount of time still on the clock. They know where he's at, too. This is all but over now for NJR, and the score will be 5-5 after this one. Plenty of time to play with for Wildcard. Don't rush this. You know where this guy is. Don't panic. They're even taking their time to drone him. And there we go. Kansan closes it out. So a game that was looking like it was going to be a runaway for Dark Zero has quickly tied itself back up, Parker. And DZ, they have to be a little bit sharper in these early games if they don't want to keep watching this game fall apart.
Yeah, I mean, back and forth between two Titans really shouldn't surprise anybody. I was going to say, we sometimes have heads up about incoming timeouts. We didn't this time, but I was going to chime in. A perfect opportunity for them to call their timeout. And I mean, if you're call out and you're watching this, I mean, Dark Zero's cranking, but not cranking enough, Jesse. So you want to tune up maximum crankage here and get everybody on the same page.
Maximum
good time to do it with only 2 rounds left in regulation.
As we call out having this TAC timeout, of course, a 26-year-old head coach of Dark Zero, formerly of Space Station Gaming, where most of these players did reside. Of course, this entire 5-man team, plus their support staff, backing things up in the back end, did just win the majors. So they've been in tougher spots than this in the past. Just feels like Wildcard have really changed the game up, you know? compared to those first two attacks, Wildcard have been a lot more decisive when they do choose to strike. They've been getting really good information compared to before, where it's like it felt like the information was never really there for them, and they're using it to all push together, go 3-2-1, make a big play, whether it's with nades, whether it's with Grimbees, whether it's with Capitao, to force players into positions where you're either going to take free space or you're going to take free kills. That's what Wildcard have been doing such a good job at so far, and for Dark Zero, they will have to find a way out around that. The window play has been decent as well for them. Like, it feels like they are getting some really good picks outside the buildings. I wondered if we might see some aggressive Azami play be brought out. Azami's banned out, but some aggressive castle play, I should say, being brought out here in this fourth quarter, but no. Dark Zero will continue on with this somewhat loose lineup. A lot of anti-nade being brought by Noors and J9O. Some information from Fault as well. So trusting in their gunfights, trusting in their individual ability to win things out and hold down certain parts of this map, forcing Wildcard to face them in gunfights rather than playing it with utility.
Second flawless round from Wildcard, by the way. They had one in the first half to close things out, if you'll recall. That was when it was almost a flawless round.
Yes, I like that term, by the way. I assume you coined it for the first time.
I mean, I listen to all the co-casters except for Dezichu, so maybe he said it. But I have not heard anybody say it consistently. A perfect flawless, you could call it, because they haven't suffered any damage. But yeah, I mean, it's very rare that it unfolds. We've seen a couple of them, you and I have. And I mean, I've seen them before, you know, when I've casted with my other pairs. So I just don't know if there's ever really an official term that any of us have used. But either way, when Wildcard are winning, they're doing really, really good. And again, we did highlight DZ's depth as a squad. It is a hallmark of this team. It is a huge reason why they won the major. But I mean, Wildcard has statistically been the most consistent team internationally. And their depth is huge with Kansan and Adrian starting things off. Down goes Bay. DZ's the one who called the timeout, but it seems like Wildcard is poised and ready. DZ will need to meet this aggression head on as they are harassed by just a bevy of utility. Spiker getting diffuser down. Baby Shark watching over top of it. It's got Noors and J9O on the run. They're all that remains from Dark Zero. DZ's been in the driver's seat of this game. Wildcard has not led once in this entire match. They're 30 seconds away from changing that. They have the numbers advantage, but J9O has found an opening. Only good enough for one. Baby Shark trades him out. Noors will hop on the case. Kansan, Baby Shark, where are you to punish him? Getting off scot-free for the time being. They'll send out a death mark. Noors will attempt again, and Kansan shuts the door.
Wow.
Wildcard's first lead comes at the perfect time. They're on match point with 1 round to go in regulation.
Same stuff, different day, Parker. It just feels like Wildcard these last 3 rounds have completely flipped the game over. It's really so aggressive and so fast as they're all pushing into the building together at the same time. The pressure from outside the building is so good. They've always got players in the right angle so that when they force players to move, this time it was largely forcing them to move based on the blitz that Spiker was running through, but also some pressure from the nades, some pressure from these death marks coming out from Baby Shark. They're always in the right spots to capitalize on these frags, and it puts them into an incredible position. Noors here, another 1v2 against Dokkaebi Deimos. That's the second time today that we've seen a player in this position. It is almost impossible to win out when you're in that spot against those 2 ops in particular. Ambi couldn't do it earlier today. Noors can't do it now. And Wildcard 6-5 against DZ, 1 away from winning this in regulation.
We were talking a lot about the upcoming DZ matches and theorizing whether or not they would drop one of those games, and all the while, Wildcard's sitting here saying, why he stay beat me though, you know? So very, I don't want to say surprising result.
Sure.
But I did not expect the match that we are currently witnessing. Really high likelihood that M80 remains the only undefeated team by the end of the day. Admittedly, no perfect team because M80 did ultimately win one of those matches in overtime, so there were some points dropped, but at some point, the Titans of the region have to bleed, and I mean, we saw SR bleed. Haven't really seen M80 bleed that much, just a small nick. As for Dark Zero, Wildcard's got him bleeding right now, and I feel the momentum is pretty firmly on their side.
I mean, Parker, as the desk has consistently said, this is the most competitive region in Siege, so we can't have any teams remaining undefeated for long. M80 will continue to hold that mantle, but Dark Zero dangerous of losing it themselves. 2 minutes and 9 seconds separate them from such a fate. They've got to be able to find some way to lock this one down. They've got to find some way to keep themselves alive in the early game. Wildcard have been doing such a good job of applying this pressure, of getting that opening pick, and of not letting it just be one pick, of spiraling it into many frags as they all enter the building at the same time. They've got a difficult task to deal with. Of course, there's this Pixel Shield being played here on the top floor by J90. He's on the Wamai. It's going to be really hard to nade this guy out, but the second one domino falls.
Slightly
usually more
different. Same
follow.
like setup, different operators, different utility to deal with. Same setup, same setup.
Halfway
same
point
areas.
of a very crucial round, and you can see just the effort that's going in here from Wildcard's advance. They've slowed the pacing down quite a lot. And I mean, if you're going to go on that breakneck pace and knock over Dark Zero round after round, DZ might be wise to your tricks. They could be prepping for a rush. There's nothing better than completely flipping that script. So Wildcard now looking to be dialed in.
For a full clear
Spent
here.
the last 30 seconds or so taking control of the top floor while now using a bunch of utility to punish Dark Zero.
This is so scary. DZ have completely given up this floor. They've realized that the early fights aren't going their way, so they say, screw it, let's just try a 5v5 late round.
They're boxed up. These are mistakes being made by DZ. Wildcard is punishing them.
What are they doing?
Tucked into the corner. He gets away with murder, Jesse. Fult's the only one on the board so far. He's lost Kino. He's all on his own. The major winning champs have been without a loss for so long, and it comes at the hands of Wildcard. A stunner as a 7-5 victory for their North American foes will give DZ their first loss in stage 1.
They might have been better in Salt Lake City, but now that Wildcard have their full 5-man roster, they are dominant over Dark Zero. An incredible comeback in a game where they looked down and out to rally back on the attacks to clutch things up. An incredible match from Wildcard. Let's hear from our desk in an interview with our winners.
Yeah, I gotta hear that.
They couldn't quite take down the major runner-ups last week, but it's the major champs they dethroned today. A 7-5 regulation win over Dark Zero. This wildcard team lacks in those last few rounds. After the DZ timeout, they came out of nowhere to take the win.
Yeah, their attacks were flawless, and they didn't really need any of the shields throughout the majority of those attacks. They were just getting that opening pick, and then as Jesse was talking about, then turned into multi-frags, where really it was Dark Zero left kind of on their back foot, not being able to go for a trade, not being able to find comfort in these rounds. Even in that last round, I question, why are they all falling back? Why are they giving up top floor? They weren't really contesting wild card. I do think they kind of got into their own heads a little bit of, okay, we're losing these opening engagements. Let's just play together. But on a map and a site like that, you at least have to fight for a little bit of that control, at least get a pick going into your favor, and then maybe play back into those layers. And they just got picked apart, just like all the other attacking rounds.
Yeah, this was almost a DZ sweep on defense, and we would have probably been sitting up here wondering, yeah, why are they not playing shields? But they went to the information operators, which is what I was worried about going into this game. Why are we not getting rid of the information operators against Baby Shark? We're letting them play Dokkaebi. We're letting them play Snake. We're letting them play all these high win rate operators. And they flipped the script, like you said. I mean, it was just beautiful executes to see. We saw that sense rush onto the reading round, and then we've seen them utilizing the blitz and going for a lot of fast plays. The guns came alive. Kansan, I believe, was 0-4 at the defensive half, and I was starting to have some type of narrative like, why is Kansan not getting kills? Proved me wrong, immediately getting 9 kills on the attacking side. So, yeah, love to see it. Love to see that the guns are alive.
Yeah, so curious to see what that big change was that really ignited the fire under this wildcard team. To get some answers, we've got Spiker here with us, so we can hopefully get to the bottom of this. Congratulations on a big win here, Spiker. I know how much you like to play against this DZ core and the edge you have over them. You know, what changed in the back half of this game to give you a big win over these guys?
Yeah, I mean, we know that they prefer attack, like, over defense. Like, they're very good at attacking in this meta. So once we got a 3-3, like, we were very happy with that half because we knew now we had all the OP operators. So, you know, we were just focused on playing our game, playing, you know, how we knew to do. Once they did the Ram ban, I knew they were going to play to layer, like, off top floor quick. So that's why we did the 2 fast plays back to back. The first one was to take top. The second one, we were baiting top to go site. So it was kind of like, you know, mix and matching, I guess, but we knew they wanted to play to layer after that ramp ban, and so we just, you know, started to play our game.
Spike Dog, congrats on the win. Was that a Lagotinus idea with the prep right there, or was that something you guys were kind of getting a read in between, like in the rounds?
Which, like the fast plays, or like them playing?
Yeah, with the fast plays.
That was mostly us, kind of. Like I already said, once they banned the Ram that they were going to play to layer, and then his timeout, he said that like we can do like some fast plays, but the play to bait top and then go mid floor was Adrian. That's like our rush we already had, but he's the one who said that like it was a good idea. So, yeah.
Well, it ended up working out. I also wanted to ask you that. I'm sure the answer is going to be yes, but do you ever get sick of the narrative that you guys can't win regionally, yet you're these international juggernauts? And do you think it actually ever affects you guys as a team?
I don't think it ever affects us. I mean, it's kind of true that like we struggle against some good regional teams. I think it's a little bit overdone because we still make events, right? So like we have to be decent regionally, but it doesn't really affect us at all, no.
Yeah, decent. I mean, you're beating Dark Zero. Literally the #1 team right now.
And maybe changing the narrative a little bit. I like it.
Yeah.
I mean,
I gotta be Shopify, bro. I gotta be Shopify.
I was gonna say they're definitely changing the narrative. They aren't using shields all too frequently as Wildcard used to use when you guys had dash. Obviously, I know you kind of had taken that role, and I think you weren't finding as much success as you wanted, and you were pivoting off of it. We did see the one round from you with Blitz where you were able to take quick control into Fireplace and then establish dominance from there. Is there a reason why you don't want to incorporate shields too much, or even try it out on other players on the team to see if you can fit it into your system?
Put them on a gun.
Honestly, it's mostly like we still play shields, like we still played a decent amount. It's more so I play it much more situationally before. I think that's why we were struggling with it a lot like during kickoff, is because I was kind of like forcing it to try and get as many reps as I could. And so I was playing it in a lot of situations where it like didn't make sense. So now we're using it more situationally, and I definitely feel more confident on it just because I think it's like, we bring it every once in a while in a good situation and a good strat to do it. And so we're using it like more effectively now, I guess.
I have a question in terms of obviously Baby Shark's performance. Obviously, it hasn't been to where we've typically have seen or highlighted more so at events. Do you see with obviously his lurking ability on the attack, if he's not finding success, do you then quickly identify that and be like, Baby Shark, maybe you play more with the team so we can actually utilize trade potential, we can use the extra body for maybe a push? Is that something that you then look at and be like, how can I now incorporate this into the structure of the team instead of maybe doing more lurk, lone wolf stuff and finding openings?
I think it kind of depends. I think sometimes it's me saying that like the lurk's not working, shit closer. Sometimes he just like kind of feels it that like they're like very ready for him and it's not being very effective. And so sometimes he'll poem solve off of it. But it's kind of like it's like a balance. Sometimes I'm like, we need you on the main push when I'm in a pushing power. Sometimes it's they're ready for his lurk. So it's both of us.
Okay.
They're ready in the basement for him.
Yeah, ready in the cafe basement on the Dokkaebi or the Snake.
Gotta be.
All right, Spiker, thank you so much as always. Great to get your insights on the matchup. Congrats on the win, and we'll see you down the road, all right?
All right, thank you.
Well, what a win for Wildcard.
Hey, I'm glad I kept them at 8 tier. I think respectively they deserve to be there after beating the top dogs.
Smart pick, I think. Yeah, that's a smart pick.
Best one by far.
Well, on the other side, man, it's been quite a day, Mint. What a way to start your T1 debut. We saw two teams go that were formerly undefeated, now go, I suppose, defeated. You had Shopify Rebellion lose to 100 Thieves, and we just saw Wildcard take down DZ. I mean, it feels like yesterday that we saw Space Station and Five Fears clash, but, I mean, it was quite a day. Any favorite match jump out at you at what we saw earlier?
Oh, man, I got a couple, but we're going to go with that 100 Thieves taking down Rebellion, right? Like, that's the big one. They were the undefeated team, and to see those guys bounce back on exactly what their problems were, right? Being able to capitalize on those man advantages, and man, do they get so many of them. And then even having that ridiculous round that I highlighted with Hot and Cold, seeing him hiding inside his spirits is running out with Clash. I just love watching those guys. So yeah, to see them get a big win, a big statement win like that, very, very cool to see.
Well, here's what things look like now that the day is wrapped up in terms of the standings. It's M80 who have propelled themselves to the top in the lead with 11 points. Now Dark Zero and SR still close behind in second and third. They gave themselves a nice little cushion, but today what we saw was instead of this top-heavy 3 teams and that middle pack, it's all gotten nice and close together. Anything can happen at this point.
Yeah, it's getting very close, and this
Except
is honestly
for
what I want to see just as for my
really
region
last-
representation. I want to see us be more competitive. I want
Really
to
not.
actually,
I mean,
once you get
Outlast
to
is
that
kinda
very
cool.
end point of who can make it, who can squeak in, who can lock themselves in top 2, that's what makes those interesting instead of just having such a top-heavy. So I am glad to see, obviously, everyone performing exceptionally well. Even that Cloud9 game, I know they aren't getting points. I still want to give them their flowers. They're still keeping it competitive. They just have to get over that hurdle and actually start attaining some points.
What about Outlast?
Don't do this.
Yeah, I mean, what about Outlast?
I was the good cop all day, and it's my turn to be the bad cop. But yeah, everyone's very competitive except Outlast. Unfortunately, they went back to getting 7-2'd. Yeah. We'll have to see if they're able to put any more rounds than like more than that
More
in
than
the next
2.
couple games. Yeah, more than 2. But
Well,
yeah,
that was the narrative before their 5-round before their 6-round performance, but who knows? Who knows? Tomorrow they'll have another opportunity to do that. We've got another full slate of 5 best-of-1s coming your way. Outlast will be taking on M80, so that will be quite a challenge, as that is now the #1 seeded team. But we got some other good games coming your way tomorrow. Wildcard will play last against Space Station as well. Kyle, what stands out to you here?
I'm just
One
sounding
of these
extremely biased
DZ
here, but
games
I
gonna
can't
be
help but
very
look at the 100
good.
Thieves Dark. Yeah,
I'm telling,
the
that's
100
gonna
Thieves
be
Dark
a
Zero game,
fucking
but like
game,
they already took
dude.
down one team
Yeah.
that was undefeated. Now can they? Well, I guess Dark Zero's not really undefeated anymore, but can they take down technically the best team in North America? Right. This was a big week for them to get points. They got big points versus SR. Can they get more against EZ?
Well,
Yeah.
go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I completely agree with what you were saying. I think 100 Thieves just actually getting that much of a convincing win in the way that they did it, I think that really sets them up for the success going forward. However, for Dark Zero, I know they don't want to end on that note on how they lost today. I'm sure it's going to be quite the matchup once we get into that.
Well, Kyle, thanks for joining us for your
Yeah, you
first
killed
day. This was awesome. You absolutely crushed it. So
Jet lag actually hit me. It's like 1 a.m. here, but it feels like it's whatever time back at home.
There's
Literally
just no way
arrived
to
2
know.
days ago. But yeah, this was a ton of fun. I can't wait to do it. Honestly, wake up and do it tomorrow. Watch
Yeah.
more Siege.
we got more Siege coming tomorrow. We'll see you with us, not just tomorrow, but for the rest of the stage. So we're looking forward to getting that going. To all of you, thank you so much for being a part of tonight's broadcast. It's been a good one, and we'll be back tomorrow as the action continues at 2 p.m. Eastern. For Laxing, for Mint, for our entire studio crew, I'm Jonas Willinger saying thanks for watching, and have a great night.
Well, that is going to be it for me right now. I will be back on in about an hour and a half, so something like that. I'm going to spend a little time with family, eat supper, blah, blah, blah. That's going to be it